Chapter 151, Effects of the Bloodlingji Mushroom and Elemental Water. Please give me the Bloodlingji Mushroom. I will promise you anything you want. The Elf Queen had lost all her composure as the most powerful person in the kingdom. In her eyes was only the fleeting life force of her son. She did what every mother would do. Of course, it's yours. But first, tell me, what's the use of this Bloodlingji Mushroom? Jiang Fei had read the attributes of the Bloodlingji Mushroom before. However, even the evolved mysterious ring could not provide an accurate description of the Bloodlingji Mushroom's effects. Bloodlingji Mushroom, medicine, quality, epic, usage, to craft medicine. Remark, the blood red Ganoderma lucidum provides an endless stream of life force. This was all Jiang Fei could see from the message. It told him absolutely nothing. Yes. Yes. Of course, her son was in danger. The Elf Queen had suddenly turned into Jiang Fei's most obedient servant ever. Forget about explaining the effects of the Bloodlingji Mushroom. She was willing to do much more than that. The Bloodlingji Mushroom and the Elemental Water are treasures of the same tier. The Elemental Water is used to fill the drinker's body with magic power and even form a magic shield. The magic power is endless. For adventurers like yourself, you would have increased maximum mana points and an increased rate of passive mana point recovery. The Elf Queen continued. The Bloodlingji Mushroom works similarly. It enhances the physical body. It allows the user to have a stronger physique and recover faster from wounds. That means a passive ability of faster health point recovery. If the amount of Bloodlingji Mushroom is sufficient, it might even kickstart the life functions of a corpse. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded his head. Having listened to the Elf Queen's explanation, Jiang Fei immediately understood why Isabella had asked him to collect the Bloodlingji Mushroom and the Elemental Water. She intended to recover her physical body and her magic power. The other ingredients would allow her soul to return to her body. All right. I have told you everything now. Please, may I have the Bloodlingji Mushroom now? The Elf Queen was panicked. After all, her son could die anytime. The sooner she obtained the Bloodlingji Mushroom, the sooner her son could be saved. Hee, are you kidding me? I spent half a day begging you. And you would not even part with a single bottle of elemental water. You expect me to give you the equally valuable Bloodlingji Mushroom after speaking a few words? Jiang Fei laughed nonchalantly. No. I am not asking for the Bloodlingji Mushroom for free. Rewards. Gold coins, equipment, and anything you want. The Elf Queen said quickly. All right. Show your gratitude with 10 celestial grade equipment, Jiang Fei said with an odd aura. This we do not have. Please change your condition. The Elf Queen was worried about saving her son and did not notice that Jiang Fei was purposefully toying with her. This was his revenge for her earlier refusal of giving him the elemental water. Adventurer, your request is rather impossible. Celestial grade equipment are the equipment of the gods. Our elven court has existed for tens of thousands of years, but even we do not possess such belongings. The queen had been blinded by her desperation to save her son. However, the other royal elves were not dumb. They knew all too well that Jiang Fei was seeking revenge. However, what could they do? This was an adventurer, and they could not truly kill him. The threat of a death sentence would not faze him. If anything, he might even kill himself and take the Bloodlingji Mushroom along with himself. The elf prince would accompany him in death. Hee, you do not have any celestial grade equipment? 2 buckets of elemental water then. Jiang Fei gave a side glance towards the elves of royalty. Great adventurer, we do not have that much elemental water. Even among the elves, it is exceedingly rare. We can only condense a single drop of it once a month. Each year, we can only acquire 1 bottle of it. Our elf champions use the elemental water to evolve. Therefore, we do not have a lot of it in storage. We only have 3 bottles of it. The Elf Queen revealed everything under those dire circumstances. 3 bottles? Hee, I am very reasonable. I would not ask for all of it. Out of the 3 bottles, I am only asking for 2 bottles. 1 bottle for Wei Wan's life, and the other bottle for the elf prince's life. Is that fair? Jiang Fei laughed coldly as he spoke. All right. All right. It is as you say. Give me the blood-lingji mushroom first. As the seconds went by, the elf queen was getting more and more anxious. It was as if she could see the god of death slowly stalking towards her son. The elf queen was no longer the shameless queen who would renege on her promise for the benefit of the elf race. She was now a mother who would save her son at all costs. Me first? What if you renege on your promise again? Do you think I am dumb? Stop talking nonsense and give me the elemental water first. Otherwise, I am leaving. Jiang Fei lowered his face and gazed at them over the bridge of his brow. What if you are the one who reneges? You have not even produced the blood-lingji mushroom. Who knows if you truly have it? A royal elf spoke up. Hee, you are the ones who refused my simple request. Whether I have the blood-lingji mushroom or not, that is up to your imagination. I could walk away now. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. All right. I will give it to you. However, Verger Glider, remember this. If you have the blood-lingji mushroom, I will leave it at that. However, if you lie to me, I will break the agreement between the 4 races. I will raid Dawnlight City and tear you apart myself. The Elf Queen said. He may have pushed her to the breaking point. At that moment, the Elf Queen looked exceedingly calm. Too much of something could cause the opposite effect to take place. No problem, Jiang Fei laughed. Very soon after, an elf servant came forward with 2 small bottles. There was a translucent liquid in each of them. Elemental water, medicine, quality, epic, effect, medicinal ingredient, remark, you can feel the vibrant magic power contained within. Through the message provided by the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei could ascertain that the 2 bottles of elemental water were not fake. Thereafter, Jiang Fei placed the elemental water into his spatial ring. Can you give me the blood-lingji mushroom now? The Elf Queen asked coldly. All right, Jiang Fei nodded. Although he still wanted to ask for more, he noticed a female servant running towards them. Jiang Fei hesitated. Perhaps the elf prince was dying soon. If he still prolonged the exchange and the elf prince died, the elf queen might go mad with rage. If she really did go mad and ordered all of the elf race's NPCs to kill him, he would have no choice but to delete his account. Here! Jiang Fei said as he retrieved a stalk of blood-lingji mushroom from his spatial ring and handed it over to the elf queen. Ah! Is this the blood-lingji mushroom? You are right. I can feel the life force it contains. The elf queen spoke to herself. Your Highness. This is not good. The prince is about to die. The elder said that if we do not find the blood-lingji mushroom in half an hour, even the moon god cannot save him. The female servant had reached them. Ah! Half an hour. We can make it. We can make it. The elf queen mumbled a few words before disappearing into thin air in a flash of white light. What the heck? Can all high-tier bosses teleport like that? Jiang Fei mumbled enviously. At the same time, he regretted not asking for more. If only he knew that the unfortunate prince could still hang on for another half an hour before dying. Looking around, Jiang Fei noticed the elven royalties looking at him, rage and hatred in their eyes. He knew that he could not stay here any longer. In fact, he should try to avoid being in contact with any of the high-level elf race members. Although he had successfully obtained the elemental water, they clearly detested him for it. Ding! Your reputation in the elf race has decreased by 10,000 points. The elf race does not regard you well. About a minute later, a system notification sounded next to Jiang Fei's ears. Chapter 152, Faction System. As soon as the system notification appeared, the names of the elf royalties surrounding Jiang Fei suddenly changed from a friendly green color to a pinkish red. In Dawnlight City, players can get some sort of measure on the hostility of an NPC by the color of their name. Green meant it was a friendly target. The deeper the color, the warmer they were. A friendly NPC would not only attack you, but he may also even give you great rewards for completing a task. Of course, at the worship level, a nearby NPC would even help a player if he was attacked by other players or monsters. A slightly worse color would be yellow. This meant indifference. NPC with yellow color names would not help you, nor would they attack you. They would only provide low-level tasks. The rewards from these tasks were horrible. The only reason players would complete these tasks was to increase their reputation and work the NPC's name into the green zone. That way, higher-level tasks would be unlocked. An even worse color would be pink. NPCs would be very cold towards you. They would not attack you, and that was the extent of it. Not only would they not hand out any tasks, they would not even talk to you. Merchants would not sell you items either. The worst would be red. This needed no explanation. If one met a red color named NPC, he would be immediately attacked. There was no distinction from encountering a monster. Now, the elf race had worsening perceptions towards Jiang Fei because of his greed and disrespect against the queen. Their original friendliness had turned into coldness. Although the elven royalties present did not attack Jiang Fei directly, each of them stared at him angrily. If he overstayed his welcome, they might even lunge at him. TSK, it seems like I need to be more careful with this game's NPCs. Jiang Fei said to himself. As he always played single-player games in the past, he had grown highly experienced at cheating NPCs of their wealth. Little did he expect that the NPCs in Dawnlight City would be this intelligent to the extent of even holding grudges. Clearly, Jiang Fei's blood Ganoderma lucidum worked and managed to keep the elf prince alive. Otherwise, Jiang Fei might not even have been permitted to walk away with his life. Jiang Fei could not stay in the Elven Court any longer. However, Jiang Fei was pretty pleased with himself. After all, he had already acquired the elemental water. His hidden race task had already been mostly completed. All he needed to find now was the devil's fruit. After that, he would be able to evolve as an Nephilim. When that happened, he would become part of the dark faction and would definitely be in opposition against the elf race. Therefore, the cold relationship between them did not truly matter. The main forces in Dawnlight City were split into two main opposing factions and a neutral faction. The humans and the elves formed the light faction. They believed in the gods in the light religion, including human sun god and the elves moon god. The beastmen race and the specters formed the dark faction. The beastmen prayed to their ancestors, while the specters believed themselves to be gods. Therefore, the dark faction was practically a godless faction. With opposing philosophies towards gods, the two factions naturally became oppositions to each other. They have fought against each other for thousands of years. However, neither could put the other down for good. Afterwards, the light faction found support from the strict and law-abiding Protoss. The dark faction also found support from the rowdy, freedom-seeking, and anti-establishment Nephilim. As the battle became even more aggressive, countless races from the neutral faction were roped in. However, neither side could still deal the decisive blow. Right then, a new opportunity came about. A group of adventurers from an unknown place, players who had stepped into Dawnlight City's world, became the key influence that would determine the balance of powers between the two factions. The players also became resources sought after by the light and dark factions. However, the players' mindset were not influenced by the religious indoctrination, and did not have the accompanying hatred for one another borne by these NPCs. Therefore, the players in the elf race may want to join the dark faction. The beastmen players may find themselves drawn to the light faction. Even if the Nephilim race's players wanted to help the light faction, the dark faction's NPCs could only watch on. For such reasons, the two main factions came to an agreement. In the 4 adventurer cities of the Dawnlight City, they were not allowed to fight near the cities. In fact, each race's high-level beings would never enter the adventurer's city. This allowed adventurers to choose their factions freely. When players reached level 30, they would receive a system notification. That was when they could choose the faction of their desire. Once they chose the light or dark faction, NPCs from the same faction would provide improved services. NPCs from the enemy faction would turn cold towards you. Once they exited the city, they would be attacked on sight. Of course, players did not necessarily have to choose from one of the two opposing factions. They could also choose to be neutral. However, there was very little to gain from sitting on the fence. After selecting one's faction, players could no longer communicate with the opposing faction's NPCs. Even players of opposing races would no longer be able to buff each other up. At least, they could still talk to each other from the opposing faction. Therefore, the open faction system for adventurers after reaching level 30 was a huge selling point. It was greatly advertised in Dawnlight City's promotional video. Dawnlight City was a highly flexible game. The realities of loyalty and betrayal, regardless of it being a plot of spies or a great battle with magic, could be artfully represented in the game. This was the main attraction of Dawnlight City. However, the faction system was still out of reach for Jiang Fei, as he still could not find the devil's fruit. When Jiang Fei returned to Dawnlight City, he carried the elemental water and moved quickly towards the secret cave to meet Isabella. However, before Jiang Fei entered the cave, he removed the black dragon scale and placed it in his spatial ring. Clearly, Jiang Fei did not intend to return the treasure. The dragon guards on duty all recognized him. They did not say anything else and immediately led him deeper in. "How did it go?" Isabella asked in an anticipatory tone. After all, Jiang Fei had looked very confident when he had left. "I have obtained the elemental water," Jiang Fei said as he handed a bottle of elemental water over to Isabella. Due to the Black Dragon Prince's existence, Jiang Fei could no longer continue to blackmail Isabella. In fact, with his reputation plummeting at the Elven Court, Jiang Fei had learned to tread lightly where it mattered. Ding! Stage task completed. Ding! You have obtained 120,000 experience points. Ding! You have obtained the Blood of the Nephilim. Blood of the Nephilim. Task item. Quality. Epic. Remark. This is an essential ingredient used when it comes to the evolution of a Nephilim. It is irreplaceable once lost. Damn you, woman, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Indeed, ever since the Black Dragon Prince had arrived, the previously courteous Isabella had shown her true colors. She had tossed out Jiang Fei's reward in the form of her race's evolutionary material. This was tit for tat. However, she still upheld the agreement. Although Jiang Fei was annoyed, he could not do anything about it. He stowed the item in his bag for safekeeping. Without this item, he would fail miserably. All right. You have come back from the entrance to the void. Return my dragon scale. The Black Dragon Prince in Itstasas said as he walked over. I lost it, Jiang Fei lied through his teeth. Ah! Do you think I can't get it back just because you hit it? The Black Dragon Prince laughed coldly before chanting a spell with his mouth. Chapter 153, Intentional Debt. As the Black Dragon Prince chanted on, a golden light entered Jiang Fei's body. This was a summoning spell in the dragon language. As the Black Dragon Scale was part of the Itstasas scales, it would answer to his calls, no matter where it has been hidden. In fact, as the Black Dragon Scale was a task-based item, Jiang Fei could not possibly have given it to someone else or deposited it in the bank. Based on the Black Dragon Prince's guess, the Black Dragon Scale was either on Jiang Fei's body or hidden in his backpack. As long as he used the summoning spell at a close distance, the Dragon Scale would automatically return to him. After the chanting had been completed, Jiang Fei's body did not show any reaction. Itstasas was dumbfounded. The only reason he had been willing to borrow the scale to Jiang Fei was because he could always summon it at any time. So much for that insurance. What was going on? See? You still don't believe me. I told you I lost it, Jiang Fei feigned annoyance. He knew that the cunning Black Dragon Prince was full of ideas. He must have had some way of retrieving the dragon scale. That was why Jiang Fei was not content with leaving it in his backpack and kept it in the spatial ring instead. The mysterious ring was an otherworldly existence. The spatial ring was like a safe box. Whatever that entered it would not fall out, even if Jiang Fei was knocked out. If that did not work here, Jiang Fei would have no choice but to concede misfortune. However, the mysterious ring did not let Jiang Fei down, despite the Black Dragon Prince attempting to summon it 3 times. The Black Dragon's scale lay quietly inside the spatial ring. Did you really lose it? The Black Dragon Prince frowned. Although the item was one of his scales, losing it would not affect his powers. However, it was his own scale and emanated pure, unhinged dragon might equivalent to his own person's aura. If someone found it and used it to threaten others in his name, it would affect his own reputation. Unlike the other pureblood dragons, the Black Dragon race's 7th prince cared a lot about his good reputation. When he was convinced that Jiang Fei had lost his dragon scale, his brows curled into a deep furrow. If there is nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Jiang Fei was guilty. Anastasa's stare was gnawing into his conscience by the passing minute, and he wanted to leave as soon as possible. All right. Go ahead. Find us the devil's fruit as soon as you can. Soon, I can welcome you as one of ours, Isabella said. Right then, Isabella's perception towards Jiang Fei had improved significantly. She was no longer even bothered about Jiang Fei's past attempt at blackmailing her. After all, Jiang Fei had managed to locate more than half of the revival materials in just a few days. There was only one final ingredient missing before she could be revived. Isabella had never met any single person more capable than he was. Upon revival, she would convert this adventurer into an Nephilim. He would become her kin. It would be a waste to leave such a capable fellow as a mere follower. If Jiang Fei was loyal enough, he would be her close accomplice among Nephilim royalty. Therefore, in Isabella's eyes, Jiang Fei was already her future aide. All right, I'll get going. Jiang Fei nodded and left the secret cave. As he was worried that the Black Dragon Prince was still observing him, Jiang Fei kept the Black Dragon scale concealed. Jiang Fei glanced at the time. It was almost time to log out. It had been a long day. First was the heroic dungeon, and then the entrance to the void for a rescue mission, and finally getting into trouble with the elf race's NPCs in the Elven Court. It was nothing like a quiet, peaceful day. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the game's servers went offline. Jiang Fei returned to reality once again. The enjoyable weekend had ended, and the much-dreaded Monday began. After breakfast, Jiang Fei headed for school. Brother Fei, to be honest, is there anything that you can't do? When Jiang Fei arrived at the classroom, the little fatty Zhao Feng came over and struck him with the question. He had arrived early today. From the moment he stepped into the class to the moment the man himself walked in, Zhao Feng's ears had been filled with Jiang Fei's name. Various accounts about Jiang Fei had described him as a demigod of sorts. After all, at the social event on Saturday, Jiang Fei had stolen the spotlight. Regardless of it being the hot jazz dance or kicking the little fellow off the chairperson stage or even dragging 4 professional bodyguards in a marathon like a bunch of dogs, these events had earned him a lot of praise from the students who had the fortune of witnessing them. As not all students had participated in the social event, those who did see Jiang Fei's performance could not help but brag about what they saw to those who did not when everyone came to school on Monday. Gossip usually gets watered down as it is passed further down the line. In the end, any version would sound plausible. In the case of the jazz dance, nothing much could be added to it. Jiang Fei was certainly good at dancing and was now known as the school's #1 god of dancing. However, kicking Tokugawa and the running incident had devolved into entirely different tales. The most extreme one described Jiang Fei as knocking out the 4 bodyguards and then dragging them by their collars like a bunch of dead dogs. He had then pulled the 4 bodyguards by leashes and ran them 100 laps around the school field. Apparently, it all took him barely a minute. Of course, this made good table talk, but nobody would take it seriously. However, just because it was greatly exaggerated did not mean that people would not continue talking about it. Therefore, in the end, the entire school was talking about the most blown-up version of the incident. They described Jiang Fei as either the Superman or the Hulk. I can't do many things, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Ever since he acquired the mysterious ring, he had been using the equipment and elixirs he brought out from the game. He had indeed been able to do a lot of things that he would not even dare attempt in the past. Thinking about this reminded Jiang Fei of his close shave with Mao Tian. A sudden wave of anger surged in his heart. Although he did not have any evidence, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the person behind the plot was Tokugawa Shinji. Just you wait. One day, he'll obtain the power. Tokugawa Shinji, you better hide in Japan, or else. Hee, Jiang Fei snorted coldly in his heart. He had decided that he would attend more lessons with Chen Shi when he had time. The lessons in the morning were as uninspiring as ever. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had gulped down 10 bottles of evolution blood. He had 10 points of increased intelligence and spirit. The lessons suddenly seemed much easier than before. Students, we will be carrying out a small test on Wednesday. Please take the next 2 days to prepare yourselves. When the class ended at noon, the teacher who taught the Cybertron lesson released a much-hated announcement. The only ones who would applaud such words would be the studious type. Hasn't it only been a few days since school started? Why do we have a test this soon? Xiao Feng mumbled to Jiang Fei with a frown. Who cares? We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Let's go eat now, Jiang Fei shook his head. Although paying attention in class had been much easier for the past 2 days, he still could not really understand the teachings of this mathematics teacher. He was just as helpless as everyone else who had been blindsided. Chapter 154, Growth. The day's classes finally ended. As Jiang Fei was on the way home after school, he passed by the battleground on which the ninja had ambushed him. No one, not even Jiang Fei, could have anticipated such a close brush with death 2 days ago. Now, Jiang Fei was walking about with an actual set of Ares armor. If Jiang Fei had met the same ninja on that day now, a defensive potion would easily turn Mao Tian's ninja into a poodle. With jumping slash and karate kick, a ninja of Mao Tian's level would never be able to escape from Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was eager to try the armor out. He even hoped that Tokugawa Shinji had sent another ninja to assassinate him. After all, not being able to experiment with his newfound powers was very dissatisfying for Jiang Fei. Breaking a few rocks was hard enough for his appetite. Crack! Jiang Fei spun around and saw an old man standing behind him. The old man had stepped on a broken tree branch. Having increased his spirit by 10 points after consuming the evolution blood, Jiang Fei's sense had grown far sharper than ever. Hee, you're a pretty sharp one, lad, the old man laughed. He was none other than the old man who had swooped away with Mao Tian. What are you doing? Jiang Fei frowned. This old man creeped him out. He was sadistic and messed up in the head. Hee, at ease, young one. I am here to deliver the results of the investigation. Your family members are regular folk. I could not go to your house. I could only wait for you here, the old man said as he laughed. You know where my house is? Jiang Fei was shocked. He had not said anything the other day. Not even his name. This old man had found his home. This was most unsettling. Just a trivial matter for our organization. Well, not just ours actually. There are many others with such skills. What the old man said was true. It was not very difficult to do what he did. As long as one had the power or influence, the person could be the boss of a big company. However, Jiang Fei was a regular high school student and had not thought of this. All right, tell me the results, Jiang Fei nodded. The young fellow was called Mao Tian. He is a ninja from the Iga faction. He serves the Tokugawa family's fourth son, Tokugawa Shinji, the old man said. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. He had seen this coming a mile away. You do not look very surprised. It seems that you may have already guessed it, the old man laughed. How did you deal with the ninja? Jiang Fei asked. After the investigation ended, he no longer had any use for us, the old man shrugged. Clearly, this ninja from Tokyo who dared to attack someone in Huaxia had already been disposed of. Okay, I understand. If there's nothing else, I shall be on my way. Jiang Fei nodded and prepared to head home. He was liking the old man lesser and lesser with each passing second. Sure, sure. A word of advice though. It is normal for a young man to be rash. However, it's in your best interest that you let Tokugawa Shinji slide. The young fellow is just a nobody, but his family is not to be messed with. Now that we have banished Tokugawa Shinji from this country, he no longer attempt to cause you trouble from Tokyo, the old man warned Jiang Fei. Alright, Jiang Fei did indeed have the idea of teaching Tokugawa Shinji a lesson. With the Ares armor, Jiang Fei's abilities had dramatically increased. He longed for a live target. But Jiang Fei was not ready to go all the way to Tokyo. He was not dumb. He was in his home ground when the ninja attacked him. If he went into enemy territory to do the opposite, things would not end well for him. Jiang Fei knew his place. He could not yet roam freely in Tokyo as he did not have invincible might. Naturally, he would not send himself to die. That's right. Don't forget to tell your master that I would like to compete with him. The old man added before he left. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. That was fast. Jiang Fei was surprised. The last time the old man left, he had merely climbed over a tall wall. Jiang Fei had not thought much of it. However, the old man had just displayed a shocking speed of movement. He was indeed a talented person. Jiang Fei had believed that with the Ares armor, he would be able to withstand the first attack from a would-be assassin. He could then drink the defensive potion. However, if the old man had been the one to attack him, he would have been finished. Damn it. I still am in need of training, Jiang Fei sighed. He was aware of his own shortcomings. Although Jiang Fei's equipment gave him great strength, his technique and combat awareness were no better. He needed actual training. After having eaten dinner, Jiang Fei laid on his bed. He thought about the conversation between him and the old man. Jiang Fei had decided in his heart that he needed to become stronger because he was not the only person in harm's way. The old man had easily discovered where he lived. Wouldn't this mean that Tokugawa Shinji, who knew Jiang Fei's name, could easily track down his family? Jiang Fei could use the defensive position and equipment to fight against the ninja, but what about his parents? How would they protect themselves? Damn ninjas. These folks sent out assassins as easily as it was to eat and drink. Although Tokugawa Shinji had returned to Tokyo, he still dwelled in the back of Jiang Fei's mind. This won't do. I need to get stronger quickly. I must be strong enough to scare Tokugawa Shinji off, Jiang Fei steeled himself. As a high school student from a well-off family, Jiang Fei had never often felt any pressure. He could talk about how examinations stressed him out, but it was nothing like this. His own life and the lives of those he loved were in danger. Jiang Fei suddenly started thinking like an adult. He never used to even consider many things, but he was suddenly very conscious of them. He carefully reflected on his past activities as of late. Now, Jiang Fei had to be very careful. Hardship always tempered steel. Such was the case for Jiang Fei. It was as if he had grown up into a real man in a single night. He was now a man with a goal in his mind. Since he had a goal now, Jiang Fei started forming plans to counter Tokugawa Shinji. Mao Tian had failed when the mysterious old man appeared. Tokugawa Shinji must have thought that Mao Tian was discovered by Wuxia's martial artists and was prematurely thwarted. In Tokugawa's eyes, Jiang Fei was merely an annoying, yet regular student. He would not be deterred so easily. Before Tokugawa Shinji discovers that Jiang Fei was more than your run-of-the-mill student, Jiang Fei's parents were still safe. This was when Jiang Fei could still work on improving his skills. Chapter 155, Do you want to see something good? An enlightened, purpose-driven Jiang Fei logged into the game. He brought his guild for a round of heroic dungeons. After that, Jiang Fei collected green smithing recipes that were level 20 and above. He wanted to become stronger. The fastest way to do so was to increase the level of the ring. Eventually, he could bring more equipment from the game into the real world. Of course, Jiang Fei would use all his might to fight for a treasure similar to the evolution blood. However, such treasures were highly uncommon. Despite all his effort, Jiang Fei could not find anyone selling recipes even after roaming around the city gates and the stalls set up there. The odds of pub players obtaining items like that were abysmal. Hey! Brother! Do you want to see something good? Jiang Fei was still shopping. All of a sudden, someone whispered next to his ear. Jiang Fei turned around and saw a player standing right next to him. It was an odd, peculiar character. He was not very tall, and his mouth looked like a monkey's. He looked pathetic. By right, most people would beautify their appearances with the system's aid when they created their avatars. However, this fellow looked so helplessly ugly that not even the system's beautifying effects worked. This had been a deliberate act. Smart Tomato, Rodent Race, Thief, Level 19, Health Point 1624, Attack Power 284, Remark, Guildless. Jiang Fei took a look at the person's attributes. He finally understood why this fellow looked so pathetic. Since he had chosen the rodent race, he looked like an anthropomorphic rat. No orc player would submit themselves to such a fate. It was bizarre, to say the least. What do you want? Jiang Fei asked suspiciously. Hey! Brother, I have some good stuff here, do you want to have a look? Smart Tomato asked, grinning deviously. What do you mean? Jiang Fei frowned. This person somehow looked familiar. Good stuff. Come over here and we can talk. Smart Tomato ignored his questions and continued pulling Jiang Fei towards a secluded area. The hell are you on about? Have we met before? God damn it, is this what I hear of vagrants selling porn films underneath bridges? Jiang Fei pulled away from the fellow. Really good stuff. Smart Tomato even playfully raised his eyebrows as he spoke to Jiang Fei. Bloody hell! There are so many people around here. Why don't you pull one of them along? Do I look like someone selling fur hides? Jiang Fei was getting annoyed. Well, it was not like he could blame him. There were indeed many people shopping around. However, none of them stood out like Jiang Fei. He was covered in a body of bedazzling, expensive-looking armor. Apart from a few pieces of equipment shining with a blue light, most of them were shining with a purple light. He was a truly wealthy man. Not only the quick-witted Smart Tomato was acting so intrusively. Everyone who had set up a shop would eagerly promote their own products as Jiang Fei passed by. It was as if Jiang Fei would pay $10,000 for a stalk of wheat. Come! Smart Tomato ran to a corner with no other people around. He waved enthusiastically at Jiang Fei. Come, my arse! Are you sick? Jiang Fei turned around and started walking away. Aye! Don't leave. Smart Tomato ran back to him and lowered his voice when he spoke. I really have some good stuff. Don't you want to have a look? What toy is it? Show me. This fellow had said those words multiple times. Jiang Fei's curiosity soon got the better of him. Come. Smart Tomato dragged Jiang Fei to the corner with no other people. As they were still in the city, Jiang Fei was not worried if the fellow was trying to play tricks on him. When Jiang Fei arrived, Smart Tomato peeked around carefully. Once he was certain no one else was looking, he displayed a screenshot of the game to Jiang Fei. A golden treasure chest of legendary quality. I am sure you haven't seen it before. Smart Tomato said giddily, full of himself. I have actually seen quite a few of those golden treasure chests. That monster guarding it can't say I have. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He had no idea where this young fellow could have gone to take such a picture. The golden treasure chest was indeed rare and rather alluring. However, the tiger next to it was way too intimidating. It had sharp fangs and ferocious-looking claws on top of a large, mighty body. As it was only a screenshot, Jiang Fei could not determine the level of the tiger. Was this a boss, or simply an elite? Hee. This is quite the secluded spot. There are monsters all around it. I died 4 times trying to find a safe way in, Smart Tomato said. Again, he seemed as full of himself as before. That explains your low level, Jiang Fei nodded. Most mainstream players were mostly level 20 and above. Even the frontliners were around level 23. This fellow was only level 19. He did not even have a complete set of equipment. He was basically half naked. At first, Jiang Fei could not understand why. Now, the pieces were falling into place. This fellow was most determined to approach the treasure chest. He had not give up, even after dying 4 times. I've got the route sorted out. The only problem left is that thing in front of the treasure chest. You look like you'd be able to fend it off for a while. What do you think? When we get there, you can distract the monster while I open the treasure chest. We can split the loot. I will take 8/10 of the loot while you take the remainder, Smart Tomato said, as he gave Jiang Fei a charitable look. Don't kid around now. What a scam, Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and started walking away. What kind of a joke is this? I fight the damn boss while you open the treasure chest. What if you ran off with the loot? Not to mention how dangerous the beast looked. What if I died? Forget about the experience points he had at this level. Jiang Fei's overall equipment was most definitely worth more than a legendary quality treasure chest. Did Smart Tomato really think he was dumb enough to take such a huge risk for this tiny gain? I. Don't leave, brother. We can talk about this, Smart Tomato tugged at Jiang Fei. What is there to talk about? Go do it yourself, Jiang Fei glared at Smart Tomato. So, what do you propose? Smart Tomato asked helplessly. In truth, Jiang Fei was not the first person he had looked for. However, no one would fall for it so easily. Forget about the ratio of the split. Nobody would simply trust the other person to open the treasure chest. How about we do it this way? You will forget about whatever is inside the treasure chest. I will buy the treasure chest from you. Once you bring me to the location of the treasure chest, I will give you 2,000 gold coins. Jiang Fei thought for a while before he spoke. After all, the legendary quality treasure chest was rather attractive to him. What about the monster? Will I be distracting it? Smart Tomato asked. He was rather convinced. Although he did not know what was inside the treasure chest, it would be pointless if he cannot even have it in the first place. Moreover, someone else might discover the location of the treasure chest eventually. If that happened, he would have lost everything. Furthermore, 2,000 gold coins was not a small sum. Some guilds could not even gather this much money. For someone who relied on gaming to earn money for a living, it was a massive sum. Chapter 156, Golden Treasure Chest, IEE. Okay, fine. Treasure chest is yours, but you need to offer me more than just that. 2,000 gold coins were equivalent to $20,000, still a huge income for Smart Tomato, but he had a family to feed. For someone who relied on gaming as his bread and butter, the money would never be enough. All right. Another 500, Jiang Fei had cleared a few unknown dungeons, earning himself a small fortune. Naturally, he would not think much of such a sum. All right. But how do I know that you have that much money? In fact, how can you guarantee that once I bring you to the location, you won't keep it all for yourself? Although they had agreed on the price, Smart Tomato was still not convinced by Jiang Fei's promise. Let's just make it official, Jiang Fei laughed. Although the system protocol charges a small amount of administrative fees for such arrangements, it was very secure, and the payout would be guaranteed. Great, Smart Tomato nodded. The system protocol was indeed very secure. If Jiang Fei did not have enough money, the agreement would not be signed. Once the agreement was signed with Jiang Fei, the amount of gold coins promised by Jiang Fei would be temporarily frozen. As long as he brought Jiang Fei to the golden treasure chests area safely and the legendary quality treasure chest was truly within 100 meters, the system would automatically deduct those gold coins from Jiang Fei's account. Alright, let's head out now. Once they were done signing the agreement, Jiang Fei laughed cheerfully. However, right then, Smart Tomato stared at Jiang Fei with his eyes and mouth wide open. He looked as if he had just seen a ghost. You. You. You are Verger Glider? Smart Tomato stuttered. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. It is you after all. Truly. Truly, Smart Tomato still could not make sense of his own speech. Jiang Fei had gained a name in Dawnlight City. He was ranked number 1 in terms of levels. The strongest tanker in Dawnlight City, the distributor of godly equipment, and the mobile cash box. Such were just a handful of Jiang Fei's nicknames. Once he became aware of Jiang Fei's status, Smart Tomato stopped asking questions whatsoever. After all, Jiang Fei's nickname of Mobile Cash Box was not for nothing. Jiang Fei followed Smart Tomato out of the Dawnlight City. They headed towards the northern region. Very soon, they had departed from the main training area. The levels of monsters surrounding them only grew. Through the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei could tell that the monsters here were of level 40 and above. As they walked and talked, Jiang Fei got to know Smart Tomato better. He was quite the unique individual. Although he relied on gaming for survival, he took a different route from other class players who competed amongst each other and managed guilds. He played to explore and locate scattered treasure chests. Apart from that, he would roam around taverns, the city gate, or the dungeon entrances to hear out news about such treasures. Whenever it was appropriate, he would summarize the news and sell it to interested parties. It was not the most lucrative lifestyle, but he had freedom. After a few successful trades in the game, he had earned himself a fair bit of cash. Therefore, he did not have much care about leveling, equipment, or any of that. Otherwise, he would not have been willing to die 4 times in tracing the safe route. Jiang Fei had learned much due to Smart Tomato's own self-promotion. After all, Jiang Fei was a very wealthy man. If Smart Tomato discovered some secret location or an undiscovered dungeon, he could sell the information to Jiang Fei. This was why Smart Tomato had warmed up so much to Jiang Fei. Not long after, the two arrived at the location. It was far away, above a small hill. Jiang Fei could see the brightly shining golden treasure chest there. Of course, he could also see that the hill was filled with tigers. These tigers were normal monsters of level 45. Even if players formed a group of 100 people, they might narrowly make it through. However, some of the people would inevitably die. A massive tiger lay next to the treasure chest. The white tiger was nearly 4 to 5 meters long and was sprawled next to the treasure chest, napping. Road-blocking Tiger King, Beast, Leader, Level, 48, Health Point, 200,000, Attack Power, 4,000, Skill, Mad Pounce, Tearing Bite, Clawing Attack, Tiger Roar, Sweeping Tail, Frenzy. Mad Pounce randomly pounces at an enemy target. Instantly clears the aggro meter. Tearing Bite immediately attacks the target, causing massive damage and inflicting bleeding effect. Clawing Attack immediately attacks the target, causing a minor pushback and interrupts spellcasting. Tiger Roar summons all nearby tiger monsters to assist in combat. Sweeping Tail swipes at opponents behind and on both sides of the tiger, causing significant damage. Frenzy, for every 10% of health points lost, it gains an additional 20% attack power. Jiang Fei took a look at the boss and his jaw went slack. Based on the level of most players, they could push through the small monsters with brute force, but facing the boss was out of the question. He would never last against it. Moreover, his level is just ridiculously high. Players would not be able to deal any damage towards it. All right. You have completed your mission. You can go now, Jiang Fei said as he validated the agreement in advance. The gold coins were instantly transferred into Smart Tomato's backpack. Ah, don't you want me to bring you there? I know how to get around those normal tigers. As for the white tiger, that's a different story, Smart Tomato said. In his opinion, the most valuable piece of information he held was the safe route to reach the treasure chest. He had traded for it with his 4 repeated deaths. No need for that. You can go back now, Jiang Fei said with a laugh. All right then, Brother Fei. Can I add you as my friend? I will let you know if I discover any other valuable news in the future. Since Jiang Fei no longer needed him, Smart Tomato knew what to do. He did not forget to establish a connection with the wealthy Jiang Fei. In the future, he would not need to worry about not being able to sell his information. After all, the wealthy folks from the four main guilds combined could not possibly be any more generous than Jiang Fei. All right, Jiang Fei nodded. Naturally, it was a good thing to have such informants as friends. Once Smart Tomato had left with a return scroll, Jiang Fei smiled to himself and retrieved the Black Dragon scale. Other people would risk their lives coming here, but Jiang Fei was different. The Black Dragon scale could scare off even monsters that were level 60 or level 70. These level 40 monsters were no match for him. Indeed! Once he had equipped the Black Dragon scale, Jiang Fei briskly strode towards the treasure chest. The tigers surrounding him did not even dare attack him. Not only that, they actually turned tail and fled. Roar! The road-blocking Tiger King was roused by its brethren's startled hisses. It straightened its back and was about to roar angrily. How dare they disturb his sleep? At that moment, Jiang Fei stepped up. The all-encompassing dragons might nearly frighten the little white tiger to death. As a wild beast and a leader monster only slightly higher than level 40, it did not have much intelligence. When the all-encompassing dragon might appeared, the Tiger King's legs turned jelly and it crouched fearfully. It had covered its eyes with both paws, and its tail was whooshing from side to side. The only thing missing was the sound of its mules. Chapter 157, Darn Treasure Chest. Jiang Fei walked nonchalantly past the Tiger King. He did not even spare it a glance. Woo! Woo! As a regular boss, the road-blocking Tiger King paled in comparison to the steelback dragon. It was not even capable of speech. However, the frightening dragon might that came from Jiang Fei's body had scared it to the point where it did not even dare to move. As he walked past the Tiger King, Jiang Fei went right over to the treasure chest. As this boss Tiger King did not know how to speak, it was pointless for Jiang Fei to put on airs. Hee, let me see if the 2,500 gold coins were worth it, Jiang Fei laughed slightly. He did not even care about how the boss Tiger King was fervently shaking its tail. He opened the treasure chest right away. Brush, the gold light nearly blinded Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei rubbed his eyes and peered inside. The treasure chest only contained 2 items. The one on top was a strange item that shone brightly with a golden red light. Gnome Destructive Setup, Mechanical Setup, Ancient Inheritance, use, after 30 seconds, all targets within 1,000 meters are dealt with 100 million damage points. The targets closer to the explosion would take greater damage. Inscription, Dear enemies, live with me eternally in flames. Remark, this is one of the greatest technological achievements of the ancient gnome civilizations. It was set up in the heart of the gnome city as a final line of defense towards advancing enemies. When the gnome city was destroyed, the ancient gnomes would detonate the destructive setup in the heart of the city as a last resort. They would burn to death with their enemies. F***ck me. 100 million damage, Jiang Fei was at a loss of words. It was a red ball the size of a rice cooker, and it just happened to be a mini nuclear bomb. Based on the remarks and inscription, Jiang Fei could tell how amazing the ancient gnomes were. They were not only technologically ahead. They were also fearless in the face of war. However, the time of the ancient gnomes had already passed. Jiang Fei's encounter with the modern gnomes had been vastly different. They were a bunch of weak and timid cowards. Apart from bullying those weaker than them, they did not dare to attempt anything else. Even if they rediscovered their lost ancient technology, they would never regain their former glory. The destructive setup was indeed freakishly powerful. However, the thing was indiscriminate. It killed both friend and foe. Moreover, the item was only capable of single use. This gave Jiang Fei a headache. Judging purely by its damage, this item was most definitely capable of slaying an overlord-level boss. However, the stronger Lord-level bosses would easily teleport out of the vicinity. If Jiang Fei really attempted using the item to blast the higher-level bosses into oblivion, he might only blow his lonesome self up. Even if Jiang Fei went all out, he could not possibly cover 1,000 meters in 30 seconds. After thinking about it for some time, he decided that this item would be the final resort needed to kill another person. When he finally sets up his guild's base, he would set the item up in the base. If a guild ever overwhelmed his defenses, he could blow everyone and everything up in sight. Once he soared the mini-nuclear bomb in the spatial ring, Jiang Fei turned his gaze to the second item. Spy's Eye, toy, quality, excellent, use, summons an invisible eye. The eye is capable of flying at extreme speeds. You can see everything that the spy's eye sees. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Remark: the spy's eye cannot go further than 50 meters away from you, or it will disappear. Darn it! Another useless piece of trash. Jiang Fei had never been so frustrated before. This seemed like an amazing tool at first sight. However, a range of 50 meters rendered it absolutely useless. Another 10 meters and a long-ranged attack could reach him. F***ck me. Just wasted over 2,000 gold coins. Jiang Fei tossed the spy's eye into the spatial ring. He was very disappointed. He had thought the legendary quality treasure chest might have contained some good treasures. In the end, it had only contained these two useless toys. To be honest, it was not the fault of the golden treasure chest. The known destructive setup was of a very high grade. It had even surpassed the legendary quality. However, ancient inheritances were like so. They would be great in a certain aspect, but their pitfalls were crippling. Due to the existence of the big bomb that exceeded the legendary quality, the second item in the treasure chest could only sum up as an excellent quality to compensate. After all, the value of the items in the treasure chest had been claimed by the known destructive setup. Forget it. I admit I am unlucky. Jiang Fei shook his head and tore open the return scroll. He did not even bother looking at the road-blocking Tiger King, which was currently pretending to be a kitten. Once he returned to Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei took a look at the time. There were more than 10 hours left until he had to go offline. It was still early. The experience gained from killing normal monsters was far too little for him. That was when Qin Shi came to mind. In the real world, Jiang Fei had to attend classes and had very limited time. There was next to little time when it came to honing his battling techniques. However, at night, he could use the game as a VR dojo. Little Shi, what are you doing? Jiang Fei was the type of person who did what he thought about doing spontaneously. Therefore, he immediately sent a voice message to Qin Shi. Bringing a lazy person around to train, Qin Shi sounded exasperated. I am thinking of learning battle techniques from you in the game. Do you think it could work? Although Jiang Fei had his doubts about this, he still needed the opinion of an expert in this. I have never thought of that before. Qin Shi was silent for a while before continuing. How should I put it? It works and doesn't work at the same time. What do you mean? Jiang Fei asked confusedly. Let's put it this way. In the game, you are a superhuman. Your real-world body is nothing like your game's avatar. Whatever you pick up in the game, you may not be able to replicate it in the real world. If you fought in a real battle, the training in the game might cause you to misjudge your own capabilities. It would only make you overshoot and leave openings on yourself. Qin Shi explained. How about the part where you said it might work? Jiang Fei asked. Well, if you can't pick up offense here, you could work on your defense. No harm beating you up here, literally, Qin Shi laughed and said. Human punch bag day again? Jiang Fei's mouth widened. The last time they did this, Qin Shi had spent half a day throwing him about. It's training after all. Before you learn to hit someone, you must learn to get hit. If you do not get hit for half a year, which master could teach you the real deal? Qin Shi said sternly. All right, you are the professional here after all. I will listen to you. Where can we meet? That steeled Jiang Fei's mind. After all, Tokugawa Shingi's threat hung like the sword of Damocles over his head. He had to buck up if he wanted to live. Grinding at the usual spot, Chinshi sent him her coordinates. It was close to the Pride Vault, where Jiang Fei and Happy Drunk had once worked together on the field boss. Chapter 158, Han Tianyu's True Abilities. Jiang Fei was able to locate them very easily. As every player in the Aristocrats knew that Verdu Glider was a good brother of the Aristocrats' new boss, they respectfully escorted him to their location. Hee, Ah Fei, I heard that you created your own guild. Also heard that it's more of a harem. Not bad. When Jiang Fei had arrived, Han Tianyu jeered at him. He was well informed, as always. Brother are you even training? Jiang Fei's felt a vein throbbing in his skull. What in the world is going on here? Han Tianyu seemed to have requested for someone to bring him a comfortable chair. There was even a small table next to the chair. To top that off was a bottle of expensive alcohol from an NPC's liquor shop. The master was languishing on the comfortable chair, leisurely sipping alcohol. Do you see it now? This B** starred is a goddamn sloth, only Chin-shi would be this blunt. The F***ck is going on here. Are we playing the same game? Jiang Fei could not stop himself. The EXP is pouring in fine, in their party. Let them do their work, I'll do mine. Han Tianyu took a gulp of the alcohol and shrugged as he spoke. Die in your laziness. Chin-shi mumbled. That's right, Ah Fei. I heard little she say that you were planning to train in self-defense here in the game? Han Tianyu asked. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded. Are you in trouble? Han Tianyu suddenly asked. Although he was only a few years older than Jiang Fei, he had far more experience in life as a military arms dealer. It was not something a native student like Jiang Fei could describe. Although Jiang Fei had matured a lot since he was ambushed by the ninja, it was still a developing progress. Compared to Han Tianyu, who had experienced a lot more drudgery for several years, he was an absolute newbie. Han Tianyu was not curious about the fact that this kid wanted to pick up more self-defense techniques. After all, he was a boy. Which boy would not want to learn such techniques if given the chance? However, Jiang Fei had come up with the absurd idea of treating the game as a training simulator. It took some pressure to push a man this far. No one would be this eager unless he had urgent reason to do so. A fellow brother may not ask for help from him, but as the big brother, Han Tianyu simply had to throw the question. Ah. It's nothing, Jiang Fei was startled. However, he subconsciously shook his head. Jiang Fei was a prideful man. He would never ask for help unless he was left without a choice. All right then, Han Tianyu nodded and did not pursue the matter any further. However, he turned his head around to glance at Ah Long. Ah Long nodded and walked out of sight. In the distance, a white light flashed, indicating that he had just logged out. Jiang Fei had not noticed Ah Long sneaking away. He turned to speak to Chin-shi. Little Shi, you think that this could be half done. How do we go about with this? Simple. Stand like a statue, get hit, get up again. Of course, your upper body may be used for self-defense. Okay, I was wrong. You're not a statue, you're allowed to try evading. This will train your reflexes. Try to let your muscles respond in place of your brain, Chin-shi laughed cheerfully. Not a problem. I am here to be beaten up. Let's start. Jiang Fei did not want to waste another minute or second. Well, obviously, I don't have the time to do that. I have to level up in someone's place. Lazy B** starred, since you're not training, help Ah Fei with his training. Chin-shi said, glaring at Han Tianyu. Fine by me. Monsters are boring. Humans, on the other hand, Han Tianyu emptied his glass. He then turned towards Jiang Fei with a cunning smile as he said, Brother, don't blame me for hurting you. This is for your own good, bring it on, oh ho, you asked for it. Han Tianyu walked casually towards Jiang Fei. Suddenly, his fist landed right between Jiang Fei's eyes. D** a minute, although the sense of pain had been dulled in the game, Han Tianyu had not held back one bit. Jiang Fei could see stars. How was that? Did it feel good? Han Tianyu laughed. F***CK, F***CKU. You could have at least warned me. Jiang Fei uttered. Enemies don't greet each other before killing each other, Han Tianyu sternly said, before his expression quickly reverted into his playful, regular state. But, we've all got to start somewhere, and you're my little brother. I will drop a few pointers here and there. Come on, Jiang Fei tried to concentrate. He was prepared for the next attack. Watch your left eye socket. Get ready! Han Tianyu said with a laugh. What? Jiang Fei never finished his sentence. Han Tianyu's fist slammed into his face. Ouch! Jiang Fei saw stars once again. Han Tianyu's punch had struck like a thief in the night. There was no movement in his shoulders, no flinching, no tensing up, and the punch had already found its mark. Jiang Fei had been utterly helpless. Han Tianyu, you jerk! I will deal with you tomorrow. Qin Shi was getting furious. Darn it! Brother, you have gotten me into trouble. Han Tianyu suddenly looked bitter. Do not be mistaken. Qin Shi was not one bit sympathetic about Jiang Fei. But Han Tianyu had always fooled around with Qin Shi. Each time they trained together, Han Tianyu seemed to only be slightly better than Qin Shi. Today, he was going all out. Even after 2 hits, Jiang Fei had remained none the wiser. However, Chen Zai's trained eye could immediately tell the difference between them. She finally learned that in their past battles, Han Tianyu had always held back for Chen Zai's sake. If anything, the lack of respect only came as an affront to Qin Shi. How was it? Learned anything? Once convinced that Qin Shi was not about to attack him, Han Tianyu relaxed his shoulders and continued to teach Jiang Fei. No, Jiang Fei looked as lost as ever. A truly good fighter would never telegraph his moves. Regardless of one's stance, facial expression, or body language, a good fighter will ensure that he remains unreadable. Han Tianyu explained. Oh, Jiang Fei finally got it. Previously, when he was training with Qin Shi in the martial arts hall, he could tell from Chen Zai's clenching of her facial muscles and twitches in the shoulders whenever she was about to attack. Although his body could not keep up with the tempo and blinding speed, he could still react somewhat. He was still able to use his arms or block some blows, or fight back. However, when he was facing Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei had no clue what was coming next. Han Tianyu's attacks were like phantoms. They came as swiftly as he retreated to gain distance. What should I do if I face a truly great fighter? Would I have to wait for the opponent to attack before I react? Jiang Fei asked. Wait for the opponent to attack before you react? Then you would die without even knowing what happened. Han Tianyu laughed lightly before proceeding to explain. When you face such strong opponents, you can only believe in your own instincts. A strong fighter's instincts are usually much more accurate than their rational judgment. How do I cultivate such instincts? Jiang Fei asked. Hee. Han Tianyu grinned sinisterly. Talk to me again when you've taken a few more hits to the face. As Han Tianyu spoke, Jiang Fei saw more stars in his eyes again. Chapter 159, Han Tianyu's Wrath. Jiang Fei was tortured mercilessly by Han Tianyu. As they were in the game and Han Tianyu was barehanded, coupled with Jiang Fei's rather solid defense, not much harm was done. Every so often, he simply needed to chug down a health potion. When they started, players of the aristocrats occasionally ran up to entertain themselves with the sight of Jiang Fei getting manhandled like a crash test dummy. Were these tycoons too bored of the game, or what? 10 hours later, as Jiang Fei staggered from yet another blow, the players glanced it off like it was nothing. They had quickly grown accustomed to the sight. The current Jiang Fei had already squeezed his eyes shut. They were completely useless to him when it came to trying to read Han Tianyu's punches. After 10 hours of training, Jiang Fei's progress was visibly significant. Although he still could not accurately predict Han Tianyu's attacks, he would flinch whenever Han Tianyu's attacks closed in. It was as if he could already tell if danger was approaching. That's interesting. You have pretty good senses, Han Tianyu laughed. Then, when can I start blocking or avoiding your attacks? Jiang Fei asked. I can't tell for sure. Well, if you are beaten up by me for 10 hours a day, you would be able to roughly predict the direction of the attacks in about half a month. However, blocking it would be a matter of your reflexes. Something that can't be practiced in-game. Han Tianyu said. Just what kind of Grandmaster are you? This question had been hanging on the tip of Jiang Fei's tongue. He had considered Qin Shi to be tremendously strong, for lack of a better word. After all, if the Japanese ninja had ambushed him at Qin Zai's speed, Jiang Fei might have been dead before even reaching for his potion. However, now that he had seen Han Tianyu's skills, Jiang Fei finally understood the meaning of true power. Right. I can explain that to you. Martial artist grades are split into 3 types and 4 levels, Han Tianyu explained while continuing to attack Jiang Fei. His combat prowess was not diminished by his coherent speaking by the least. According to Han Tianyu, martial artists were categorized into 3 types: skill attack method, external toughness, and inner chi. They were not hard categories. A martial artist could learn a single type. They could also learn all 3 types simultaneously. However, a person's mental energy was limited. Very few could train in all 3 at the same time. In simple terms, skill attack method was a technique. Many people practiced it, including those who trained external toughness. Only very few who focused mainly on inner chi would not train in it. According to Han Tianyu, powerful martial artists like Qin Shi with a military background had only just made the cut in the skill attack method. After all, martial arts classes in the military was open to everyone, regardless of their talents. However, a true martial artist trained one-to-one with his master. In fact, a master would be very picky when it came to the disciples' talents. No master would take in hundreds or thousands of disciples. External toughness training was more complicated. It also required some natural talent. Not everyone made the cut. It was said that when one truly mastered it, neither guns nor swords could pierce through the person. Breaking apart rocks or boulders would be a piece of cake. Some people could even catch a bullet with only 2 fingers. When Jiang Fei had ignored Mao Tian's blade with the help of the defensive potion, the mysterious old man had misinterpreted Jiang Fei as a trained martial artist. The natural talent required for training the inner chi was even greater. Many strong inner chi masters on their deathbeds had been unable to find a disciple who could inherit their legacies. One could tell how stringent the requirement was from that alone. According to Han Tianyu, a true expert in inner chi could not really fly or dig through the ground. However, with the help of the chi in their body, they could easily climb up houses as if they were walking on flat land. They could even reach through a person's ribcage and grope about said person's inner organs. A truly capable expert could even hurt a person without ever touching him. Brother Yu, have you been reading heroic novels? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes after listening. This was way too surreal. He could still accept abilities like being bullet or swordproof. But right now, you're talking about bloody chi. Hurting someone without even touching them. Isn't that a little too far-fetched? Hee, looks like you'll have to see it to believe it. Han Tianyu shook his head. He stopped speaking, but his attacks grew more frequent and aggressive. After a few more hours of being beaten up, it was time to go offline. Jiang Fei returned to the city with Han Tianyu and the rest. They then left the gaming world. After he had exited from the game, Han Tianyu took a bath and asked lazily, "How was the investigation, Master?" Jiang Fei and the 4th son of the Tokugawa family got into a bit of conflict at school. However, that young Tokugawa brat actually sent a ninja to assassinate Jiang Fei. Luckily, he was saved by the old man Hai from the alliance. Ah Long said. "Humph. The Japanese are getting cocky now, aren't they?" Han Tianyu snorted coolly. His facial expression turned sour. Tokugawa Shinji has already been exiled from the country. Ah Long knew that Han Tianyu had been angered and was prepared to spill some blood, which was why he had hastily slipped in the last sentence. Humph. Consider himself lucky for getting away. have some people pay him close attention. From today onwards, if any of the martial artists from the Tokugawa household enter Huaxia, kill them, no matter what. Han Tianyu frowned slightly. He seemed a little unhappy that the alliance had sent this Japanese boy out of the country. Yes, Master, Ah Long nodded. He knew that his master was famous for being somewhat of a Robin Hood figure. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had not been hurt. Otherwise, his master would have done something drastic in the heat of the moment. Also, teach the Tokugawa household a lesson. We should get involved in the North African markets. Let the Tokugawa household have a taste of their own medicine. Han Tianyu added. Master, please reconsider. That is an important source of economic gain for the Tokugawa household. Such a move would anger them. Ah Long said. That's true. Send the Third Army over. If the Japanese people intend to start something, have them join forces with the opposition and remove the Japanese from power. Han Tianyu said coldly. Yes, Ah Long sighed nothing more. The Third Army was the Manda Group's main force. They were always out battling and clearing obstacles in Manda Group's military arms trade, especially in the African areas. Since he is moving them there, it seemed that the master was determined to teach the Tokugawa household a memorable lesson. Jiang Fei did not know that Han Tianyu had made these arrangements. On his way home, Jiang Fei kept having flashbacks of what Han Tianyu said. He had thought that after wearing his improved equipment, the only difference between him and the experts would be their technique and experience. However, if what Han Tianyu said was true, even with a full set of equipment that could withstand guns and blades, he was still not invincible. After all, those so-called inner chi experts were capable of attacking his inner organs without direct contact. Mere armor would not stand in the way of that. Chapter 160, Cheating. Jiang Fei had originally thought that Han Tianyu was merely trying to scare him off. However, when he remembered the mysterious old man vanishing right before his eyes, he realized that the speed had been far beyond his own imagination. Based on Han Tianyu's words, Jiang Fei believed that the old man could very well be a so-called inner chi expert. With that kind of speed, he must have had the help of chi. Jiang Fei could not focus on class for the rest of the day. Martial artists were constantly flitting about in his mind. It was an entirely new, foreign world. A world that existed at the same time and space as the regular, docile world. Only a handful of people walked in both worlds. When school was over, Jiang Fei was now occupied with the desire to meet the mysterious old man again and ask him about martial artists. However, the old man never showed up, even after reaching home. When he logged into the game at night, Jiang Fei brought his guild members for a round of heroic dungeons, as usual. After that, he instinctively contacted Han Tianyu to get beaten up again. Han Tianyu did not seem willing to send his brother into the martial artist's world. Therefore, he only glazed over some explanations to Jiang Fei and never repeated them again. As there was plenty of time in the day left, Jiang Fei was beaten up for nearly 20 hours straight. However, the rewards were very apparent. Jiang Fei could now identify the direction of attack based on Han Tianyu's motions, which were accompanied by gusts of wind. However, he still could not evade their blinding fast speed. His other sense had also been sharpened. Perhaps it was due to Jiang Fei's natural talent, or it might be because his spirit energy had risen by 10 points after drinking the evolution blood. Jiang Fei's senses had indeed exceeded those of an average person. Therefore, in a short span of time, the training had allowed him to improve by a great deal. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei left the game, more exhausted than ever. Once he was back in the real world, he no longer had the superhuman abilities of his character, but his senses still remained. If Jiang Fei bumped into a ninja like Mao Tian, he might be able to stand his ground. He would not have to suffer the first attack before dodging the next. Just as Jiang Fei was feeling proud of himself, the mathematics teacher threw him a metaphorical curveball. The contents of the mathematics lesson was indeed an examination. Jiang Fei was stunned when he saw the examination questions. Even the multiple-choice questions were difficult for him. The harder questions in the latter sections gave him an even bigger headache. It had not even been a month since school started, and such a difficult examination was a little too much. Clearly, the mathematics teacher had wanted to show Jiang Fei and the rest who the boss was, so that they would pay attention in the future. Jiang Fei lifted his gaze to look around. Apart from Chen Bo, Sun Mingming, and a few other studious types, everyone else looked bitter. Fatty Zhao Feng, who sat behind Jiang Fei, was frowning deeply. He had not filled in a single blank. I will do as much as I can, Jiang Fei sighed and started answering the questions. Like most of the students, Jiang Fei only answered questions he knew the answers to. However, he was not exactly the studious type. Although paying attention in classes recently had been much easier, thanks to the evolution blood, it only helped when it came to social sciences, which required a lot of memorizing. For subjects like mathematics, which required actual comprehension of the content, Jiang Fei was still in deep waters. He could barely answer half the paper. 1/3 of the assigned duration had passed. Jiang Fei realized that there was no other question he could attempt. After calculating his marks, he found out that even if he did not make a single mistake for all the answered questions, he would not be able to reach 60 marks. This was a fail. According to the mathematics teacher's bad temper, he would definitely be humiliated publicly. Jiang Fei leaned back, frustrated. All of a sudden, a thought crossed his mind. That's right. I still have an unused item, Jiang Fei thought as he put his left hand in the pocket to communicate with the spatial ring. Spy's eye, toy, quality, excellent, use, summons an invisible eye. The eye can fly extremely fast. You can see everything that the spy's eye sees. Cooldown time is 5 minutes. Remark, the spy's eye cannot go further than 50 meters away from you, or it will disappear. This item was not very useful in the game. However, it was a treasure in the real world. Regardless of whether it was used to follow someone or to investigate a matter, it was a godsend. If it fell into the hands of a pervert man, this item would be quickly worn out. However, Jiang Fei's intentions were pure, and that was to cheat in the examination. He pinched at the spy's eye gently. A small invisible ball appeared in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei realized that he could freely toggle between his own vision and the small ball's vision. He could even control the small ball's flight. Although the mathematics teacher was walking around Jiang Fei to supervise the examination process, he would never spot the spy's eye. Hee hee. This is too easy, Jiang Fei laughed in his heart and started manipulating the spy's eye's movement. First, it hovered above the studious Chen Boss table. Once Jiang Fei toggled the vision, Chen Boss' answer sheet appeared before Jiang Fei's eyes. Once he had secretly noted down Chen Boss' answers, Jiang Fei then controlled the spy's eye to hover above Sun Mingming's table. Jiang Fei now had a much better idea of how to answer the questions after comparing the answers of two of the studious geniuses. Once he toggled back to his own vision, Jiang Fei started writing. Since it was an act of copying, it would take no time. The sound of his pencil tip rubbing against the answer sheet immediately attracted the attention of a few students around him. Like all schools, the seating in the classroom was arranged according to students' performance. The good students would sit in front while the poorer students would be placed at the back. Jiang Fei and Zhao Feng were always seated at the back. Therefore, most students around them were terrible. Regardless of the school, the studious types were always natural nemesis to one another. Although they may seem friendly towards each other on the surface, they were always comparing each other in their hearts. However, terrible students were always good friends with other terrible students. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the students around him were a pretty tight-knit group. Although Jiang Fei exceeded everyone's expectations in the realm of sports, all the terrible students still thought of Jiang Fei as one of their own academically. However, while everyone stared blankly at their examination sheets, and Jiang Fei seemed to be answering everything with ease, a rift had formed amongst the group. Hadn't they all agreed to fail the examination together? What the heck was Jiang Fei doing now? You piece of shit. Have you been lying to us for the past 3 years in middle school? Zhao Feng knew Jiang Fei the best. Jiang Fei had always performed mediocrely in middle school. He also sucked at sports. Apart from his special talents in gaming, he was mediocre in practically everything else. How did high school transform Jiang Fei into such a person? He was now a godly basketball player, could run a marathon of 40 rounds on the field with ease, and could even give a dazzling performance in jazz dancing. Now, he was even excelling in examinations. Was this still the same Jiang Fei he knew? Chapter 161, Overdoing It. When the examination ended, Jiang Fei's examination sheet was complete. Unsurprising, as he had consulted Qin Bo, Sun Mingming, and a few other geniuses. Jiang Fei was very confident that his results would not be horrible, at the very least. Once the mathematics teacher had collected all the answer sheets, Jiang Fei was immediately surrounded by his group of terrible student friends. "Brother Fei, did you really know how to answer the questions, or were you trying to stir us up?" Zhao Feng asked. He felt very conflicted at that moment. While he hoped that Jiang Fei did well, he was also worried that their friendship might be affected as Jiang Fei continues reaching for the stars and leading them all behind. Zhao Feng was not exactly worried that Jiang Fei would distance himself. They were kindred spirits. Apart from Jiang Fei's talent in gaming, they were pretty much equal in all other aspects, which was why they could be so close to each other. Now that Jiang Fei had demonstrated shocking talent and abilities in almost all aspects, Zhao Feng would be the one feeling ashamed and pressured into distancing himself. Moreover, Jiang Fei had become acquainted with people like Han Tianyu. If they spent enough time together, Jiang Fei's behavior would definitely become affected by Han Tianyu. The current Jiang Fei was already drastically different from the Jiang Fei 2 weeks ago. Not too bad, Jiang Fei laughed it off. Of course, he could not say that he had cheated. "Brother Fei, you crook," the terrible students around him started pointing their fingers at him. After returning home at night, Jiang Fei went for a round of heroic dungeon as usual. He then proceeded to get beaten up by Han Tianyu. As he did not train his level much for the past 2 days, the gap between himself and other players was slowly decreasing. The highest ranked person was still Jiang Fei. He was level 27. The person after him was Rosette Rose, who stood at level 25. The rest of the ladies from Rosette Knighthood had already fallen off the ranks altogether. Although Jiang Fei had provided the ladies with a good foundation at the beginning, their passion and training efficiency were still far behind the peak players in the big guilds. Therefore, they were gradually overtaken, one by one. Although they were still number one as a group, they had been individually taken off the ranks. After a night of being horribly beaten up, Jiang Fei's awareness towards danger had soared through the roof. At the same time, Han Tianyu had also explained the theory of some techniques to him. However, Jiang Fei, who had only just come in contact with this new world, did not really understand much of what he said. After leaving the game in the morning, Jiang Fei went to school as usual. In the afternoon, the mathematics teacher held a stack of examination sheets as he walked to the podium. From his blackened face, everyone knew the examination results must have been dismal. Bang! The mathematics teacher slammed the examination sheets on the podium and gave everyone a fright. The results of this examination, the mathematics teacher's face turned ever darker as he spoke. Half of our class failed. Only 5 students passed the 85 mark bracket. Only 3 students passed the 90 mark range. Are you not ashamed of your results? The mathematics teacher roared as he slammed his hand on the podium. The multiple choice questions were so easy that they were basically giveaways. How could you get it wrong? Did you not use your brains? As for the subjective questions, I have covered it with you guys, time and again. Were you all not listening? I can't believe that half of you failed. Are you here to study or to mess around? Look at the other classes. Why is your class the only terrible one? When the other classes were revising in their own time, what were you doing? You are not here to study for me. You are here to study for yourselves. Look at your results. Can you face yourself, your parents and your teachers? The mathematics teacher's saliva was spewing all over the place. The first row of students dared not raise their heads. in case they became drenched in the mathematics teacher's saliva. However, I must openly praise one student. He is usually quiet and keeps to himself, but his results were surprisingly good. He actually received 98 marks. His only mistake was in a multiple-choice question. This is the highest mark in the entire grade. You should all learn from this student. The mathematics teacher's voice suddenly changed. My, I wonder who that could be. Jiang Fei mumbled in the back. Student Jiang Fei, come up here. Tell everyone about your learning experience. Tell everyone why you were able to get 98 marks while the others could only get 8 marks, the mathematics teacher spoke while not forgetting to glare at Jiang Fei. Your mother. I've overdone it, Jiang Fei's heart thumped. He had clearly overdone it. The work of all the geniuses as one culminated on his paper. Naturally, his answers would be highly accurate. But he had taken it way too far. Getting the 5th or 6th place might have been modest enough. However, he had gotten himself into trouble by snatching the 1st place in the entire grade. It made him sprout up like Jack's beanstalk. Not only did it earn the teacher's attention, it had earned the ire of all the studious geniuses. Unwillingly, Jiang Fei stepped onto the podium. Come, student Jiang Fei, it's time to share your secrets. The mathematics teacher clearly thought that Jiang Fei was the ideal role model for everyone else. Pay attention in class. Jiang Fei could only muster those few words after a long while. He had copied his way out. In fact, he had never paid close attention in his life when it came to studying. The only time he had diligently put his mind into something was when it came to getting beaten up. How would he know the secrets of mathematics? That's right. Student Jiang Fei said it very well. You must all pay close attention in class. Your thoughts are always straying in class. How could you possibly get good results? Student Jiang Fei, don't be a miser, tell us more. The mathematics teacher was completely unaware of Jiang Fei's circumstances and therefore continued to encourage him to speak. Do your homework at home. Jiang Fei was forced to say a bunch of meaningless words. That's right. You must take your homework seriously. You should not just complete it in a hurry like some students. The mathematics teacher said as he nodded hastily. That's all. Jiang Fei really could not think of anything else to say. All right. Great! Let's thank student Jiang Fei for sharing his thoughts with us. The mathematics teacher nodded in a pleased manner. His goal was not to get Jiang Fei to speak, but to use him as a role model to encourage the other students. Jiang Fei returned to his seat under the angry gazes of the studious geniuses. F***ck my life. What have I gotten myself into? Jiang Fei said helplessly to himself. Brother Fei, did you really pull that off yourself? Xiao Feng asked in hushed tones. Although he had only thought that Jiang Fei was pranking him yesterday, Jiang Fei actually got 1st place in their entire grade. This was like a fairy tale. King hell no. I was too careless. I overdid it. Jiang Fei was too dejected to think straight. Brother Fei, were you pretending to be mediocre all the while in middle school? Xiao Feng asked, disbelief in his eyes. Clearly, he had misunderstood Jiang Fei's words. He thought Jiang Fei had forgotten to pretend to be mediocre. Chapter 162, You just don't have the talent for it. Over the next few days, Jiang Fei continued to attend classes by the day and play the game by night. In school, Jiang Fei was now viewed as a godly genius who had only excelled in sports, but was now also academically gifted. Jiang Fei had already garnered enough hatred towards himself. He knew that even if he tried to keep it discreet now, he would only be looked down upon by the other studious geniuses. He soon got used to his reputation and started cheating in each examination. It was 1st place after 1st place. Although Jiang Fei remained just as inept as ever, his examination results were top-notch. Now that Jiang Fei had an eidetic memory, social sciences were a piece of cake. He only needed to memorize some facts for his examinations. Although he was still having trouble comprehending the other scientific subjects, he could still copy his way through the examinations. With the spy's eye, he could see all the genius's answers. As long as he went through the process of elimination, he would eventually figure out the right answer. With such an approach, who would not ace each time? However, Jiang Fei still could not answer questions raised by teachers in the classroom, especially when it came to scientific subjects. In order to promote the new genius, Jiang Fei, as long as a question could not be answered, the teachers would immediately ask Jiang Fei to answer it. There was no way Jiang Fei could cheat when questions were asked in the classroom. However, Jiang Fei had a way to circumvent this. If the teacher asked him a question, he would simply say that he did not know the answer, no matter how simple the question was. That way, everyone would simply think that he was deliberately making a stand against the teachers. Although teachers were not too impressed, they could not do anything about it. Geniuses had a natural immunity when it came to disciplinary actions. The teachers would always turn a blind eye to their mistakes. For example, if two students were involved in a fight, the genius would never be punished, while the terrible student would always get into trouble. In fact, the teachers in school still could not wrap their minds around Jiang Fei's status. Ever since the armed helicopter had entered the school compound, the teachers dared not make a move on Jiang Fei. The teachers gradually learned that they should not even bother asking him any questions. Time passed very quickly. Soon, half a month had gone by. Jiang Fei used most of his time getting beaten up. His only clear a heroic dungeon each day. Eventually, he lost his position in the ranking system. Although he was still in the top ranks, he had slipped to the bottom of the list. Currently, the number one player on the list was Cold Feather He, Qin Shi. One should not underestimate her for being a lady. As a lady from a military family, she was nothing but a normal girl. Qin Shi could most definitely be considered a crazy grinder. Although she did not have Jiang Fei's good luck, which involved either heroic dungeons or unknown dungeons, her sheer grinding efficiency was off the charts. Although the aristocrats had occupied the best training areas, her level was in no small part due to her personal effort. Qin Shi was quickly approaching level 30. She was level 29, with half a bar full of experience points. Night Shadow closely trailed behind her. Jiang Fei vaguely recognized that name. During his encounter with the Phantom Killers, she had fled after putting a knife to his back. Jiang Fei could not begin imagining what she must have gone through to get there. She had suddenly turned from being an unknown person to the second place on the list. The third place was taken by someone that had Jiang Fei clicking his tongue in disgust and contempt. "I'm Richie Rich." That's right, it was the lazy bee *starred, Han Tianyu. Every day, he would form a team and receive experience points without doing anything. In fact, he even used the captain mode. As the captain, not only did Han Tianyu not have to do anything, he received even more benefits than the members who were working for him in the team. This mode would normally only be used when battling in a large-scale dungeon or army battle. As the captain needed to focus on arranging the members, he might not be able to participate in battles himself. Therefore, in order to compensate for his inactivity and also to reward him for the contributions, this mode was created. Under such circumstances, the captain received more experience points and glory points than the other players who actually participated in battles. But here they were, with Han Tianyu smacking Jiang Fei around every day, and still happily receiving a large amount of experience points. Apart from these three level 29 players, the remaining players on the list were mostly level 28. Jiang Fei held the 9th place. It was the bottom spot on the list. His experience had only just made it past level 28 and a half. However, Jiang Fei's sacrifice had been worth everything. Jiang Fei could now sense the danger before Han Tianyu even attacked. Based on Han Tianyu's explanation, Jiang Fei could now detect enmity and animosity. However, being able to sense it did not mean that Jiang Fei could dodge the attacks. As it were, Jiang Fei could clearly predict when Han Tianyu would hit his chest, but he did not even have time to raise his arms to defend himself. He had the senses, but his reflexes were a step behind. Han Tianyu had explained that a man's thoughts may be swift, but his body would fail to follow. To become an expert, Jiang Fei would have to allow his muscles to move without waiting for his brain. Today, when Jiang Fei completed the heroic dungeon and came looking for Han Tianyu to beat him up, Han Tianyu simply folded his arms and shook his head. Your senses are just about as sharp as they can get. Smacking you will only put a smile to my face, nothing more. Han Tianyu said as he shook his head. Is this as much as the game can help? Jiang Fei asked. Reality is still reality. Although you have thrice as much time in here, there are many things that you cannot accomplish. Han Tianyu shook his head. Do you know of any experts in the field? I would like to become their disciple. Jiang Fei asked. Ha, brother, I'd advise you not to. Han Tianyu shook his head once again. What's the matter? Jiang Fei asked curiously. When you first mentioned that you wanted to learn mixed martial arts, I had observed you thoroughly. You just don't have the aptitude for it. Based on Chen Zai's method, learning some techniques in martial arts, coupled with your senses towards danger, should be enough for you to reach the level of an excellent special militant. Little Shi is enough of a teacher for you, Han Tianyu laughed. However, Jiang Fei's heart sank. He had spent so many days not looking for better equipment. He did not even bother increasing his ring's level. What was all that for? He had only wanted to pick up on inner chi. Ever since Han Tianyu first mentioned the ability to hurt someone directly without even touching them, Jiang Fei's dreams of becoming Superman in reality through the game's equipment had been completely crushed. Superman was invincible, inside and out. What was the use of swallowing a bomb could still blow him up? That was why Jiang Fei was willing to spend more than 10 days getting beaten up. He hoped that he would find a capable enough master through Han Tianyu and one day become an expert of inner chi himself. Jiang Fei had thought it through. With the equipment from the game to support him, he could already be considered an expert in the aspect of external toughness. With inner chi, he would become an ultimate expert. However, Han Tianyu's single sentence had thoroughly crushed his dreams. Chapter 163, Unknown Solo Dungeon. Since being beaten up no longer yielded results, Jiang Fei decided to stop wasting time. Although Han Tianyu had told him he was not suited for martial arts and had crushed his dreams, Jiang Fei picked himself up in no time. He was different. He had the mental fortitude and other means of gaining power. The mysterious ring on his finger gave him unlimited hope. Although he could not defend himself against an inner chi expert with his equipment for now, these experts had to be very few in number. Moreover, Jiang Fei's mysterious ring was capable of leveling up. Who knows what it could do in the future? If Jiang Fei's body was not up for it, the ring could fill in the gaps. If his body could not level up, the ring could. Therefore, locating green smithing recipes that were level 20 and above became Jiang Fei's new objective. However, the drop rate of recipes in the game was pathetically low. Up until now, he had not even discovered a single dungeon above level 20. Equipment recipes above level 20 were all but unheard of. Moreover, ever since Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu's relationship became known, magic thieves and the other two main guilds had started distancing themselves from Jiang Fei. All their acquired recipes were handed over to their in-house blacksmiths. Although Jiang Fei had a very high success rate, Jiang Fei was already as good as an unofficial member of the aristocrats. If they gave Jiang Fei the recipes, it would be equivalent to helping their enemy. The aristocrats had gained a massive lead after they had established their guild base. If Jiang Fei had the financial backing and had access to large volumes of high-quality equipment recipes, the other guilds would have no place left in the Dawnlight City. After half a month, the aristocrats now stood head and shoulders above the other three main guilds. It was now the hegemon in Dawnlight City. The aristocrats' guild base was nearly complete. Han Tianyu's arrival had boosted the development speed of the guild base with his sheer wealth. All his needs were met with a single word: buy. Buy! Buy! To boost the aristocrats' position, Han Tianyu invested money in the real world to purchase 8 large gaming studios. All sorts of materials were collected continuously to supplement the building of the aristocrats. Nothing could stem or halt its progress. Apart from that, upon completion of the guild base, the aristocrats had become a middle-grade guild. The member limit had increased to 10,000 members. Originally, Happy Drunk had wanted to use advertisements to attract players. From the new pool of players, they would slowly cultivate the ones who had the abilities and were also loyal to become team leaders and group leaders. However, Han Tianyu felt that this was a waste of time. In fact, the cultivated group leaders would not be professional enough. The tycoon had directly bought over 12 gaming organizations and recruited the over 300 professional gamers. Overnight, the leadership framework had been completed for each level of group leaders. Han Tianyu's meddling was indeed a good thing, as these players had signed contracts in the real world and were also paid salaries for their professional leadership. They were much more loyal and reliable than the leaders who would have been cultivated in the game. After all, these professional gamers knew who their big boss was in real life. Even if they had the guts, they would not dare to betray the military arms dealer. However, Happy Drunk was not happy about it. In his own words, "A tycoon like you has just ruined the fun in the game, hee hee. I play the game for the sake of entertainment and happiness. Why bother with all that trouble? A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem after all. When the time is right, I will bring you around on a stampede. It will be fun." Han Tianyu clearly did not agree with Happy Drunk's idea of working hard for fun. In the eyes of this tycoon, the purpose of gaming was to have fun. The amount of money spent in the game did not matter the least bit to a tycoon like himself. There was a saying that it was easier to find 1,000 troops than it was to find a capable leader. With the management framework in place, it was much easier to recruit new members. After all, they had the bragging rights as the #1 guild in Dawnlight City. Random advertisements had attracted members overnight and transformed the aristocrats from a low-grade guild with 20,000 members to a middle-grade guild with 100,000 members. The aristocrats' ridiculously unreasonable methods had upset the other 3 big guilds. They no longer dared to be associated with Jiang Fei, the master of equipment. They were afraid of indirectly helping the aristocrats. With the 3 big guilds no longer supplying Jiang Fei with recipes, Jiang Fei was supposed to have nowhere to turn to but the aristocrats. However, Han Tianyu had clearly misunderstood Jiang Fei. He thought that Jiang Fei did not like to craft equipment and had, therefore, told Happy Drunk not to bother Jiang Fei unless it was urgent. Happy Drunk was not Jiang Fei's brother, after all. He also viewed the aristocrats as his own baby. Since Han Tianyu had asked him not to trouble Jiang Fei, he would obey, even if he found any recipes. Therefore, Happy Drunk started cultivating his own blacksmith. He no longer bothered Jiang Fei. While the other guilds did not want to inadvertently help their enemy, Jiang Fei did not want to cause anyone trouble. Therefore, the 2 main powers in Dawnlight City had stopped providing recipes or ingredients to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei would never ask for help unless he absolutely needed it. If someone else did not approach him with recipes to trade for his equipment, he would simply assume that nobody had found anything. He would not initiate the conversation. Therefore, the double layers of misunderstandings led to Jiang Fei not having access to any green recipes of level 20 and above. Jiang Fei did have blue recipes. However, their appetite for valuable material went through the roof. He knew exactly how much the mysterious ring needed to consume. The last time he fed the ring, he had been shocked beyond reason. He never dared feed it with any more blue equipment ever since. Having shopped around yet again, Jiang Fei still failed to find any crafting or treasure recipes. After all, the possibility of pub players acquiring recipes was pathetic. Ding! The sound of a system notification could be heard. It notified Jiang Fei that a voice message had been received. Jiang Fei saw that it was a message from the bandit, Smart Tomato, whom he had met not long ago. "Hi, Brother Fei." As soon as the voice message was accepted, Smart Tomato's warm greeting could be heard. "How are you? What's the matter?" Jiang Fei asked. "Hee hee, Brother Fei, I've got juicy news," Smart Tomato laughed. "Oh? How juicy exactly?" Jiang Fei asked. A level 25 unknown solo dungeon. Smart Tomato did not beat around the bush and got straight to the point. And Jiang Fei's eyes flew wide open. What perfect timing. He had been worried about green recipe shortage. A unknown dungeon was the perfect solution. What do you think? Are you interested, Brother Fei? Smart Tomato asked tentatively. Although the rewards from an unknown dungeon were great, these dungeons were hell. Regular folk may be able to learn of the locations, and that would be it. This was especially the case for a level 25 dungeon. Players would only dare make an attempt once they have reached level 30 and unlocked the second class. If Jiang Fei did not buy it, it might no longer be Smart Tomato's secret in the next few days. Chapter 164, Exploring the Crypt. Jiang Fei and Smart Tomato talked for a bit. Finally, they agreed on 3,000 gold coins. That was nearly all of Jiang Fei's money. Nevertheless, he was not bothered about it. If he wanted money, he only needed to craft a few pieces of equipment and sell them in the city. Lots of gold coins would come his way. After they signed the agreement, Smart Tomato brought Jiang Fei through a winding path and into a swampy area where few traveled. Although there were monsters in the vicinity, it was ill-suited for training. The monsters were few but powerful. Most importantly, these monsters were either crocodiles or fish types. They only dropped some cooking ingredients at most. One would have to sacrifice money for potions to train here, and even then, the experience points would hardly be worth it. As they progressed along a small, barely visible path next to the swamp, Jiang Fei felt something was amiss. Why did Smart Tomato bring him to such a miserable swamp? This place was so barren that birds would not even poop here. He actually discovered an unknown dungeon here. Hee hee. Brother Fei, you do not understand the struggles of us insignificant nobodies. When Jiang Fei asked, Smart Tomato finally started speaking. Smart Tomato relied on playing games to feed his family. However, conventional ways of earning gold would not suffice. There was a saying that one would not get rich without the aid of external wealth. Therefore, he had paid extra attention to treasure chests in the wilderness. However, the treasure chests appeared in random locations. Most of the treasure chests in popular training grounds would have already been discovered by other players. He would have no chance. Hence, Smart Tomato had shifted his attention to places where other players would not go. How far away is it? After walking for nearly an hour, Jiang Fei had to ask. It is right in front, in the middle of the swamp. Smart Tomato answered. After some time, Jiang Fei saw the entrance to the unknown dungeon. It was a vast underground cave. The animus, sinister entrance of the cave sent chills running down his spine. Once you jump in from here, you will enter the unknown dungeon. Smart Tomato said. Have you been down there? Jiang Fei asked. Yes. Well, I died upon entry. Smart Tomato said and laughed sheepishly. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and walked to the side of the entrance. Ding! You are about to enter a level 25 solo secret dungeon swamp crypt. Can you please confirm? After the notification sound rang and Jiang Fei had confirmed the validity of the unknown dungeon, the gold coins were automatically transferred by the system into Smart Tomato's backpack. That's it. You can go back now. Jiang Fei nodded his head. After all, the solo secret dungeon would not allow a two-man show. Yes. Brother Fei, be extra careful. Smart Tomato had already gotten the money. He had no reason to stay any longer. He immediately tore a return scroll apart. Come on. Let's see what goodies you have. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself and leaped into the dark underground cave. Swipe, as a white light flashed before his eyes, his vision refreshed and he found himself in the unknown dungeon. Rustling, indeed, as Smart Tomato had said, a group of small monsters had surrounded him before he could even react. The little critters were already piling up on him before he could even identify them. -1, -1, -1. The entire place became flooded with numbers. No less than 200 little monsters were attacking Jiang Fei at a time. It was no wonder that Smart Tomato was instantly killed. Minus 213, minus 213, minus 213. One should not underestimate Jiang Fei. While they barely itched, his passive damage reflect was the opposite. Cries, something unexpected had happened. After a chain of painful outcries, the little monsters were all killed by the reflect damage. The heck are these creatures? So little health, Jiang Fei was stunned. He gave it some thought. The corpses around him did not appear to be very large. They were only about the size of a fist. Red ants. If these ants moved individually, players would not even take notice of them. However, the tightly grouped corpses had surrounded him in a single layer. It was difficult not to notice a living mass limbs all bunched up together. King devs. Thank goodness I am not claustrophobic. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He felt his hairs standing up on end. These ants were awful. Not only did they not drop anything, each of them gave minimal experience points. For players of Jiang Fei's level, killing hundreds of these monsters yielded nearly no experience. As he walked on, Jiang Fei was finally able to observe the status of the ants. Swamp Worker Ant, Beast, Normal, Level, 22, Health Points, 100, Attack Power, 225, Skills, None, Remarks. They are ranked at the bottom among the swamp ant group. Their main responsibility is to build the nest and gather food. Their battle power is meager. However, they always move in groups. You kidding me? 100 health points at level 22? That explains the shit experience. Jiang Fei groaned after taking a look at the monsters. After all, most level 22 monsters would have health points that exceeded the thousands. 100 health points was like a free gift. However, these ants usually came in by the hundreds. Therefore, a player would require AoE attack skills to overcome these ants. Even so, this was Jiang Fei. His defense was nigh impenetrable. A single reflect damage would end the battle. Jiang Fei would not even need to lift his arms up. Therefore, Jiang Fei walked nonchalantly through the group of ants. When they discovered him, the ants immediately started attacking him. In the unknown dungeon, the Black Dragon Scale had no power. The monsters would still attack him relentlessly. -1, -1, -1, -213, -213, -213. After that most inequivalent exchange, Jiang Fei stepped into a new section of the dungeon. A stream of ant corpses lay behind him. About 20 minutes later, Jiang Fei killed nearly 30 waves of swamp worker ants. The second enemy variant finally showed up. Swamp Military Ant, Beast, Elite, Level, 25, Health Points, 4,400, Attack Power, 525, Skills, None, Remarks. They are the swamp ant group's main battle strength. Although they are still relatively weak, their strength lies in their numbers. After observing the attributes of the swamp military ants, Jiang Fei discovered that these ants were in fact much weaker than other races of monsters. Not only did they have very little health points, their attack power was also much lower. However, as mentioned in the remarks, these ants would never strike alone. A single wave would contain at least 35 ants. This was a solo secret dungeon, after all. The challenge of fighting 35 elite monsters alone was not going to be an easy feat. Chapter 165, a colony of ants could bring down an elephant. As elite as these monsters were, they were still ants, and ants could never break through Jiang Fei's 1,000-point strong defense. Ice Burst! Battle Cry! After 2 AoE skills, Jiang Fei returned to his state as a human punching bag. After all, his weak single-target attacks would not be much use against 35 little monsters. It was better to have his passive reflect do the work. After standing still for more than a minute, the surrounding military ants had literally smashed their own faces in. Their corpses were scattered around him, covering the entire ground. Although these military ants did not drop any items either, they gave Jiang Fei far more experience points, unlike the worker ants. Each ant gave him around 2,000 to 3,000 experience points. With a single wave of 35 military ants, the combined experience points easily surpassed the 5-digit mark. Hee hee, this is even better than the heroic dungeon, Jiang Fei grinned. The depths of the night dungeon only allowed levels between 12 and 25. Anyone below level 12 could not enter, whereas anyone above level 25 would receive significantly lower experience points. That was why Jiang Fei had taken so long to increase his level. He had only increased his level twice after more than 10 days. As he strode away from the circle of corpses, Jiang Fei continued further into the tunnel. It was a long path, but it was also straightforward. Jiang Fei did not have to worry about getting lost. He kept pushing. The place was infested with ants. He would bump into a wave of little monsters after almost every 10 steps. However, the worker ants still took up the majority of his encounter's crowd. He would only meet a single wave of military ants after every 5 minutes or so. The path seemed endless. Jiang Fei had walked for nearly an hour, and the path still showed no signs of changing. If not for the excellent experience points from the military ants, Jiang Fei would already have been bored to death. After another half an hour, Jiang Fei's experience bar had filled up by nearly 4/5. Finally, he saw a glimpse of light somewhere further away. The exit was closing in. That very thought urged Jiang Fei to up the ante. He quickly cleared away a few waves of little monsters. Finally, the exit of the tunnel. A large hall waited at the end of the deep tunnel. It was somewhat familiar to Jiang Fei. There were white ant eggs all over the floor. And some larger ants were nursing them. Is this another breeding room? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Jiang Fei felt a deep sense of déjà vu. 15 bottles of evolution blood from a similar breeding room. Then of them into the real world, and he's now a low-level superhuman. Would this ant's breeding room change my life all over again? Jiang Fei thought to himself. This ant breeding room was much more pleasing to the eye than the previous one. The tightly bunched up ant eggs were also rather disgusting to look at, but the ant eggs were white and plump. At least they looked healthy. In fact, each of them was only about the size of a fist. Compared to the humongous mutant eggs that stood as tall as men and covered in an odd goo, these eggs were much easier on the eyes. Ant breeder, beast, advanced elite, level, 26, health points, 11,000, attack power, 825, skills, hatch, screech, sever, hatch, immediately hatches ant eggs in advance. The baby ants will be summoned to aid in battle. Screech, summons surrounding worker ants and military ants to assist in battle. Sever, instantly increase attack speed by 40%. Remarks, they live to hatch the baby ants. They are much stronger than worker ants. At the same time, they also possess control over the lower-ranked ants. Jiang Fei tried to avoid the closely placed ant eggs and lure the ant breeders out. It soon became apparent that it was an impossible feat. These ant eggs were placed so closely together that the ant breeders would not be able to take notice of Jiang Fei. Therefore, there was no way he could lure the monsters without first touching the ant eggs. Right. Let's make some omelet. Jiang Fei raised a foot and crushed on 3 to 5 ant eggs underfoot. Cries, the effect was instantaneous. The 3 ant breeders cried out and charged at him in reckless abandonment. -98, -86, -95, 3 damage values appeared above Jiang Fei's head. They were breaking through Jiang Fei's defenses, but the damage was minimal. On the other hand, Jiang Fei's reflect damage caused them each to suffer more than 200 damage for each blow. Ice Burst! Battle Cry! Jiang Fei first used the 2 AoE skills to freeze the 3 ant breeders, while simultaneously lowering their attack damage. Ice Burst produced 3 damage values of over 1,000. Jiang Fei followed up with Bash and decreased one of the ant breeders' health points by another 2,000 points. Sunder Strike. -400, after lowering the current target's defense. Jiang Fei used his hammer to bludgeon it. Although Jiang Fei's attack power was less than 400, he had a shield-breaking effect, on top of an ignored defense ability from the Ares gloves. This allowed each of his attacks to rather powerful. Coupled with the dragon breath from the black dragon scale on his body, Jiang Fei's single smash ended up surpassing 400. He was also supplemented by the reflect damage. This only meant that Jiang Fei was much more than just a tank. Thanks to the battle cry crippling their offense, the three ant breeders started dealing even less damage. The damage barely reached 50. Jiang Fei's total health points was over 1,100. Having three advanced elite monsters gang up on you was a terrifying thought for many, but in Jiang Fei's case, his hit points were barely budging. About a minute later, the first ant breeder fell at Jiang Fei's feet. Throughout the fight, it had only managed a single sever skill to increase its attack speed. A futile attempt. Cries, screech. With one of the ant breeders dead, the other remaining two quickly spurred into action. Loud screeches echoed through the hall. Jiang Fei heard a familiar, shuffling sound. Soon, more than 30 elite military ants came running up to Jiang Fei from behind. Jiang Fei could only sustain the attacks of the two advanced elite monsters and over 30 elite monsters because of his thick hide. Anyone else would have been reduced into a bloody pulp. After drinking a bottle of health potion, Jiang Fei ignored the regular elites and left them to their devices. He only focused on attacking one of the ant breeders. There were too many of the normal elites, and they were no threat to him. Let his spiky shield reflect the damage to them. There was no need to waste his energy on them. As time passed, Jiang Fei's health points started to drop. However, it was clear that the ant breeders were no longer able to handle him. When Jiang Fei's health points had reached about 2/3 of the total amount, the second ant breeder writhed about in its death throes, fatally wounded. When the second ant breeder died, the final one immediately ran away from Jiang Fei. It jumped right into the midst of the ant eggs and hastily spewed out a special liquid onto the snow-white ant eggs. When the liquid struck the ant eggs, they immediately started cracking up. Within the blink of an eye, hundreds of monsters started crawling about the place. King Hell. Is there an end to this? Jiang Fei was thoroughly flabbergasted. The ant breeder had been most efficient. Nearly 1,000 baby ants had been hatched within a few seconds. They were no threat to his defense, but many ants could fell an elephant. Chapter 166, Endless Waves of Ants. Wave after wave of ants were charging at Jiang Fei. These baby ants had even lower attack power and health points than the worker ants. They could only attack Jiang Fei once, stinging him a little, before dying to the reflect damage. However, there seemed to be no end to their numbers. In less than 5 minutes, thousands of baby ant corpses were piled up around Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was down to half his health points. How the **CK do you even do this? Jiang Fei suddenly yearned for the previous mutant breeding room. As the mutant eggs were as large as humans, the breeding room could only house hundreds of the eggs, at most. However, these ants were barely larger than his fists. If the entire rooms full of eggs were all hatched, the numbers could range into the tens of thousands. Even Jiang Fei would eventually fall. Arg! That ant breeder has to go. I'm not going to last forever. Jiang Fei started unlocking his protective armor. He used the opportunity to drink the health potion and restore his health bar by 1,000 points. However, the ant breeder was basically out of his reach. It was surrounded by closely grouped baby ants. Although he could kill them with a single reflect damage, the continuous streams of baby ants still made it difficult for Jiang Fei to wade forward. In fact, every second involved hundreds of attacks which kept Jiang Fei's body locked in a flinch animation. Therefore, skills like jumping slash, which required a short charge, were impossible to activate. Ice burst! In an instant, the baby ants in a fan-shaped area before Jiang Fei were all slain. Jiang Fei could not rely entirely on the passive return damage to get rid of these baby ants. He had to work his arms about. Otherwise, he would be drowned in the never-ending onslaught of ants. Battle Cry. Ice Burst was rather powerful, but Battle Cry was still more suited for these numerous baby ants. After all, the baby ant's health points did not even reach 100. The battle cry and ice burst could both kill them instantly. But the battle cry had a far superior semicircular range of 8 meters. With a single battle cry, Jiang Fei had completely wiped out the baby ants next to him. He had some time to take a breather and gulp down another bottle of health potion. Finally, the opening that he had been waiting for. Jumping slash. The moment he had just enough breathing room, Jiang Fei pounced on his enemy target before the baby ants could swarm up to him yet again. Although the jumping slash was classified as an instant skill, it actually required approximately 0.1 of a second of kneeling down before it actually activated. Under normal circumstances, this charging time was negligible. After all, it was just too tiny a window for anyone to capitalize on. However, with more than 100 attacks each second, you would be constantly interrupted at any given moment. Jiang Fei was unable to unleash the jumping slash earlier on because of the continuous attacks from the baby ants. Leap, in an instant, Jiang Fei had leaped away from the baby ants surrounding him and landed right next to the ant breeder. Ice burst! Thunder strike! Bash! The moment he was close enough, Jiang Fei unleashed all of his offensive skills. He instantly hacked down the health points of the ant breeder by more than a third. Sadly, that was the extent of his charge. A large number of baby ants surrounded him once again. The ant breeder immediately ran away from Jiang Fei's area of attack and continued to hatch ant eggs elsewhere. Mother ****, Jiang Fei frowned. Now, the distance between him and the ant breeder had increased yet again. The cooldown time of jumping slash was only 1 minute, but the cooldown time of battle cry was 3 minutes. Based on how the situation was turning out, it would take another 2 cycles of that skill combination before the ant breeder could be eliminated. However, his health points would not last that long. However, without jumping slash, Jiang Fei had no means of approaching the ant breeder. As he helplessly stared at the ant breeder in the distance, Jiang Fei was suddenly struck by a fresh, new idea. I've got it! Jiang Fei had an idea. Ice burst! Changing his direction, Jiang Fei started blowing out frosty energy towards the ant breeder. However, the ant breeder was 10 meters away from him. The ice burst's area of effect could not reach the ant breeder. Intercept! Suddenly, Jiang Fei activated a skill that one would rarely see him using. It was also capable of instantly closing the gap, but the cooldown was only 1 minute. However, intercept also had its limitations. It could literally be intercepted and interrupted by any obstacles in between Jiang Fei and his target. The obstacle could even take the shape of the terrain, where any difference in height had the danger of tripping him up. If there was another monster or player between the caster and the target, the skill would also end up in a failure. Jiang Fei had breathed ice upon his enemies not long ago, killing a whole bunch of little critters between him and the ant breeder. It meant that Jiang Fei now had a clear path to intercept and approach the ant breeder by targeting an unfortunate baby ant located about 8 meters away. Alright. Just 1 more minute before being able to use intercept on the ant breeder, Jiang Fei measured the distance between himself and the ant breeder, a distance of approximately 7 meters. His next plan was to combine Ice Burst with Intercept and send himself flying towards the ant breeder. After all, the ant breeder was only a monster and was not very bright. If Jiang Fei did not attack it, it would not continue running away. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei was only 7 meters away, it continued to hatch baby ants at the same spot. ****CK me. My health points are going down like rainwater. Every second meant hundreds of attacks. That meant that he was losing hundreds of health points every second. As Jiang Fei emptied bottle after bottle of potions, 1 minute seemed like an eternity. Ice burst! Intercept! It was finally time. However, Jiang Fei barely had over 1,000 health points left. Bash! Thunder strike! After another round of attacks, Jiang Fei was surrounded by the baby ants. The ant breeder had escaped once again. Ding! A golden light flashed as Jiang Fei's emptied health points activated the divine blacksmith's blazing hammer, which denied him death once. Battle cry. After another minute had passed, Jiang Fei's battle cry was ready. By then, his health points had once again fallen below 3,000. Jumping slash. After sweeping aside the baby ants that surrounded him, Jiang Fei immediately activated jumping slash and closed in on the ant breeder. Ice burst. Bash. The ant breeder was already severely weakened. It was unable to withstand Jiang Fei's latest onslaught. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have been the one buried alive by a mountain of ant hatchlings. Upon the ant breeder's death, the baby ants stopped hatching. After nearly killing Jiang Fei, they all fell to the combine reflect damage. Jiang Fei could finally release a sigh of relief. Phew! Goddammit. I'm so exhausted. Jiang Fei sat on the floor, no longer concerning himself with the disgusting ant corpses scattered all around him. As he consumed items to recover his health points, Jiang Fei surveyed his surroundings. Upon the ant breeder's death, soft cracks could be heard coming from somewhere nearby. Jiang Fei peered down and soon found that the remaining ant eggs had started cracking. Clearly, this was scripted to doom him. Or not. This might just be the ants' equivalent of stillbirths. This sucks balls. I've never had to work so hard for no rewards whatsoever. Jiang Fei felt the desire to yell at everything in sight. None of the monsters, including the 3 ant breeders and the countless baby ant corpses around, showed any signs of flashing light. That meant only one thing. They had not dropped a single loot. However, just as Jiang Fei fell deeper into the pits of depression, a crack suddenly appeared on the ground. An object had appeared right before his eyes. Chapter 167, Ant Egg Essence. As the ground around Jiang Fei started shaking, a crack appeared on the ground. That crack soon turned into a spiderweb of crack lines that spread out across the floor. The crack lines were nothing impressive. They barely spanned over 50 centimeters and were merely 20 centimeters wide. The damage could not have spread any further than 10 centimeters. If anything, they just looked like jagged, poorly etched grooves. Nothing appeared to be crawling out of the grooves. However, some liquid was now leaking out of the cracked ant eggs. It all flowed down the cracks, filling them up. Ant egg essence, potion, quality, excellent, effects, every 10 milliliters permanently increases the maximum mana points by 100. Great item, Jiang Fei's eyes flashed brightly. This was definitely the best potion for magicians. The strength of a magician largely depended on his mana pool. After all, magicians had tremendously low health points. Their defense came mainly from their mana shield. However, such a shield took mana points to sustain. Moreover, some greater spells required a shocking amount of mana points, especially spells of the Seal Curse tree. A magician without mana points was a useless piece of trash without any battle power. Therefore, mana points were not only related to a magician's ability to continuously function, they were also related to a magician's survival and explosive ability. Needless to say, these ant egg essences would be highly sought after by magician players. The rich ones would even willingly fork out tens of thousands of gold coins for them. God damn it! How do I even gather this up? Although the ant egg essence was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, Jiang Fei could only stare at the flowing liquid in frustration. That's right. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that potion masters carried potion bottles about. He may not be a potion master, but no law said that he couldn't purchase those bottles himself. As he thought of this, Jiang Fei immediately tore open a return scroll and bought some large potion bottles from the stall. Huge potion bottle, material, quality, normal, effects, can store 500 milliliters of potions. Jiang Fei bought 2 sets of these potion bottles in one go. There was a total of 60 bottles, which allowed him to store 30 liters of potions. When he returned to the swamp crypt, all the ant egg essence in the breeding room had already pooled up within the groove. He then stored all the ant egg essence into the potion bottles. It was a total of 10 bottles of ant egg essence. These ant egg essence allowed a magician to increase his mana points by 50,000. It was an instant leap from mere mortal to godhood. Jiang Fei sent the ant egg essence into his spatial ring. Ever since the spatial ring's capacity had expanded, it turned into more than a transferring device between the game and the real world. It had also become Jiang Fei's trusted safe. As most players did not have much money, and their levels were still low while the consumption of mana was relatively low, most magicians were still not too concerned about mana points. It was definitely not a good time to sell the ant egg essence. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to wait until the players have undergone the second transformation to sell the ant egg essence. He would sell them along with the previously obtained demonic pellet. Once he kept all the ant egg essence away, Jiang Fei continued to move forwards. However, Jiang Fei soon realized that he had grown complacent. Originally, Jiang Fei had thought that the layout of this place would be the same as the mutants. There might be breeding rooms one after the other. That way, he would have been able to obtain large amounts of ant egg essence. That was why he had bought so many empty bottles. However, Jiang Fei very quickly discovered that the ant queen may not have been as good as laying eggs as the mutant queen. There was only a single breeding room. Any further, he would step into their army camp. Shouldn't the army camp be right in front of the breeding room? Also, where has the ant queen gone to? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Jiang Fei knew that he had entered this dungeon through a back door. This was why the poorly defended and highly valuable breeding room had been encountered so early. After entering the army camp, Jiang Fei discovered that the military ants were in groups of 60 to 70 and were patrolling around in an organized manner. F***ck me. Is this really a solo secret dungeon? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. By conventional standards, a solo secret dungeon recommended that a player should be over 10 levels before attempting it. On top of that, the player had to be decently geared. However, Jiang Fei was now only level 28, and he was attempting a level 25 secret dungeon. This explained his struggle, in spite of his amazingly good equipment. 60 to 70 military ants in a group was still easier, compared to the battle in the breeding room. These military ants were rather tough, but they still could not break through his defense. Within a minute or so, Jiang Fei easily finished them off with his reflect damage. After a brief rest, he was finally ready to take on the second wave. He was making good progress. After about an hour, Jiang Fei had successfully cleared out more than half of the military ants in the army camp. At the same time, a melodious notification sound rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to player Verger Glider for reaching level 29. All attributes +1. You have obtained 5 additional undistributed attribute points. I have finally reached level 29. Jiang Fei could not help but smile from the corner of his mouth. Hee, it is time to reclaim my number 1 spot on the level ranking board. Jiang Fei laughed as he retrieved a red fruit from his spatial ring. Low quality possum apple, potion, quality, epic, use, increases your level by 1 immediately. Remarks, only effective for players below level 30. This was a treasure that Jiang Fei had cheated from the gnomes. He had been saving it for the moment he reaches level 29. That was naturally the best opportunity to use it. The fruit melted as soon as he put it in his mouth. Instantly, a warm flow of air seemed to fill Jiang Fei's body. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 30. All attributes +1. You have obtained 5 additional undistributed attribute points. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for becoming the first player to reach level 30 in Dawnlight City. Reputation +1000. Gold coins +500. Ding! You have reached level 30. The pet system is now unlocked. Ding! You have reached level 30. The mount system is now unlocked. Ding! You have reached level 30. The faction system is now unlocked. Ding! You have reached level 30. You may now find your mentor to advance your career. Rare careers and hidden careers receive 10 overall attributes. A chain of notification sounds could be heard as the golden light of leveling up appeared. Darn! Ah Fei, what is the matter with you? How could you not drag me along for your magical XP spot? Han Tianyu was the first to message him. The first person who actually noticed Jiang Fei's consecutive increase in levels was Qin Shi. As a very competitive lady, Qin Shi took pride in her position as the highest leveled person in the game. It was at such a prideful moment as she checked the level ranking board when Jiang Fei suddenly started playing leapfrog up the board. He was soon in the top 5 positions. That came as a great surprise. However, that was not the end of it. After all, she was already at 95% of her experience bar. She would still be ahead by a level. Qin Shi predicted that Jiang Fei would soon catch up to the lazy Han Tianyu and put that lazy man in his place. However, no one could have expected that unreasonably effective, low-quality possum apple. Chapter 168, Mount System. I've got myself thigh-deep in some solo secret dungeon. I can't take you guys with me. Jiang Fei copy-pasted the same message to his clamoring friends. He kept their conversations brief and curt. Although he had reached level 30, which meant a whole world of new systems for him, Jiang Fei did not want to return to the city just yet. More exciting things awaited him out there in the dungeon. By then, the ant group's army camp had been half cleared. All Jiang Fei needed to do was move forward. From afar, Jiang Fei could see a huge, fierce-looking giant ant. 4 smaller ants closely trailed after it. He could only imagine what it was. Ant Cave Commander, Beast, Leader, Level, 28, Health Points, 60,000, Attack Power, 1100, Skills, Rush Formation, Bite, Ferocious Attack, Bash. Rush Formation commands military ants to attack a target. Bite instantly deals a large amount of damage, causing a bleeding effect. Ferocious Attack, the next 3 attacks will knock the opponent back. Frenzy, attack speed increases by 100%. Remarks, a capable commander of the military ants. Powerful. Ant Cave Assaulter, Beast, Advanced Elite, Level, 27, Health Points, 12,000, Attack Power, 800, Skills, Charge, Knockback, Charge, instantly stuns the opponent for 1 second. Knockback, the next attack pushes the opponent back by 2 meters. Ant Cave Defender, Beast, Advanced Elite, Level, 27, Health Points, 18,000, Attack Power, 400, Skills, Sacrifice, Protect, Sacrifice. The Ant Cave Defender sacrifices 10% of its health points to instantly restore the Ant Cave Commander's health points by 5%. It also increases the Commander's attack power by 10% for 10 seconds. Protect. While the Ant Cave Protector is still alive, all ants in combat will have a 20% increased defense. Ant Cave Assassin, Beast, Advanced Elite, Level, 27, Health Points, 8,000, Attack Power, 1,000, Skills, Assassinate, Frenzied Multi-Attacks, Assassinate, instantly appears behind a target to attack the target. The first attack is always a critical attack. Insane Multi-Attacks. When the Ant Cave Assassin is behind a target, its attack speed is increased by 100%. Ant Cave Piercer, Beast, Advanced Elite, Level, 27, Health Points, 8,000, Attack Power, 800, Skills, Poisonous Needle, Piercing Shot, Poisonous Needle. The Ant Cave Piercer attacks a target from afar and poisons it. Every second inflicts a 100 poison damage tick that stacks 3 times. Piercing Shot. The Ant Cave Piercer's ranged attacks can ignore 30% of the target's defense. Remarks. Whenever one of the followers of the Ant Cave Commander dies, the Ant Cave Commander obtains an enraged effect. Its attack power and defense increases by 10%. F***CK. When Jiang Fei finally cleared the lesser ants out, he finally read through the descriptions of the newcomers. How the F***CK do I even do this? As powerful as he was, Jiang Fei felt the fight leave him. If he had come with a team of 10, Jiang Fei might have tried to fight. However, this was a solo secret dungeon. With nothing to fall back on but the potions, Jiang Fei would not even survive these big ants' attacks for a minute. Who the heck can even take on such a dungeon? Jiang Fei fell back onto his hindquarters, mumbling to himself. It was a suicide mission. He could only depend on the gnome destructive setup as a last resort. If I can't fight them, I'll hide. After thinking about it for a long while, Jiang Fei decided he would not waste the known destructive setup here. He decided to leave and return once his level was higher. He was not worried that someone else would beat him to the prize. After all, if he had been stopped in his tracks, no one else could. Although stopped in his tracks, Jiang Fei was still rather satisfied with his findings in this secret dungeon thus far. Although he had to spend 3,000 gold coins for the information, he had obtained a lot of experience points and 10 bottles of ant egg essence. These rewards were more than sufficient to make up for it. Before the ant cave commander and its 4 followers, Jiang Fei was a helpless larva. Therefore, Jiang Fei begrudgingly tore open the return scroll. Once he was back in Dawnlight City, the first thing Jiang Fei did was to pay the Mount Merchant a visit. Jiang Fei was done with running around as he did for the past few days. This was especially the case when he had to run to the entrance to the void twice. The journey took more than 3 hours, and he had been thoroughly exhausted. "Ah, respected adventurer, are you here to buy a mount?" The Mount Merchant was very welcoming. After all, many days had passed, and no one had come to do business with him. Now that a player had finally reached level 30, he was eager to promote his goods. "Yes. What kind of mount do you have?" Jiang Fei nodded. "For now, we only provide the mounts. You would need to find battle mounts on your own." The Mount Merchant laughed as he spoke. "All right. Let me see." Jiang Fei nodded to show that he understood. "Please take your time to choose," the Mount Merchant spoke as he displayed the catalog. "The F***CK is this. This is bullsh**T. Jiang Fei took one look and started cursing. Although the system's merchants were always trying to cash in on players' money, this Mount Merchant had taken it to the next level. Mixed breed horse, roaming mount, quality, normal, mount, increase movement speed by 30%. Price, 100 gold coins. Remarks: this type of horse is slow and absolutely ugly. Purebred horse, roaming mount, quality, normal, mount, increase movement speed by 30%. Price, 150 gold coins. Remarks: you are able to choose the color of its fur, date red, dragon white, crow black, and donkey yellow. 1,000 miles horse, roaming mount, quality, fine, mount, increase movement speed by 60%. Price, 500 gold coins. Remarks: you are able to choose the color of its fur, date red, dragon white, crow black, and donkey yellow. A beautiful set of horse equipment will be gifted. Odd beast, roaming mount, quality, excellent, mount, increase movement speed by 100%. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Remarks: you are able to choose the type, chocobo, skeletal battle horse, royal army horse, rapid dragon, ground dragon, mountain wolf, and snow leopard. A beautiful set of horse equipment and a fine set of horse armor will be gifted. Although the merchant only sold mounts and the highest quality was only excellent, the prices were exorbitant. Although regular players had gotten slightly richer, they would only have some gold coins in batches of tens. Even the worst mount would cost them a few days of savings. If it were a lady or someone who cared a lot about appearances, they would need to save up for a few more days, just for something with a nicer coat of fur. As for an expert player, he would not settle with a mount that only increased movement speed by 30%. In that case, one would need to spend 500 gold coins to buy the fine quality 1,000 miles horse. This was still a significant amount for an expert player. It was as if they were selling their souls to the devil. Chapter 169, Earth Drake. Although Jiang Fei had walked away all the poorer from this expedition, he was nevertheless the first to reach level 30 and had received 500 gold coins as a reward from the system. He now had barely over 1,000 gold coins with him. He had spent without much consideration, especially when it came to buying information from Smart Tomato. He had barely even attempted negotiating the fee. Naturally, money would run out fast, especially when one is as active in purchasing as Jiang Fei was. He was still worth a lot of money, with all the treasures on his person. But most players could not even afford to buy any single one of them. Regardless of that, Jiang Fei still decided to buy the odd beast. After all, he was always going off on long-distance missions. Without a fast mount, he would have to spend hours walking again. In the end, Jiang Fei chose the Earth Drake, which better suited him. After all, the other odd beasts looked comparatively weaker and thinner. With Jiang Fei's heavy armor and massive shield that took up half a bed, he would appear most unsightly on a skinny, scrawny thing. People would accuse him of animal abuse. After paying 1,000 gold coins, Jiang Fei obtained his own mount. He summoned it excitedly. Roar, following a low growl, a fierce-looking, huge beast appeared right next to Jiang Fei. This massive beast looked like a larger version of the prehistoric crocodile Sarcosuchus. It was 4 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height, even as it lay on its belly. The scales on its body were shiny, like metal. Speaking of metal, its head, tail, and limbs were covered by a golden armor. Not far ahead of the saddle, the beast's bloody big mouth and sharp, glowing fangs made it look oddly cool despite its ferocious appearance. It was hard to believe this was a roaming mount and not a battle mount. With a flip of his body, Jiang Fei got on the beast and started enjoying the increased speed, roaming through the streets of Dawnlight City. What the heck? What is the thing, King Hell? Is that a mount? That's way too cool. Time to level up sooner, stop dreaming. Even if you reach level 30, you'll never afford that thing, you goddamn buzzkill. Can a man dream? As Jiang Wei made his way through, heads turned. As the first player to own a mount in Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei had already attracted enough attention. On top of that, he had picked a colossal, over-the-top beast. Jiang Fei took a few more turns in Dawnlight City before he received a message from Zhao Feng. Brother Fei, are you free? What's the matter? Jiang Fei was most definitely free and unoccupied at that moment. He replied without skipping a beat. Help me out with a quest. Where are you? Jiang Fei asked. West of the city, Zhao Feng sent Jiang Fei his location. I'll be there right away. Jiang Fei tugged at the reins of the Earth Drake, which then started galloping at full speed towards the location Zhao Feng had provided. Jiang Fei's movement speed had been doubled. Traveling had suddenly seemed a lot more pleasant. Turning one's head to gaze at the grass and trees on both sides of the road slipping past him and the wind rushing over his face was most pleasurable. Ha ha ha, this is King amazing. No wonder people are all crazy over mounts. Too much fun. Jiang Fei had never experienced horse riding in real life. However, being able to experience it in the game made up for that, somewhat. Not long after, Jiang Fei arrived at the rendezvous. He was surprised to see that Zhao Feng was not alone. He had formed a team with 2 other players. What the heck? Brother Fei, the heck is that thing between your legs? All the way from the distance, Zhao Feng was already making a big hoo-ha, with large, animated movements. Holy CR*P. You really know Verger Glider? One of Zhao Feng's teammate cried. Clearly, the 2 of them had not believed that the little fatty Zhao Feng could be acquainted with the level ranking board's #1 player. That is of course. We are good brothers, said Zhao Feng proudly. Right then, Jiang Fei was already approaching the 3 of them. D*MN. I am actually seeing the living Verger Glider. Bloody hell. That armor really does make him look like a god. It is no wonder he is known as the mobile cash box. A single raid would easily cover a month's worth of the knighthood's expenditure, mumbled the human race warrior. Jiang Fei glanced at the fellow who was mumbling. He seemed to be evaluating the worth of Jiang Fei's equipment. 7 stars warrior, human race, warrior, level, 27, health points, 4350, attack power, 759, remarks, guildless or in a knighthood. Ho! For a pub player, he's pretty good. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself in his heart. He turned to look at Zhao Feng's other teammate. Little Rain, elf race, magician, level, 28, health points, 2140, magic attack, 825, remarks, member of the Falling Leaf Knighthood. How the heck did this fatty get to know two such well-equipped pub players? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Little Rain was just as well-equipped. Both of them basically had full sets of green-grade equipment. On top of that, they each had 1 or 2 blue-grade equipment, and their weapons were both blue-grade and above level 25. That was certainly no easy feat. They had to be some of the best among pub players. In fact, most core members of the big guilds did not even have such equipment. Brother Fei. These two are my friends, 7 Stars Warrior and Little Rain. We discovered this hidden quest as a team. Well, we might have bitten off more than we could chew. So, that's where you come in, said Jiang Fei, laughing away. All right. Add me up, said Jiang Fei as he nodded. What the heck? 12,000 health points, 7 Stars Warrior was dumbfounded. As Jiang Fei and Little Rain were the magical branch, they were all too unaware of its significance. However, 7 Stars Warrior was different. He was a support class warrior, but he was not oblivious about the world of tanks. Even the strongest tank from Fafnir in the Azure, Master Wei, only had 7,000 health points, and he was already considered a prime example of tanks. A decent tank in any other guild typically only had 6,500 health points. The typical tank only had around 5,500 health points, not even more than half of Jiang Fei's health points. 7 Stars Warrior was unable to see the value of Jiang Fei's defense, or else his jaw might have even fallen off from the shock. Jiang Fei's defense was already fast approaching 1,100. Basically, no other star player at his level would be able to break through his defense, unless they had something that utterly disregarded his defense. What did I tell you? We got it now, said Jiang Fei proudly. Of course we can. With a ridiculously powerful tank like Jiang Fei, coupled with the confident 7 Stars Warrior and Little Rain had when it came to the support game, the party was all smiles. This was, after all, a team's hidden quest. Even if they did not receive anything significant, the sheer volume of common materials that they quest could potentially offer them would make their day. Let's go, said Jiang Fei to Jiang Fei. All right. Just up ahead. Gave it a shot. Proved too much for us. But the monsters are lumbering, slow beasts, so we could outrun them fairly easily. Otherwise, the 3 of us would be struggling over another matter entirely. Wondering how to get our equipment back, explained Jiang Fei. Oh? If they're that strong, don't we need a healer? Asked Jiang Fei. Oh, don't worry about it. I have learned a new skill, said Jiang Fei proudly. Chapter 170, a silhouette framed in bloodlight. Since Jiang Fei appeared to be so confident of himself, Jiang Fei did not pursue the matter. He followed Jiang Fei and 2 others into the clearing of a small forest. Brother Fei, are you ready? Monsters are coming out soon. Jiang Fei said. Go on right ahead. Jiang Fei nodded his head. All right, erase the rundown. When everything is all set up on the shrine, 4 waves of small monsters will be summoned. Clear all 4 waves, and the boss will show up. Jiang Fei explained as he started arranging things on the shrine. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Buzz, as Jiang Fei completed setting up the shrine as per commanded by their mission, a blood-red light started gathering above the shrine. Who calls me? Who dares disturb my deep slumber? A deep voice could be heard. It almost sounded like it came from somewhere up high in the skies. At the same time, a silhouette seemed to step out of the light. You! Foolish cultists! You all deserve to die. The previously deep, regal voice turned into one filled with anger. Something had earned his ire big time. Brother Fei, here come the small monsters. Jiang Fei gave Jiang Fei a heads up. Buzz, streams of white light descended upon the earth. 8 small monsters suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the group. As soon as the small monsters appeared, they moved in to eliminate the intruders. A Wanda Hunter, humanoid, elite, level 25, health points 6,000, attack power 525, skill, smash, swipe. Smash, The next attack will cause an additional 50% damage. Swipe immediately inflicts 100% damage to enemies within a fan-shaped radius in front of the attacker. Jiang Fei quickly checked the attributes of the 8 elite monsters. These elite monsters were not very much of a threat. To Jiang Fei, they were insects that would not even threaten his massive defense. Ice Burst minus 1103, minus 1098, minus 1211. With a burst of frosty energy, Jiang Fei grabbed the aggro of all the small monsters, not even giving them an opportunity to scatter. Bash minus 15. Critical hit minus 625, minus 608. A single bash took off half the hit points of the monster to Jiang Fei's immediately front. His party members quickly finished it off. As they could not even break through Jiang Fei's defense, 7 little monsters attacking Jiang Fei gave him no more than an inch. 3 minutes later, those insects were all squished underfoot. Do you truly believe that you can deny the will of the ancient god? How foolish! How insignificant! The deep voice continued speaking again. Brother Fei! Second wave! Jiao Feng shouted. Ho ho, you guys danced to quite a quick beat. Jiang Fei replied with a slight laugh. Without any pause, more streams of white light touched down. Over 30 giant pythons made their appearance. Bloody Python, Beast, Elite, Level, 25, Health Points, 5500, Attack Power, 485, Skill, none. Although these blood pythons were ranked lower than the Awanda hunters regarding attributes, 30 of them had spawned at a time. Jiang Fei was curious to know how Jiao Feng and the others had actually been able to make it to the boss without him. Battle Cry minus 100. Ice Burst minus 1103, minus 1097, minus 2005. Critical hit. Once Jiang Fei had managed to siphon the rage of all the monsters to himself, he held up his shield and enjoyed the sensation of the gentle reverberations of their attacks and turned to ask Jiao Feng, Fatty, these guys are coming in massive packs. How were you lot able to defeat them earlier? It was not only the 3 of us earlier. We came in a group of 10. However, when we finally cleared the waves with great difficulty, the boss just had to pop up and stomp us. Almost everyone abandoned ship immediately. Jiao Feng explained. Why is that so? Jiang Fei asked as he continued to kill the monsters. When the boss appeared, all efforts to heal each other up became moot. No, even worse. Instead of recovering our health points, healing started damaging ourselves. The very act of healing nearly caused the death of our tank. In fact, the more players got involved in the battle, the stronger the boss became. That's why we're not taking in any healers this time. Having set up his fire art formation, Jiao Feng sent a volley of magical missiles to finish off some stragglers as he continued explaining the details to Jiang Fei. I see, so that was what happened. Jiang Fei said, nodding his head. That solved the mystery of how these 3 were able to defeat the elite army of monsters. So, they had a full team prior to this. With Jiao Feng's fire arts formation, the group seared through the monsters. Very soon, more than 30 elite monsters lay strewn across the ground. Jiang Fei had lost less than 1,000 health points, which he easily recovered with a bottle of potion. Darn cult members! You are begging to see the fires of hell. That distant and deep voice was beginning to turn sharp and loud. Obviously, the entity had been angered by the party's persistence. Buzz, with a small white flash of light, a new wave of monsters appeared yet again. A Wandamanic warrior, humanoid, advanced elite, level, 27, health points, 13,000, attack power, 800, skill, smash, frenzy, smash. The next attack deals double damage. Frenzy immediately increases one's attack speed by 100%. This time, the monsters that appeared were giants that were over 2 meters in height. These giants had very well-developed muscles. Although they did not have any weapons, they had claws that were 12 inches long. After a short moment of stillness, the 4 Awandamanic warriors advanced towards them. Ice Burst! Minus 1147. Minus 1208. Minus 1125. Minus 1221. Again, Jiang Fei used his frosty energy to gather the 4 advanced elite monsters to himself. A single target, Jiang Fei aimed his attack at a single manic warrior and lashed out. Fire Art, Scorch! On the other hand, the little fatty, Zhao Feng, also amplified the attack by changing his spell formation. The 4 went all out. Their attacks were extremely effective. Almost one of the Awandamanic warriors immediately went down. As the Awandamanic warriors were advanced elite monsters, their attacks were strong enough to break through his defense. However, as one quickly went down and only 3 remained, Jiang Fei was able to keep his health points over 10,000 by continuously consuming potions. Darn it, no wonder they call you the #1 tank in the Dawnlight City. Even with 4 advanced elite monsters attacking you, you did not lose a single bit of health point. The 7 Stars warrior sighed as he continued to attack the monsters. Yeah. Sometimes, words just don't do you any justice. It's not like our tank was bad, but you are really making him look pathetic by comparison. Mo Xiaoyu said in agreement as he nodded his head. Of course he is very strong. He is my good brother after all. Zhao Feng was looking extremely smug, as if the powerful tank was himself and not Jiang Fei. In less than 10 minutes, the 4 Awandamanic warriors were all defeated by Jiang Fei. Rubbish! You are a bunch of parasites. You are incapable of accomplishing such a small task. If you do not wish to die, kill those cult members for me. After the 4 Awandamanic warriors were killed, the silhouette in the bloody light was clearly beyond furious. Buzz! The white light flashed once again. Brother Fei! This is the last wave of small monsters. Zhao Feng shouted. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded as he thoroughly observed the attributes of the small monsters. Chapter 171, Awanda Geminis, Awanda Prince, Humanoid, Advanced Elite, Level, 28, Health Points, 50,000, Attack Power, 1,200, Skills, Frenzy Attack, Triple Slash, Lifelink, Frenzy Attack, instantly attacks the target and causes the Awanda Prince to have increased attack power by 20% for the next 10 seconds. Triple Slash, instantly attacks the target thrice. The first attack causes 50% damage, the second attack causes 100% damage, while the third attack causes 200% damage. Lifelink, Awanda Prince and Awanda Princess share their health points. Awanda Princess, Humanoid, Advanced Elite, Level, 28, Health Points, 50,000, Magic Attack, 1,200, Skills, Magic Ball, Swallowing Eye, Lifelink. Magic Ball, after 2 seconds of singing, a magic ball is thrown at a target and deals 150% of magic attacks damage. Swallowing Eye, instantly deals 600 points of damage to the target and heals herself. Lifelink, Awanda Princess and Awanda Prince share their health points. Remarks, the demon's most loyal sidekicks, the Awanda Geminis. Shit. I really do need a healer for this one. I could still deal with the physical one. However, the magical damage from the other one is too much for me, said Jiang Fei as he frowned. No problem. Little Rain and I will work together to stop the princess from casting her spell, said the 7 Stars warrior. All right then, Jiang Fei nodded. This was no time to hesitate, for the Awanda Geminis were already making a move towards the players. Intercept. Jiang Fei immediately activated his skill. After all, there was no other enemy before him. It was the best time to use this skill. Minus 50. The Awanda Princess was stunned by Jiang Fei for 1 second. Battle Cry. Minus 100, minus 100, before the others could attack, Jiang Fei quickly built up aggro. Kill the princess, shouted Jiang Fei as he used the Thunder Strike on the Awanda Princess. After all, the magical princess was more vulnerable and fragile. By then, Jiang Fei and Little Rain had already started attacking. The two used their magic attacks on the Awanda princess. However, 7 Stars Warrior did not immediately participate in the battle. 1 second was a very short amount of time. The Awanda princess very quickly regained her consciousness. She immediately started singing, preparing to cast the magic ball spell. Charge! At long last, 7 Stars Warrior finally starting moving. He used a common warrior's skill and instantly teleported in front of Awanda princess, stunning her for a second. At the same time, he also stopped the princess from casting her spell. After 1 second, Awanda princess still did not give up and continued to sing again. Ice Burst! Minus 1125, minus 1225. Jiang Fei let out a cold breath and froze both the prince and the princess. Naturally, the princess was unable to cast her spell. Bash! Minus 1217, critical hit, minus 610, minus 594, mana burn. Minus 4852. Mana depleted, minus 2426. Health point deduction. Before the Awanda prince could use triple slash, Jiang Fei struck his significant other with a solid blow. Mana burn was particularly effective against these advanced elite monsters, as they had plenty of mana points. The other party members leaped aboard and started pounding the daylights out of her. Although the Awanda princess had been rendered helpless, the Awanda prince was not going easy on them. The prince swung a massive sword about, dealing some serious damage to Jiang Fei. Minus 627. Minus 635. Minus 618. Critical hit, minus 748. Minus 756. After the critical hit, the Awanda prince's attack power increased significantly. Minus 375, minus 743, minus 1389. Triple slash. Although Jiang Fei was a truly tough nut to crack, the Awanda prince was still slowly but surely beating him into submission. Quick, wrap it up already, I can't hold on for long. Jiang Fei called out. Coupled with the prince's fierce attacks, and the princess' occasional activation of the swallowing eye that dealt 600 damage, Jiang Fei found himself losing the battle of attrition. Alright, the other three nodded. However, the Awanda Geminis had a total of 500,000 health points. It was not going to be a quick battle, even with 4 of them attacking together. Do not interrupt this magic ball. By then, Jiang Fei was doing all he could to increase his damage output. Alright, it was supposed to be Little Rain's turn to interrupt the spell. However, Jiang Fei had just saved her a cycle of cooldowns. Jiang Fei focused his gaze on the singing Awanda princess. Just as she was about to complete the singing, Jiang Fei fiercely raised his shield before himself. Demon's Harborage. A stream of light appeared before Jiang Fei's shield. As the magic ball came into contact with the light shield, it immediately shot back at her. Minus 1754. A huge number appeared above the Awanda princess' head. D*MN. A counterattack? Little Rain and 7 Stars Warrior were at an utter loss of words. Don't just stand there, keep attacking. We must break the spell this time. Jiang Fei jolted them back to their senses. As the battle progressed, Jiang Fei's health points gradually decreased. Jiang Fei started turning to emergency skills. Armored Bulwark ended up absorbing nearly 3,000 damage for Jiang Fei. Claret Aegis was activated by Jiang Fei when the prince was about to hit him on the third attack of the triple slash. It significantly reduced the damage dealt by the prince. That's it. We're through. When the Awanda Gemini's health points were less than 5,000, Jiang Fei still had over 3,000 health points. It was a close call, but he still had more trump cards up his sleeves. Ah, Master, will avenge us. As the two cried out in pain, the Awanda Geminis fell to the ground. The party quickly executed the coup de grace. Quickly, heal yourselves, shouted Jiang Fei. It was an absolutely unnecessary reminder. The four of them immediately sat on the ground and started eating and drinking items to recover their health points and mana points. Useless rubbish. You should all die. The deaths of the Awanda Geminis had clearly upset the shadow figure in the red light. As he roared, cries of pain could be heard. He's wiping out his followers. It plans to use the blood of the followers to activate the transport door and exact its revenge upon us. Jiang Fei had seen this before. How about the big boss man himself? What's he got? Asked Jiang Fei as they continued making their preparations. It is a level 29 boss, said Jiang Fei. D*MN. The four of us are fighting a boss without a healer? Jiang Fei's eyes flew wide open. Brother Fei, are you out of your mind? How could a real boss be level 29? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Bullsh*T, didn't you just tell me that? Jiang Fei glared at Jiang Fei. A boss is a boss. Well, this one's a clone though. That explains why its level is so low, explained Jiang Fei. Oh, Jiang Fei nodded. In Dawnlight City, several high-ranking monsters who could not leave certain maps. However, they could use items to summon a shadow figure or a clone to influence the external world. Jiang Fei's shrine-related quest could end up involving something like this. Chapter 172, Blood God Vagar, Buzz, a crimson light emanated from within the shrine. A transport door appeared right before them as time and space itself was ripped apart. Ants! You have truly angered me. As a loud roar was heard, a humongous red claw reached out, grabbing the edge of the door. Each finger on the claw was as tall as a human being. The thick arm was so thick that it would require a few people to fully circumscribe it. D*MN. This big? Jiang Fei was utterly shocked. Brother Fei, relax, if he really crawled out, we'd all be squished like bugs. Sit down and enjoy the show. He's not going anywhere. Jiang Fei was as relaxed as ever, having been through this before. The massive claw groped about blindly, failing to grab hold of anything, even after a long while. Darn it! The transport door was never completely opened. The red giant claw's owner roared. It was clearly very upset. Die, all of you! As the boss roared once again, Jiang Fei witnessed a scene that left him gawking in awe. The massive boss had actually ripped off its own arm and tossed it right through the transport door. The transport door quickly shut behind it. The severed arm fell onto the ground. It did not seem to be bleeding. On the contrary, it started writhing about. Brother Fei, get ready for battle. That's your boss right there, that appendage, explained Jiang Fei. All right, Jiang Fei nodded and focused his gaze on the moving arm. He was ready to fight any time. Cracks. After the arm had moved around for some time, Jiang Fei finally heard the sound of bones breaking apart and reforming. By then, Jiang Fei had grown very impatient, but he could not do anything about it. If not for the cutscene and the fact that the arm was invulnerable at that point, Jiang Fei would not have given the enemy this much time to transform. The boss eventually took form. After tens of seconds, the broken arm quickly turned in a complete body. The 5 fingers had turned into 4 limbs and a tail. Jiang Fei could now see the full appearance of the boss. It was somewhat serpentine in nature. Although it had the body of a snake, it had legs and arms. There was even a pair of bony wings behind its back. The snake's head was most ferocious and had pointy brows that were almost like horns. Its body was covered with blood-red scales. Blood God Vagar, Ancient God, Boss, Level 29, Health Points 110,000, Attack Power 1850, Skills, Boiling Blood, Darkness Recovery, Lifesteal Touch, Blood Poison, Blood Burn. Boiling blood, an opponent that is not currently being attacked would start boiling from the inside out. The target's attack speed is increased by 50%, yet loses 5% of health points every second for 5 continuous seconds. After boiling blood ends, the target immediately loses 1,000 health points. Darkness Recovery, within an area of 100 meters around Blood God Vagar, all enemies' healing spells would become damaging spells. In fact, All damage dealt by darkness recovery would heal Vagar. Lifesteal Touch. Vagar absorbs 10% of the enemy's health points in an area of 100 meters around it to recover its own health points. In fact, for every enemy that is affected, Vagar's attack power increases permanently by 1%. Blood Poison. Vagar's attack can poison the target and cause the opponent to lose 1% of his health points every second. Blood Burn. Vagar burns 5% of its health points to create a bloody region. All enemies within the bloody region will receive 100 damage every second. These damages heal Vagar. Remarks: this is the transformed body of a part of the ancient god Vagar. Its battle power is only 0.0001% of the actual monster. Are you for real? 0.0001%. Jiang Fei had no words. He was almost shell-shocked. These ancient gods were not called gods for nothing, after all. One could only imagine a force 10,000 times this strong. In Jiang Fei's case, he did not even want to think about it. "All right. Get ready, here we go," said Jiang Fei. Although there was no way they could fight against the true blood god, they had a shot at this pale imitation. Having read through the list of skills, Jiang Fei knew why Zhao Feng had arranged the party like so. With darkness recovery, all healing skills were useless. Not only would they be unable to recover health points, but they would also end up killing their own tank while restoring the boss health. With the skills of Lifesteal Touch and Blood Burn, the boss was an absolute nightmare. Because of these two skills, the team that fought the SS wave needed to be small in numbers but great in strength. "Hold on, Brother Fei." Just as Jiang Fei was about to start attacking the monster, Zhao Feng suddenly stopped him. "What's the matter?" asked Jiang Fei. "Let me cast a skill," said Zhao Feng. Swiftly thereafter, the little fatty started humming an elaborate song. The singing required to cast this spell was as long as 2 minutes. The F***ck is that. Holy magic? Jiang Fei's heart froze up. For a spell that required such a cast time, it just had to be something otherworldly. Infinite Universe, with the aid of Yin and Yang, Blood Conversion Formation, open. After 2 minutes of singing, Zhao Feng let out a roar. Blood-red light emanated from his body and engulfed the other party members. Blood Conversion Formation, Lifesteal. Remaining time, 10 minutes. Lifesteal: every time you are damaged, you will steal health points from the source of the damage and store it up. These health points will form a shield around you to block incoming damage. Let's get on with it quickly. I can't do that again for another 4 hours, Zhao Feng urged them on. All right, Jiang Fei nodded and started dashing at the monster. Ice Burst. Bash. Battle Cry. Sunder Strike. Jiang Fei started packing on the aggro. The others quickly joined in. Drink potions if you need to. This skill only increases our damage output. In fact, 1 health point doubles as 2. Therefore, you must still drink potions if you lose health points, yelled Zhao Feng. If anything, this skill used an opponent's offense against himself. The lost health points could even be reused. It was as if one's health points had been doubled. It was not holy magic as Jiang Fei had imagined. It was a high-level skill of the Feng Shui master. It was a party-wide buff, but the caster would not gain the buff himself. In fact, based on Zhao Feng's current level, he could only use the skill on 3 team members. It was precisely why he had chosen a party member of this size. He did not want his shortcomings to cause the downfall of the party. Chapter 173, Life during the day and at night. As soon as the battle started, Jiang Fei started receiving some crazy blows from the boss. -895. -912. Each blow was nearly reaching the tip of the 4-digit mark. In spite of Jiang Fei's potion fest, his health points were slowly losing the battle. Fortunately, Zhao Feng's blood conversion formation was more than just helpful. It took 2 attacks from the boss to inflict 1 attack's worth of damage upon Jiang Fei. Due to the blood conversion formation, attacking Jiang Fei meant that the boss was also attacking itself. It started losing health points very rapidly. Shuffles, a crimson beam of light shot into 7 Stars Warrior's body. The warrior's body quickly turned blood red. Boiling blood, a target that is currently not being attacked would start boiling inside out. The target's attack speed is increased by 50%, yet loses 5% of health points every second for 5 continuous seconds. After boiling blood ends, the target immediately loses 1,000 health points. Potions, don't let up, shouted Jiang Fei. Alright, 7 Stars Warrior nodded. Due to the blood conversion formation, he was losing slightly below 200 health points every second on average. Potions helped circumvent its effects almost completely. However, the increased attack speed from boiling blood allowed 7 Stars Warrior to deal much more significant damage. Although he would receive 1,000 damage by the end of boiling blood, the explosion would not cause instant death, for he would not already be too weakened by then. Other than boiling blood, the boss simply lacked any hard-hitting skills to land the finishing blow. 7 Stars Warrior was not in any immediate danger. Potions would be enough to keep him relatively unscathed. As the cooldown period of boiling blood was extremely short, there were times when 2 party members would start boiling up simultaneously. The supposedly deadly killing skill had turned against itself, thanks to blood conversion formation. Boiling blood did not cripple the party in any manner whatsoever. On the contrary, it amplified their damage output. Therefore, the 3 did not feel much pressure. The only person who could be concerned was Jiang Fei. The boss was statistically a beast among its kind. On top of the blood poison's 1% damage every second, Jiang Fei was losing his health points very quickly. Even drinking potions would not last him very long. By the time it was down to 80% of its health points, Jiang Fei had already lost half of his armored bulwark. Jiang Fei had no choice but to protect himself. He had hoped to recover some of his health points. Just as Jiang Fei activated the armored bulwark, the boss too activated a skill. 4 beams of red light suddenly reached out and came into contact with Jiang Fei and the other 3. The beams actually remained connected to the boss. Lifesteal Touch. Vhagar absorbs 10% of the enemy's health points in an area of 100 meters around it to recover its own health points. In fact, for every enemy that is affected, Vhagar's attack power increases permanently by 1%. All of a sudden, Jiang Fei lost more than 1,000 health points. Although his armored bulwark was still present, this skill could only block physical attacks. Jiang Fei was not the only one affected. Jiang Fei and the other 2 also lost 10% of their health points. However, other than 7 Stars Warrior who had lost 400 health points, Jiang Fei and Little Rain only lost 200 health points due to their low maximum health points as magicians. Rightfully, the boss should have been able to recover some of its health points using this skill. But thanks to Jiang Fei's blood conversion formation, the skill did not give him any recovery whatsoever. Nevertheless, the boss had still gained a 4% boost in attack power. If this were a team of 10, the boss would have increased its attack power by 10%. The battle continued. Every few seconds, the boss would activate boiling blood and subsequently increase Jiang Fei's and the other 2's attack speed. For every 20% of health points it lost, it would activate the Lifesteal Touch and increase its attack power by 4%. When the SS wave had lost 40% of its health points, Jiang Fei's health points were quickly approaching 0. Although there was Jiang Fei's blood conversion formation, Jiang Fei just could not keep up. Blood pool. It was time to roll out the big guns. Having fought for ages, the blood pool had now accumulated a lot of health points. As his health points neared 0, Jiang Fei activated the skill. In one instant, Jiang Fei's health points was fully restored. The boss health points gradually reached 40%. Right then, Jiang Fei had lost half of his health points again. Although he was supported by the blood conversion formation and potions, the boss had increased its attack power by 20% after activating Lifesteal Touch 3 times. Now, Jiang Fei was losing health points even faster than ever. When the boss health points reached 30%, it automatically sacrificed 5% of its health points to activate its ultimate skill. Blood Burn. Vhagar burns 5% of its health points to create a bloody region. All enemies within the bloody region will receive 100 damage every second. These damages heal Vhagar. Although the lifesteal effect was nullified by the blood conversion formation, the bloodless effect made things worse for Jiang Fei. Under the effects of the blood conversion formation, Jiao Feng and the other two could still withstand the 150 damage on average for each second that passed. After a bottle of middle-grade health potion, 50 damage per second was almost completely nullified. However, Jiang Fei was not doing too well. His health points plummeted. Now that there was an additional 50 damage every second, Jiang Fei's health points were nearing the end. Just as the SS Wave's health points were about to reach 20%, Jiang Fei's health points had become 0. Ding! A bright, golden light appeared as his divine blacksmith's blazing hammer activated the Undying Aegis. That was his final trump card. Having recovered 50% of his health points, Jiang Fei was now on his last legs. The boss still had 20% of its health points remaining. He still had one lifesteal touch to go before defeating it. Shuffles, for beams of red lights once again linked itself up to the party. Yet again, Jiang Fei lost another 1,000 health points. They were just barely over 4,000 at this rate. At the same time, the boss attack power increased by yet another 4%. Each blow now dealt more 1,000 damage to Jiang Fei. On top of that, Jiang Fei was still afflicted by the blood poison and blood burn effects. "Here goes nothing," shouted Jiang Fei loudly. This was the moment. The party was one in that thought. Either kill or be killed. However, everyone also knew that Jiang Fei was way too low on health points. Within a short period of 10 seconds or so, the boss' third wave of attacks had left Jiang Fei with less than 1,000 health points. He had already activated his Undying Aegis. For the few rare moments in his life, he was completely out of options. Chapter 174, Sealing Spell. Blood Pool. As inadequate the freshly expended blood pool was, Jiang Fei could only resort to hanging onto it for dear life. It only gave him 3,000 health points. Minus 975. The full force of the attack landed on Jiang Fei. He was not yet dead, for now. "One last push, guys, I'm all out of skills here," shouted Jiang Fei loudly. He activated the only available skill at that moment, Claret Aegis. Sunder Attack. Killing Blow. Pyroblast. Flame Blast. At that moment, the main attackers, 7 Stars Warrior and Little Rain, threw everything out the window. Jiang Fei watched his health points continue its descent. His potions were barely helping. It took 20 seconds before he was right in front of death's door yet again. On the other hand, the boss only had 3% of its health points remaining. The battle was won, that much was certain. Whether Jiang Fei would live to see it was another question. Phew! Blood God Vhagar's claws swung towards Jiang Fei as he raised his shield in defense. Clang! A deafening sound could be heard as the claws slammed into the shield. At that decisive moment, Jiang Fei had activated the special effects of his shield. It was a 5% chance of completely nullifying any physical attack to his immediate front. Although 5% was a very low probability, Jiang Fei's luck once again stood out. It had allowed him to block the lethal strike at the crucial moment. Magic Missile. Fireball. Brave Strike. The rebound was swiftly followed by strikes from Jiao Feng and the other two. They instantly emptied out the remaining health points. This is impossible. I cannot fail. Blood God Vhagar defiantly sank to the ground. Ding! You have killed Blood God Vhagar, clone, and have obtained 1,350,000 experience points. Ding, ding, 2 crisp sounds could be heard. 7 Stars Warrior and Little Rain had leveled up. Phew! Jiang Fei sighed in relief as the Titan finally collapsed. He took an additional potion for safe measure. After all, blood poison was still in effect. D*RN. That was tiring. Jiang Fei fell back onto his bottom. The battle had been most precarious. Even the number 1 tank had almost fallen. He also happened to be number 1 on the level ranking boards. If he had died and lost 1 level, that would have been a grave loss. Jiang Fei would never live with himself for being the cause of it. You said it. Beat, 7 stars warrior nodded. Still, that wasn't bad at all. We actually killed a Lord rank boss. Little Rain was elated. Although it was only a clone, it was still of the Lord rank. Brother Fei. Drops, check out the drops. Jiang Fei suddenly burst back to life. The fallen boss corpse had started sparkling very brightly. Clearly, there was loot to be gained. This was a Lord rank boss. Clone or not, it was still a Lord's clone. The rewards had to be good. Alright, Jiang Fei nodded. This Blood God's clone was also the highest level boss Jiang Fei had ever killed. Of course, he would be keen to see the fruits of his labors. Brush, as Jiang Fei rolled the SS Wave's corpse over, a bright golden light seeped into everyone's eyes. D*RN. Legendary item, it is a legendary item. 7 stars warrior and Little Rain were both pub players. Until now, their greatest achievement had been clearing the depths of the night, which was of the elite difficulty. Therefore, epic quality equipment was completely foreign to them, let alone legendary. Bloody Hell's Gate, spatial item, quality, legendary, use, opens the gate to Bloody Hell. Ha ha ha. Ants, you simply had a stroke of luck. That is nothing. I will await you in the Bloody Hell. A shrill, piercing laughter could be heard from the golden item that was barely the size of a fist in Jiang Fei's hand. The sound sent chills down everyone's spine. F***ck this shit. There's another stage to this. After Jiang Fei shared the attributes of the item, Jiang Fei and the other 2 rolled their eyes simultaneously. This item was as good as trash at the moment. Obviously, it would only open a portal that led to Vagar's true body in Bloody Hell. What chance did the players at their current levels have? If the clone was already this much trouble, one could only imagine how powerful an ancient god was. Magnify its power by 10,000 times, and a single blood burn could wipe out an entire battlefield. Even if thousands of players at their current level tried to swarm him, they would not even get close. Brother Fei, you should keep this toy to yourself. It's only a waste of space for us, 7 stars warrior laughed coyly. The hell? Wouldn't it take up space in my bag as well? Not even a level 80 player would be able to use this broken toy. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes as he tossed the Bloody Hell's Gate into his backpack. It would remain there for a very long time. Nobody could kill a god so easily. Brother Fei, what else is there? Jiang Fei hurried him along. The first item may be tremendously high in rank, but it was absolutely useless. The euphoria was quickly fading away. Seal Curse spell, Burning Skies, skill book, quality, legendary, use, teaches you the Seal Curse spell of Burning Skies, requirement, magician class, Burning Skies, summons the flames from the underground. Within 1,000 meters, one can choose any spot as the heart of the spell. In a radius of 100 meters, all enemies will be dealt with damage 10 times of your magic attack. In fact, the targets will be set ablaze, taking 5% of their health points as damage every second. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Chanting time is 5 minutes. Mana cost is 60,000. Whoa! A Seal Curse spell. Jiang Fei's eyes flew wide open like everyone else. Its high level aside, a Seal Curse spell was incredibly valuable. A Seal Curse spell was capable of instantly killing someone in a large area. Jiang Fei may be equipped with ridiculously powerful skills, but this Seal Curse spell took it a level up. This, Little Rain felt extremely uncomfortable. He was the only person who could learn the Seal Curse spell in the small team, but that item was a national level treasure. He did not have the courage to speak up. Just learn it. If you plan to sell it, we can split the money too. Jiang Fei gave Little Rain a look. It was his right. They had fought for the items together. However, if Little Rain decided to sell it for money, it was only fair if the proceedings were split evenly. In learning it, Little Rain did not hesitate one bit. As valuable as the Seal Curse spell was, he could be a highly sought-after asset for major guilds if he learned it himself. One should never sell the spell unless he truly needed the money. All right, Jiang Fei nodded and immediately tossed the item over to Little Rain. Ding! In a flash of white light, the skill had been learned. Little Rain was now the first player to have acquired a Seal Curse spell. Even so, there was no immediate jump in his power. After all, the skill required 60,000 mana points to cast. However, Little Rain's mana points were barely over 4,000. That was over 1/10 the amount. Is there anything else good? Jiao Feng asked once again. After all, the Seal Curse spell was worth a fortune. If that was the key item, they were in trouble. Holy F***ck. Now this is a boss. Such an item actually exists, said Jiang Fei as he rose up, an item that shone with rainbow colors in his hands. Chapter 175, Battle God's Command. A strange, jade card emanating the colors of a rainbow sat in Jiang Fei's hand. Battle God's Command, quest item, use, points you toward the Battle God's Palace, claiming the Battle God's legacy. Class limitation, Warrior, Rider. Locked after use. The heck is that? Asked Jiao Feng. Class transition item. Jiang Fei's eyes were also filled with a look of disbelief. And the heck would that be? Jiao Feng was still unable to get it. In simpler terms, that's a pass card for a hidden class, explained Jiang Fei. Can I have it? By then, 7 Stars Warrior's eyes had frozen up in a permanently dilated state. When Little Rain had obtained the Seal Curse spell, he was already green and envy. He could not believe that, in the blink of an eye, luck was now on his side. A hidden class transition item. This was almost as great as the Seal Curse spell. Hidden classes overpowered regular classes' progression of the same field. It turned regular classes into his playthings. Naturally, it would also be incredibly difficult to obtain. It was also not something that could be achieved with hard work like the rare classes. Finding the class alone was just the beginning of the nightmare. One could only dream of coming across a corresponding class tutor. It all depended on luck. Jiang Fei was a prime example. These hidden class tutors never stayed long in the same place. Finding them was not something that could be done with money. However, the opportunity was now right before his eyes. 7 Stars Warrior could easily grasp for it. Here, take it, Jiang Fei laughed lightly before flinging it over to 7 Stars Warrior. He was alright with giving away a Seal Curse spell, let alone a class transition item. In Jiang Fei's eyes, they had fought against the boss as a team. It was only natural to split the rewards up based on each of their needs. He was not one to allow greed to blind him. Thank you so much, 7 Stars Warrior looked at Jiang Fei thankfully. Although he was the only person who could use the item, and it was rightfully his to have, many team leaders would pull rank for their advantage when something this valuable appeared. That was especially the case when such priceless treasures surfaced. Such a man was a one-of-a-kind. What a boss. What a lord. Everything it drops is gold. Brother Fei, is there anything else? Jiao Feng asked eagerly. After all, everyone else had already acquired a reward, except for himself. Although the transport portal Jiang Fei had acquired was rather useless, it was still a worthy memorabilia. Jiao Feng, on the other hand, had yet to acquire anything to call his own. Yeah. There still are, Jiang Fei nodded as he retrieved yet another item. Blood Metal, Decoration, Quality, Epic, Magic Attack, plus 100, Intelligence, plus 10, Spirit, plus 10, Equip, you will acquire the passive skill of the Blood Halo. All friendly targets within a 40-meter radius will recover 1% of their health points every second. Required level, 25, Fatty, it's yours. Jiang Fei tossed the decorative item to Jiao Feng. Although any equipment with a light halo was worth a lot of money, it paled in comparison to the seal curse spell and class transition card. Sigh, Jiang Fei accepted the decorative item with a sigh. He was clearly disappointed. Come now, be happy. This really complements your support class. Since you cannot heal as a feng shui master, this decorative item can make up for it and turn you into a complete masterpiece. Jiang Fei laughed as he consoled Jiang Fei. Forget it. I'm just unlucky. So be it, Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that the spell book and the class transition items did not come easy. Having this two in the presence of each other from the same boss was already a huge blessing. It would be a dream come true if everyone could get something of similar quality. All right, there is one final item, said Jiang Fei as he retrieved an item. 5 items from a boss was most definitely very unusual. Coupled with Jiang Fei's great luck, the highest ranking items on Blood God Vagar's drop table had all been forced out into the open. Vagar's blood, God's blood, quality, epic, effects, unknown. Remarks: although this was only Vagar's clone, every part of his body came from Blood God Vagar's original body. You can feel the destructive power in this drop of divine blood. Brother Fei, is that another toy? Asked Jiang Fei. No idea, but it must be worth something, guessed Jiang Fei as he shook his head. Brother Fei, you can have it, said 7 Stars Warrior, standing at a corner. Yeah. Brother Fei, you should take it, Little Rain nodded his head. They were slightly embarrassed. After all, this success was all thanks to their chance meeting with Jiang Fei. The main contributors had been Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei. Any other 2 attackers would have made the cut. It was with the power of a tank like Jiang Fei and Jiang Fei's blood conversion formation that victory was earned. At the end of the day, it was these 2 main contributors who had walked away with the poorest of rewards. Jiang Fei was alright. He had walked away with something that still could not be compared to their loot, but it was nevertheless a high-level epic quality decorative item. However, Jiang Fei had contributed the most, but he had only obtained a useless transport portal. Therefore, both Little Rain and 7 Stars Warrior felt that they should compensate Jiang Fei. However, they were both equally poor and had nothing to offer and edge up Jiang Fei's wealth. Therefore, they could only express gratitude in their hearts. There was no way they would deny him the final glory of the battle. Yeah. Brother Fei, you should take it. You have a big backpack, said Jiang Fei with a laugh. Get lost. Are you only going to give me the useless trash? Yelled Jiang Fei with a laugh. He stowed Vagar's blood away. Jiang Fei knew what his 3 teammates were thinking. They all felt that he had contributed the most and yet received the least, which was why they wanted to compensate him. Jiang Fei did not really mind it. He had initially come to assist Jiang Fei and was not too hung up on the rewards. Although he truly wanted the seal curse spell and the class transition card, some teammates present could actually use the items. He could only blame his bad luck for not getting something he could use. Not a single person thought that Jiang Fei had already been adequately rewarded, including Jiang Fei himself. However, in the near future, Jiang Fei would come to understand that he had benefited the most from killing Vagar's clone. Brother Fei, we are off to complete the quest. Jiang Fei urgently wanted to complete the quest to see if there is any continuity to it. 7 Stars Warrior was just as eager to make his class transition. Alright, Jiang Fei nodded. Jiang Fei and 7 Stars Warrior had both left. Only he and Little Rain remained. Brother Fei, Fatty said that you created your own guild, asked Little Rain. Yeah. It is a small guild. Jiang Fei did not try to hide anything. Could I join your guild? Asked Little Rain. Hee hee, why would you want to join my little guild? You are a magician with a seal curse spell. All of the guilds would be wrestling over a talent like you, asked Jiang Fei. I know very well who gave me this talent. I am not going to turn my back on my benefactor. Little Rain said earnestly as he resolutely looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. The moment Jiang Fei had tossed the seal curse spell skill book to him, Little Rain had made the decision. He had nothing to gain and everything to lose from doing so. But now, those very skills could serve him. All right, Jiang Fei could sense Little Rain's searing gaze. He knew that Little Rain truly meant it when he said that they would accomplish great things together. Chapter 176, Another Kidnapping? After leading his knighthood, Little Rain was added by Jiang Fei into Imperial Dragon. As soon as the fresh meat entered the guild, he was surrounded by the girls from the Rosette Knighthood. He had become a spectacle. All this while, the girls had been bored beyond reason. Jiang Fei had not been actively recruiting members. Apart from the girls from Rosette Knighthood, there were only the guys from Young Master Guards. However, Xiao Feng was a little fatty, Big Brother Bear and Second Brother Bear were ugly mugs, and the remaining guys were weird. None of them looked decent. None of the girls would ever flirt with them. When they were still in Rosette Knighthood, the girls could flirt with Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei had grown accustomed to their mannerisms. They no longer fazed him. On the contrary, he might sometimes even send them blushing red. On top of that, Rosette Rose was always defending Jiang Fei, saying that he was different. The girls had been left with a dry, frustrated spell for a long time. Just as the girls were sulking in boredom, Little Rain joined the guild. The appearance of the fresh meat quickly attracted all the girls to them. Some asked him to call them Big Sister, while others came to pinch his face. The girls had lost their minds. After training for a while, it was time for Jiang Fei to go offline. Once he was back in reality, Jiang Fei went to school as usual. However, Jiang Fei had grown rather famous indeed. He was excellent in both academics and PE. During exams, even the geniuses bowed down to Jiang Fei. He always got first place in exams due to his eidetic memory and cheats. On the field, Jiang Fei helped the 9th class and his grade win the basketball championship. Several teachers in physical education had been eyeing Jiang Fei, hoping to get him into their sports groups and train him for various competitions. After all, Jiang Fei was gifted in almost all aspects, be it running or jumping. All he needed was a little bit of training, and he would be able to win the national competitions and bring fame to the school. However, Jiang Fei had turned them all down. He did not have time for such things. If not for Sun Mingming's pestering, he would not have even joined the basketball competition in their grade. The school management had initially paid a lot of attention to this gifted athlete. They even planned to have Jiang Fei work for the school and bring honor and fame. However, when they learned that this athletic genius was the one who had called in the military helicopters and almost sent them to war with the Japanese people all over again, all pursuits were quickly dropped. Jiang Fei's background was still a mystery to the school management. No explanation was ever given. Everyone was asked to remain silent about it, and they dared not ask any further. Therefore, they could only stay away from anything related to Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei had turned into an entity that students dared not bother and teachers dared not question. Jiang Fei enjoyed this freedom very much. His days composed of attending school and playing the game after he went home. It was an enjoyable routine. Today was just like any other. However, on his way home, Jiang Fei bumped into someone. "Young fellow, have you spoken to your master?" asked Old Man Hai as he stood in Jiang Fei's path. Jiang Fei was stunned. This old sadist. Don't tell me you have not spoken to your master. Old Man Hai stared at Jiang Fei. He had recently reached a bottleneck in his training and had hoped to fight with an expert who was as strong as him or even stronger than him. Therefore, he had pestered Jiang Fei several times. My master has not yet come to see me. I am also busy with school. When would I have time to find him in the mountains? Jiang Fei made up a story. He had no choice but to carry on with the false story. This old man was truly interested in meeting his imaginary master. Now, how do we go about with that? All right. That's true, said Old Man Hai thoughtfully. Sigh. I'll tell him when my master sees me, answered Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He hoped to walk past Old Man Hai to return home. Young fellow, do you think your master would save you if I kidnapped you? Asked Old Man Hai all of a sudden. Ah, Jiang Fei had not yet quite registered the words, when Old Man Hai suddenly appeared before him when they were originally 8 meters apart. Old Man Hai was simply too fast. He had closed the distance of 8 meters in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei could not even see his legs move. He suddenly felt a tightening sensation on his left shoulder. This was the result of being beaten up by Han Tianyu for half a month. Jiang Fei's intuition towards incoming danger had improved tremendously. When Old Man Hai had taken a step, Jiang Fei had already predicted that he would grab his shoulder. However, just as Han Tianyu had once said, knowing and avoiding an attack were two different things. Jiang Fei did not have time to react at all. He could already feel Old Man Hai's hand clamping down on his shoulder. Half his body quickly went numb. Already, the fight had been squeezed out of him, literally. Young fellow, don't be afraid. I am just a little too impatient. Don't worry, while waiting for your master to save you, not only will I not hurt you, I will even compensate heavily. Old Man Hai smiled at Jiang Fei as he bared his yellowing teeth. F***ck me. No more lies. Jiang Fei felt like crying right then. How could he conjure up a master to save him now? However, if he spilled the truth to the old man now, the old pervert might be angered and break off his teeth. He could not muster any courage to do that. It's all right. Stop sulking. I will have little you ask for a leave of absence on your behalf. Your parents would not be too worried either. They will think that you have joined a social event organized by a school society, said Old Man Hai as he laughed. F***********ck. F******** me. You have actually thought this through. Jiang Fei's heart turned cold. He had originally planned to ask Han Tianyu to save him. In the end, this old pervert was actually capable of ordering Han Tianyu to do things for him. He must be somebody huge. If the imaginary master does not turn up, what would happen to him? As Jiang Fei's mind raced about, Old Man Hai wasted no time. He tucked Jiang Fei under his arm and bent his knees. Suddenly, it felt like they were flying parallel to the ground. Jiang Fei could sense that the scenery and objects around him were moving backwards rapidly. It was akin to the sensation of sitting in Han Tianyu's race car as they cruised on the road. Wait, this was even faster than the race car. Your mother. Is this the so-called inner chi? Jiang Fei was secretly shocked. In just slightly more than half an hour, Old Man Hai had traveled up to 100 kilometers with a man in his hands. They had moved from the town, to the suburbs, and then to the mountainous area. Hey! Old man, where are we going? Jiang Fei had switched to a far politer tone when talking to the old man now. Not only was this old fellow crazy, but his abilities were also just as crazy. Therefore, it was better if Jiang Fei did not upset him. Chapter 177, The Hidden Dragon Village. Hee, you will know once we get there, Old Man Hai said mysteriously. He did not tell Jiang Fei where the destination was. He just kept moving forward with Jiang Fei in his arms. After approximately half an hour, Old Man Hai finally stopped moving. He put Jiang Fei down. As soon as Old Man Hai's hand left Jiang Fei's body, the numbing sensation immediately disappeared. Jiang Fei had recovered his ability to control his body. Where is this place? Asked Jiang Fei as he looked around at the surrounding environment. This was a small mountain. Not far away, he could see a row of houses made of rocks. Piles of wood were next to the houses. As he followed Old Man Hai, Jiang Fei noticed that corns and grains were being hung to dry in front of these houses. There was even smoked meat and poultry like chickens and ducks. This was an ancient-looking mountainous village. This is the Hidden Dragon Village, answered Old Man Hai as he continued walking towards a small house. Is there no one else here? Asked Jiang Fei. It was quickly getting late. On top of the time taken for them to travel here, it was already 9 in the evening. As it was wintertime in the north, the sky had already grown very dark. If not for the bright moonlight, Jiang Fei would not have been able to see the surrounding scenery clearly. Based on the time, everyone should be home by now. However, there was not a single light to be seen in the tens of houses in the dragon hiding village. "They're all asleep," answered Old Man Hai as he pushed open the door to his own house and walked in. "It is only 9, and everyone's sleeping." After all, Jiang Fei was used to living in the city. The city's lights were always on, and the place was always lit up like a Christmas tree. 9 in the evening was not even late enough for the nightlife to begin. Most students did not even sleep, period. Hee hee, we are all used to such quiet living. There is no electricity or any other form of entertainment here. Once the sky turns dark, everyone goes to bed, explained Old Man Hai. Ah, such a way of life was beyond him. When they entered the room, Old Man Hai lit up an oil lamp. A small flame the size of a bean provided some illumination to the room. It was marginally better than the moonlight itself. "That's it. It's pretty late. We shall sleep now and talk tomorrow," said Old Man Hai. He climbed into his own brick bed and started sleeping. "Hey!" Jiang Fei looked at Old Man Hai helplessly. Clearly, he was not going to entertain Jiang Fei anymore. Old Man Hai was very confident that Jiang Fei would not be able to escape. Based on his speed, he would die of fatigue before making it out of the mountains. Sigh! Since I am here, I might as well be at peace. Jiang Fei knew that there was no way he could escape. Naturally, he also laid on the brick bed and tried to sleep for a while. That was when the cool seeped into his bones. The cold had not been as apparent when he was standing upright. Although it was early into winter, the weather was already bone-chilling. The houses in the city had already started using heaters. However, Old Man Hai's house did even house a single fire. Forget about high-tech heaters. In spite of his thick clothing, Jiang Fei still felt extremely cold. I'm King frozen. After laying down for a while, Jiang Fei could not take it anymore. He stood up and started pacing around the room to get warm. "Young fellow, what are you doing walking around and not sleeping?" asked Old Man Hai as he rolled his eyes and glanced at Jiang Fei. "Sleep? It's so cold. How could I sleep? If I really did sleep, I would freeze to death," complained Jiang Fei. "Eh? Are you afraid of the cold?" From Old Man Hai's tone, one could tell that he was very surprised. "Nonsense. Who wouldn't be afraid of the cold?" Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. "Hadn't your master taught you the ability to withstand both hotness and coldness? How did he teach you the steel cloak ability in that case?" asked Old Man Hai oddly. Shit, Jiang Fei was speechless. How would he have known that the steel cloak's prerequisite was to withstand both hotness and coldness? In fact, he did not even know what the steel cloak ability was. Your master is indeed a mystery. Although Jiang Fei did not say anything, Old Man Hai had clearly made up a story in his own mind. "I am just afraid of the cold. I will freeze to death if I sleep." Jiang Fei went all out. He did not believe that Old Man Hai would waste so much effort bringing him here only to have him freeze to death. Sigh! This is turning out to be a bigger hassle than I'd expect. Forget it. "We will talk about this tomorrow," said Old Man Hai as he flipped over. Before Jiang Fei could see what he was doing, he grabbed onto his shoulder. Thereafter, Jiang Fei felt a warm flow of energy from Old Man Hai's hand going into his own body. The chill he felt had instantly been wiped away. His body turned warm. Jiang Fei even felt like stripping off layers of his clothing. "All right, let's sleep," said Old Man Hai as he lay down on his brick bed once again. Oh, Jiang Fei was rather exhausted as well. He too lay down on the brick bed and gradually went into a deep slumber. Jiang Fei dared not log into the game on that day. The old man knew Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu should be able to locate him very soon. There was not a bit of electricity in this small town. He would never be able to explain his appearance in the game. After being dragged by Old Man Hai all the way here, Jiang Fei was also rather exhausted. Very soon, he entered dreamland. This was the first Jiang Fei had ever slept normally since acquiring the mysterious ring. It was a complete, fulfilling sleep. Young fellow! Wake up! Jiang Fei was still enjoying his sleep when he was shaken awake. He opened his blurry eyes and looked outside the window. It was still pitch black outside. What are we doing up so early? Jiang Fei impatiently waved his hand. Clearly, he was unhappy with the fact that Old Man Hai had bothered his sleep. Rubbish! It is already 5 in the morning. How has your master been teaching you? Of course, you must wake up to train in the morning. Old Man Hai gave Jiang Fei a single tug and sent him flying. F***ck me. Are we really supposed to wake up at 5 in the morning? Jiang Fei had once heard of such a lifestyle through rumors and whispers about the rumored martial arts world. He had thought that they were simply fairy tales. But Old Man Hai was actually showing every indication of it being actually true. Chapter 178, Martial Arts Genius. Jiang Fei followed Old Man Hai down a path. As they passed through a small patch of trees, they could hear strong winds pass through their ears. Some shouts were occasionally heard. The sun was barely up. But many people were already out here training. Jiang Fei could vaguely see silhouettes of people leaping about in the forest. However, he recalled Old Man Hai's warning and pay heed to not stare intrusively. At most, he stole them a glance or two. All right. We will stop here. Old Man Hai had brought Jiang Fei to a clearing in the forest. What are we doing here? Asked Jiang Fei. Nonsense. Of course, we are going to train. How did your master teach you? Do you not even know this? Old Man Hai rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Oh, answered Jiang Fei in a mumble. He had not yet started training. He knew nothing about training. The only thing he was familiar with was the reactive ability he had gained from being beaten up consecutively by Qin Shi and Han Tianyu. He had no idea how to actively train. Why aren't you training? Are you afraid that I will steal your moves? As Jiang Fei stood there without moving, Old Man Hai clearly misunderstood him. My master does not allow me to train outside. Right then, Jiang Fei could only continue lying. He had no choice but to maintain the guise as long as possible. Hee, your master is such a miser. What secret is there about external toughness technique? Said Old Man Hai as he laughed. He did not say anything else thereafter. Old man, do you think that I am capable of learning inner chi? Asked Jiang Fei after a moment of hesitation. What's the matter? Are you bored of the stuff your master teaches you? Asked Old Man Hai as he laughed and glanced at Jiang Fei. It's still all right. I just thought it would be better to be well-rounded, answered Jiang Fei. Forget it, you should just focus on external toughness. Once you master that, you should still fare very well. Although Old Man Hai did not say it explicitly, he clearly thought the same as Han Tianyu. Oh! If that's the case, Jiang Fei nodded dejectedly. It seemed like he truly was not gifted for it. Young man, show me your fist techniques, said Old Man Hai suddenly. Ah, Jiang Fei was stunned. He knew nothing about fist techniques. The only thing he could remember was the army training, which he had also nearly forgotten entirely. If he displayed that now, wouldn't he just be embarrassing himself? What's there to be secretive about? Show me, and I will help you to improve. Old Man Hai's intentions were apparent. He meant to observe Jiang Fei and teach him. This were the benefits that he had promised earlier. Old Man Hai had kidnapped Jiang Fei to fight with his made-up master. He had no evil intentions. To make it up to Jiang Fei, he had promised to reward him by teaching him something. I don't know how. Jiang Fei could no longer keep up with the lies. You don't know? Don't lie to me. Old Man Hai still thought that Jiang Fei was finding an excuse not to train. I really don't know. My master never taught me. Jiang Fei had no choice but to bring up the made-up master once again. He did not even teach you this. Old Man Hai was stunned. However, he recalled the day when Jiang Fei had blown him away. He looked just like any other gangster on the streets, and was nothing like a martial artist. He had merely thought Jiang Fei was venting his frustration. Now he knew that this young man truly knew nothing about martial arts. What kind of weird old hermit do you have as a master? Mumbled Old Man Hai. He had never heard of such a training regimen. He had taught him the steel cloak technique to such an extent, but not a single offensive technique. Was he using external toughness as a way to enforce his meditative qigong? Forget it! Since I have promised to compensate you for it, would you be keen to learn my fist techniques? Asked Old Man Hai after giving it some thought. I am. Jiang Fei immediately nodded. This Old Man Hai was most definitely an expert among the experts. Anything he taught had to be effective. Only a fool would reject the offer. I have no idea when your master will be coming to see us. You should make the best use of our time. Old Man Hai nodded. Hee, don't you worry. I have all the time in the world. My master won't show up, even if you wait 10 years, mumbled Jiang Fei under his breath. All right, am not going to say much. Pay attention, said Old Man Hai, as he started a live demonstration. There were a total of 12 styles in the branch of the fist, with 36 transformations. It was one of the better sets that Old Man Hai had learned during his youth. Based on Old Man Hai's predictions, Jiang Fei's master must be very capable indeed, for him to acquire such mastery over the external toughness at such an early age. If he only taught Jiang Fei some regular fist techniques, he would certainly be made fun of by the boy's master. Therefore, Old Man Hai had picked out such a set with careful thought. Old Man Hai soon provided Jiang Fei a very flamboyant show of his fist techniques. Jiang Fei could barely blink his eyes. Luckily, Jiang Fei had improved his intelligence and spirit. Otherwise, he would not have been able to keep up with Old Man Hai's speed, let alone remember his techniques. Of course, Old Man Hai had intentionally slowed down, or else Jiang Fei would only be seeing a flashing figure before him and not the actual techniques. Once he was done, Old Man Hai still seemed as energetic as ever. He approached Jiang Fei and asked with a smile, "What do you think? Was my set of fist techniques all right?" It was amazing. Although Jiang Fei did not have much knowledge, he understood that this set of fist techniques was much stronger than Chen Zai's catch and grapple techniques. How much of it can you remember? Asked Old Man Hai. Slightly more than half, I guess, answered Jiang Fei with an embarrassing laugh. What? Old Man Hai was shocked. How could Jiang Fei have remembered more than half of that? Could he have seen the set of fist techniques before? That was impossible. This was a unique creation. Nobody else could have known. Hee, you were too fast earlier, I could not catch the whole thing. Jiang Fei thought that Old Man Hai was calling him out for being dumb. Who could have known that it was his eidetic memory that sent chills running down that old man's spine? Show me what you remember. Old Man Hai clearly did not believe Jiang Fei. All right, Jiang Fei was eager to try it out himself. After all, he had witnessed such an amazing display of prowess. He too wanted to make an attempt. In the end, Jiang Fei realized how difficult it was once he started moving. Remembering and executing the moves were two completely different things. Although he had excellent physical qualities and decent dexterity, he did not have any foundation in fist techniques whatsoever. Although he could carry out the poses like some Chinese opera show, they only imitated the appearance and none of the power. Even so, it was enough to make Old Man Hai blink repeatedly. Was Jiang Fei even human? He had truly remembered more than half of the fist technique by just observing it once. He must be some kind of martial arts genius. As for Jiang Fei's ridiculous display of fist techniques, Old Man Hai did not think much of it. As he had not provided any verbal cues, being able to remember this much through observing alone was already a great accomplishment. Such expertise from a single observation was not something that not even Old Man Hai could accomplish, and this young child Jiang Fei had done it with ease. Chapter 179, Fist Training. Old Man Hai had not even started on his compensation. Kidnapping Jiang Fei was already a reward in itself. On top of that, Jiang Fei had displayed such raw natural talent, further impressing him. Old Man Hai started correcting Jiang Fei's movements, quickly noticing that Jiang Fei was a very fast learner. He was not sure if Jiang Fei was naturally gifted at learning martial arts, or if it was some other reason. As it was, Jiang Fei was picking things up at a breakneck pace. By the time the sun was over their heads, Jiang Fei was already capable of recreating the techniques to perfection. Of course, recreating them on the outside was just as far as he went. He could pose and use them as some demonstration in performance arts. However, they were no good in an actual battle. They did not even have the power of the practical, military techniques that Chen Shi had taught Jiang Fei. All right. Young man, you're a real fast learner. You've got the basics pat down. Next, I will teach you the verbal cues. Only after you have mastered both its form and spirit would you be able to unleash its true might, said Old Man Hai as he laughed. Jiang Fei had already become an unpolished gem in Old Man Hai's eyes. If not for Jiang Fei's insistence that he had a master, Old Man Hai would have taken him in as his own disciple. All right, Jiang Fei had grown very enthusiastic indeed. He could not believe that he had benefited from this misfortune. This sadistic old man was not all that terrifying as he believed. On the contrary, he was very kind and willing to teach the younger generation of disciples. The old man soon established a chain of verbal cues that Jiang Fei was soon chanting as he went through the steps. It was an easy feat for his memory. Despite being able to recite it all word for word, he could not quite comprehend every single bit. These verbal cues used ancient Chinese and involved philosophy and concepts like yin and yang. For the uninitiated like Jiang Fei, it was like attempting to learn a foreign language. Old man, what do these words all mean? You have said a bunch of things, yet I understand nothing, said Jiang Fei as he laughed apologetically. All right. Let me explain. Old Man Hai had gotten to know more about Jiang Fei. Therefore, he was not too surprised when Jiang Fei said he could not understand the verbal cues. As each line was interpreted into layman terms, Jiang Fei's grasp of the fist techniques gradually improved. He quickly progressed into a new level of mastery. Jiang Fei now understood when he should exert force and when he should pull back. He also knew how to use his energy to extend the impact of his fist's might and how to work on his breath to smoothen the transition of techniques. Without those words, he would have never learned any of this. All right. You know all the words now. Now, go and try it out again. Old Man Hai was truly treating Jiang Fei like his own disciple. All right, armed with his newfound understanding, Jiang Fei was eager to make another attempt. It was time to put himself to the test. When he stood at the center of the stone ring, Jiang Fei gently shut his eyes and repeated the verbal cues in his heart. Something clicked inside. His eyes flashed open, producing supernatural light. After crossing one forearm over the other with his fists clenched, he started the cycle. He now moved, with at least 10 times the fluidity and grace compared to before. He was now far more certain of himself. His movements were no longer weighed down by hesitance and self-doubt. As his fists and legs moved, strong gusts of winds were emanated around his person. This is interesting. This young man has really good comprehension. And his physical qualities, tsk, Old Man Hai could not help but nod his head approvingly. In all honesty, Jiang Fei's fist techniques were still rather undeveloped. If he squared off against Chen Shi at this moment, she would only make an impression of his face on the ground. However, Jiang Fei had been able to improve significantly in just a few hours. Old Man Hai took note of that. It's a shame that this young man's veins are clogged up. He is also far too old to train inner chi, Old Man sighed pitifully, while still admiring the show of talent. Sigh. There is no perfect person in this world. God has given you extraordinary physical qualities, yet has prevented you from training inner chi. I am not sure if heaven was envious of your talents, or if fate made that decision. As Jiang Fei progressively improved, Old Man Hai could not help but sigh in his heart. Jiang Fei was not aware of Old Man Hai's thoughts. He was lost in excitement as he went through the moves again and again. Every single time he threw that same punch, or the same leg sweep, something new dawned upon him. He had never experienced such monumental progress before. I am very envious of that master for acquiring such a good disciple. If it were possible, I would ask for his permission to share the good fortune. Old Man Hai was getting fond of Jiang Fei. Although he was an expert in inner chi, being an expert in one field meant being an expert in many fields. Therefore, he was also somewhat learned in external toughness. Since the said master of Jiang Fei was not willing to teach him real battling techniques, he could easily take Jiang Fei in as his half-disciple and teach him fist techniques. As Old Man Hai thought about this, he was unaware that Jiang Fei's master was all made up and could not possibly appear. As noon approached, Jiang Fei stopped training. Although sweat was forming on his forehead, his body showed no signs of tiring out. What a splendid young fellow, even a master like Old Man Hai could not help but give him the thumbs up. Jiang Fei had trained for more than 4 hours from 5 in the morning, yet he had not taken any time to rest. What kind of energy and endurance did this young man have? Even a horse would be exhausted. 4 hours of continuous fist training was nothing like a slow jog. Fist training involved constant and rigorous physical exertion. Without resting, the intense training was nearly 3 to 4 times what an average martial artist could take. As most people did not have Jiang Fei's additional physical enhancements, they would never come close to his level of endurance. They would need to rest every few 10 minutes and take a sip of water. However, Jiang Fei did none of that. He trained continuously in such a way that he improved at a godly pace. At the same time, an intense love for martial arts took hold of his heart. Old man, how was my training?" asked Jiang Fei sheepishly. He had taken things too far as always. Every move had taught him something new. Therefore, he had utterly forgotten about Old Man Hai. When he finally recalled that Old Man Hai was standing on the sidelines, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "You have great natural talent. However, your technique is not without flaws." Old Man Hai started pointing out his mistakes. "Ah! I was wondering why I felt something amiss." "So, that's the problem." Although Old Man Hai said very little, each word was straight to the point. Jiang Fei felt that he could address his mistakes with ease. After another hour of training, Old Man Hai finally stopped Jiang Fei. "It's getting late, it is time to hunt for food." Gulp. It would have been better if Old Man Hai had remained silent. That verbal reminder triggered Jiang Fei's stomach. He had not eaten anything since the night before. Moreover, he had been exerting himself all day long. His stomach now housed a thundercloud, the hunger almost doubling him over. Chapter 180, Private Order, Buzzes. Just as Jiang Fei was about to go hunting with Old Man Hai, a buzzing sound could be heard from afar. A small black dot had appeared in the sky. As it rapidly grew in size, Jiang Fei quickly recognized it as a military helicopter, similar to the one Han Tianyu had picked him up with. Not long after, the helicopter landed on an empty plot in the little village. "This guy doesn't show up for anything. Something bad must have happened," Jiang Fei heard Old Man Hai mumble. He then followed him towards the helicopter. Taps. As soon as the helicopter landed, Han Tianyu jumped out of it. Han Tianyu nodded at Jiang Fei in acknowledgement. However, he did not speak. Instead, he turned to Old Man Hai. "Old Hai, where are Old Luo and Old Yang?" They were training their disciples in the forest. "Since you have come, they should be here soon," said Old Man Hai. "Great!" Han Tianyu nodded as he turned his gaze towards a far distance in the woods. Not long after, several figures shot through the air. The 2 old men in the front were not far behind Old Man Hai himself. 4 middle-aged men were slightly further behind them, while the remaining youths were far behind. "Old Hai, Old Luo, and Old Yang, we must talk." Inside, Han Tianyu nodded as he turned around and entered the largest of the stone houses. Apart from Han Tianyu and the 3 old men, no one else had followed. Jiang Fei decided that it was rational to remain outside as well. Clearly, the subject matter of their discussion was highly secretive. If Han Tianyu wanted to let Jiang Fei in on it, he would explain later. Otherwise, it was truly none of his business. "Young fellow, did Old Hai bring you here?" A middle-aged man walked over. He seemed to be in his 40s and had a very square face. He looked extremely hard-boiled, with a jawbone that seemed to be made of steel and an intimidating presence. He seemed to hold some authority over most of the crowd. That's right. My name is Jiang Fei. Who are you? Asked Jiang Fei. I am Luo Zhan, answered the middle-aged man. I bid you well. Jiang Fei nodded, uncertain why he had come forward. Are you old Hai's disciple? Asked Luo Zhan. No. However, old Hai gave me some pointers, answered Jiang Fei. I see. I thought that we had a new disciple amongst us, said Luo Zhan as he laughed. At the same time, the teenagers behind him sighed in relief. After all, they were either Luo Zhan or disciples of Luo Zhan's younger brother. If Jiang Fei was old Hai's disciple, these 17-year-old kids would have to address this junior as their uncle. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Therefore, when they heard that Jiang Fei was not old Hai's disciple, they all sighed in relief. As both parties were not well acquainted, and Jiang Fei was not old Hai's disciple, there was no common ground between them. Therefore, these people soon went off, and Jiang Fei was left alone again. About half an hour later, the door to the house of stone opened. Han Tianyu and the three old men walked out. No way in hell am I taking this lying down, those Japs have gone too far. They're asking for it, yelled the old man in a green shirt whom Han Tianyu referred to as Old Yang. That's it. Leave this to us, old Luo in blue patted Han Tianyu on his shoulder. Sigh. Such a bummer, said old man Hai, shaking his head. He walked over to Jiang Fei and said, It seems like I do not have time to wait for your master. Don't forget to tell him about this after you have returned. When there is an opportunity, I would still like to exchange pointers with him. All right, Jiang Fei nodded begrudgingly. Although it was only a brief exchange, Jiang Fei could guess that the Japanese must have caused some trouble. That was why Han Tianyu had sought help from the martial arts experts in Huaxia. Consequently, old man Hai had no time to fight against Jiang Fei's made-up master and was now left without a choice but to release him. Ah Fei, follow me. I will send you home. Han Tianyu did not bother staying for long. He immediately called Jiang Fei to follow him up the helicopter. Buzzes, as the engines roared, the helicopter took off and headed towards the city. Brother Yu, what happened? Asked Jiang Fei curiously as they settled down in the helicopter. Best not ask anything. It's not good for your health, Han Tianyu shook his head. He clearly did not want Jiang Fei to be involved in the matter. I understand, Jiang Fei nodded. He knew his place and, indeed, there was no reason for him to push further. Sometimes, knowing more would only result in a quicker death. Oh yeah, could you create another batch of those life-saving potions? Asked Han Tianyu, his brows furrowed. What's the matter? Have you finished the previous batch? Asked Jiang Fei. No, that batch has already been distributed to the soldiers overseas. The effects were fantastic. In the two most recent clashes, not only did we suffer 0 casualties, we did not even have any wounded. Commander Chen had asked me to thank you on his and his frontliners' behalf, said Han Tianyu. Then, what are the potions for this time? Asked Jiang Fei. This is a private order from myself. I will buy each bottle for $50,000. I'll need around 3,000 bottles, said Han Tianyu. You want them? And didn't we agree on $1,000 for each bottle? Asked Jiang Fei. Yes, I want them, Han Tianyu nodded before explaining. You know that our Manda group is highly active in battle. Recently, I have set my eyes on a market in northern Africa. However, that is where the Japanese have their forces concentrated. To expand my market, I decided to send in Manda Group's best and rid the land of those Japs. But I did not expect the Japanese to concentrate all their power in that area. They put up a fierce resistance that resulted in severe losses. Therefore, I have decided to arm the Third Army with your potions. Han Tianyu did not mention that his motive of snatching the Japanese's business was to avenge Jiang Fei. He had only said he was doing this to fight for the market. All right. You'll have them in 3 days. However, the price remains the same. $1,000 a bottle, said Jiang Fei. No way. That was the military's offer. Due to limitations in budget, the military could only give so much. However, we are a PMC, and we always take pride in cutting fair deals for others. $50,000 a bottle is already a bargain. If only one bottle was released one at a time to the public, people would even bid for them with 1 million. Also, think of what I stand to gain once I claim this market. Please don't argue with me on this. Han Tianyu shook his head. Alright, fine. Alright, Jiang Fei finally nodded. He knew that Han Tianyu was a tycoon who did not lack money. He had no reason to bargain with him. Just as Han Tianyu had said, these potions saved lives, and life was priceless. Therefore, he would take as much as Han Tianyu was willing to give. After all, the tycoon was loaded. Rather than wasting his efforts in-game, he could save the money and upgrade his mysterious ring. Chapter 181, Brotherhood of Katya. When Jiang Fei arrived home, his parents interrogated him. As Han Tianyu had helped him concoct a convincing story, they were quickly silenced. That night, Jiang Fei logged into the game once again. Brother Fei, where did you go yesterday? You did not even come to school today. Zhao Feng was the first to send him a message. Ah Fei, where have you been all day? You did not even pick up your phone. Sun Mingming's message followed right after. It was not like Jiang Fei had the choice to ignore her calls. When Old Man Hai had captured him, his phone had been confiscated. He only returned Jiang Fei's phone when Han Tianyu's helicopter came roaring through. It did not take long for people like Rosette Rose to add on to the flood of messages. They all asked the same thing. Jiang Fei made up a random excuse to appease the noisemakers. As he passed through Dawnlight City's streets, Jiang Fei noticed that other people were using rides as well. He quickly opened the level ranking board. It seemed that 5 players had reached level 30. The number 1 place had been reclaimed by Cold Feather He, Qin Shi. The next in line was Happy Drunk, followed by Lady Casanova and Night Shadow. Jiang Fei had fallen to the 5th place. Right behind him was the lazy Han Tianyu. As he had not been online for a day, Jiang Fei's progression was the lowest among those who had reached level 30. Naturally, he did not pay that much heed. His primary objective now was to acquire high-grade blueprints to increase the level of his mysterious ring. The secondary objective was to acquire some gold in exchange of the health potions that Han Tianyu had asked for. 3,000 bottles of health potions was equivalent to 100 sets, which required 1,000 gold coins. The previous Jiang Fei would not even bat an eyelid at that. However, he could not do that now. Jiang Fei had spent most of his money on buying information from Smart Tomato. He had less than 200 gold coins with him. Borrowing was out of the question, so he had to look for another way, quickly. As he walked along the streets of Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei suddenly discovered something unusual. Jiang Fei was surprised to see 2 NPCs acting suspiciously, just up ahead. One look told him all he needed to know. These 2 were up to no good. Is this some emergency or a hidden quest? Jiang Fei's attention was immediately latched onto them. Jiang Fei crept up before hiding behind a corner and using his mysterious ring to investigate the 2 NPCs, Bordeaux, humanoid, hotel staff, level 15, health points, 2,000, attack power, 100, skills, none. Remarks, a spy from the Brotherhood of Katya. Dominius, humanoid, traveler, level 35, health points, 14,000, attack power, 1,250, skills, none. Remarks, a small leader from Brotherhood of Katya. Aha! I knew something was off. Jiang Fei said to himself. If other players were attempting to identify these NPCs by name alone, they could only read their cover identities. Although these 2 looked suspicious, their names were in green in color. Regular players would not pay too much attention to them. Thanks to the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei could identify their actual roles. Jiang Fei was not unfamiliar with the Brotherhood of Katya. It was the largest gangster organization within Dawnlight City. They also happened to be the sworn enemy of Dawnlight City's human forces. The leader of Katya was so formidable that not even the city's guards dared approach him. If players came across members of the Brotherhood of Katya, they would most definitely be monsters with red names. However, these two fellows had concealed their identities and entered the city. As long as their cover was not blown, their names would still be green. At that moment, these two fellows from the Brotherhood of Katya were just about to leave. Jiang Fei quickly followed after them. Although he was not of the thief class and could not conceal himself, he hid around corners and behind objects. The two NPCs never took notice of him. Several turns later, the two NPCs arrived in front of a house. Dawnlight City was made up of several private properties. Apart from the neighboring shops, most of the houses there for the background. As there were few NPCs here, players rarely came to this side of town. Jiang Fei saw them entering the house and crept after them. If any player were to pass by in a rush, that player would not have noticed anything odd. However, Jiang Fei was deliberately in search of traces of the Brotherhood of Katya. Upon close observation, Jiang Fei discovered a Star of David's marking at the bottom left corner of the doorframe. This was the symbol of the Brotherhood of Katya. If I were to inform the guards about this, I should be able to get quite a handsome reward. I would at the very least gain a lot of reputation, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. He could use the increased reputation in exchange for higher level quests. He could also use it to increase his guild's level. Either way, Jiang Fei would be able to make use of it. Creak! Just as Jiang Fei turned around and was about to report to the guards, the door suddenly creaked open. This is no good. Jiang Fei and the two NPCs were all taken by surprise. The three of them had not expected this to happen. Jiang Fei had not expected them to suddenly double back out, while the two NPCs definitely did not expect to see someone right in front of their doorstep. Right in front of Jiang Fei's eyes, the names of the two NPCs had turned from green to yellow. Jiang Fei could opt to attack them and uncover their identity as spies of the Brotherhood of Katya. However, he could also attempt to appease them and not get into a fight. What should I do? Should I attack them or wing it from here? Jiang Fei's thoughts raced. Either action could reap in some potential rewards. As for the two NPCs, Jiang Fei was very confident that he could kill them both. However, would this yield him more rewards than trying to cheat them both? Jiang Fei was not too sure. If he were to blackmail these spies from the Brotherhood of Katya, Jiang Fei was sure to gain a fair bit of benefits. However, if Jiang Fei came to an agreement with these two members of the Brotherhood of Katya, his reputation in Dawnlight City's human faction would decrease significantly. It could land him in some really hot water. He had already gotten into trouble with the elf race once. If he got into trouble with the human race as well, he would be left with nowhere to go. Jiang Fei was still part of the human race for now. By default, that made him an enemy to the Beastman race and the Spectres. However, as a player, they begrudgingly treated him as a neutral entity. However, they would sell their wares to him at marked up rates. Other than that, he would not even be able to receive high-level quests. Therefore, most players would only purchase potions or repair their equipment within their own race's NPC. They would only take on quests from their own race or from the same faction's race. That way, they received better rewards for quests of similar difficulty. Just as Jiang Fei was still hesitating, the two spies from the Brotherhood of Katya spoke. Great adventurer, if you are willing to turn a blind eye, we are willing to pay you handsomely. Oh? What kind of price? Jiang Fei intended to find out what these two fellows were willing to offer before making his final decision. Chapter 182, Seeking Wealth in Danger, Great Adventurer. We must speak inside. One of the spies pushed the door open and invited Jiang Fei in. All right, Jiang Fei said as he nodded. He was not afraid to walk in, fully confident that he could handle the two of them in a fight. As soon as Jiang Fei stepped in, the two spies exchanged looks. One of them drew a line under his neck with his finger. The other person nodded as he quietly retrieved a scroll. Jiang Fei quickly took note that the room was covered with weird symbols everywhere. He did not know what they meant. Apart from that, he also picked up the strong stench of blood. "What do you propose?" Jiang Fei turned around and asked. "We plan to offer this," the two said as they closed the door after stepping in. At the same time, one of them held a magic scroll in their hands. "What kind of scroll is this?" Jiang Fei asked. "You will soon find out," the person holding the scroll replied and laughed coldly. He tore the scroll open and flung it at Jiang Fei. Oh, bloody hell! Although Jiang Fei had his guard up, he had not expected the enemy to move this soon. After all, he had never played a game with such intelligent NPCs. Noticing that it was a magic scroll, he immediately activated Demon's Harborage to deflect any potential spells. His blood ran cold as, contrary to his expectations, the scroll instead emitted a white glow of light. It was a random teleport scroll. This was no magic skill. Therefore, Demon's Harborage had no effect whatsoever. Oh, god damn it! Jiang Fei's body disappeared along with the white light as he cursed his foes. "I will report this to our boss. He'll be back. You should make use of the time and complete the job. We'll have to push the schedule forward," one of them said after Jiang Fei had been teleported away. "All right. I understand," the other person said and nodded. The two spies were rather intelligent. As Jiang Fei was an adventurer, he could never be silenced for good. In fact, Jiang Fei looked very formidable. They might not even be able to silence him temporarily. Therefore, they decided to teleport Jiang Fei out of Dawnlight City. At least they had bought themselves some time before he returned with guards. Jiang Fei found himself in yet another foreign map. He was located in a tiny, shallow cave. It was about the size of a small room and was as bare as a beggar's cellar. Just as Jiang Fei prepared a return scroll to return to the city, he found it to be utterly unusable. Dimensional chaos. As you have just only used a spatial magic scroll, you are unable to use other spatial scrolls in the next 3 hours. As Jiang Fei had only ever used the return scrolls, such a status had never troubled him before. Of course, he would be unaware of such a limitation. "Forget it, I'm already here," Jiang Fei said as he shook his head and walked out of the cave. He should at least check the site out. Ding! You have discovered the Flaming Plains. You have obtained 11,000 experience points. Bloody hell. Where the hell did they send me? Jiang Fei started yelling as soon as he saw the system notification. 11,000 experience points meant that this map had to be one of a very high level. Even arriving at the entrance of the void had not provided such an amount. The monsters at the entrance to the void was already around level 60 and above. The map level here was even higher than that of the entrance to the void. It was a given that the monsters here would outlevel him as well. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei held the black dragon scale even tighter in his hands. He hoped that Init-Stata's dragon scale would scare off the monsters around here. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would be no better than chicken feed. After exiting the cave, Jiang Fei took a few steps forward before bumping into a humanoid being that stood over 3 meters. War Demon, Advanced Elite, Level 75, Health Points 680,000, Attack Power 9,800, Skills, Charge, Cleave, War Stomp. Remarks: a core member of the Demon Army. Threat Level, Imminent Destruction. Oh, F***ck me. This is actually the demon's map. Jiang Fei felt like fainting right there and then. The demon race's weaklings started off at level 60. You would never find anything lower than that. A level 75 Advanced Elite had just appeared before him as soon as he came out. Needless to say, this was not the outskirts of the map. It was at least the middle stage of the maps. Init-Stata was a level 80 lord. As it was, Jiang Fei was still capable of suppressing these monsters with the Black Dragon Scale. Heaven forbade him running into a lord at this rate. Buzzes, Jiang Fei's treasure hunting ring was releasing a blinding glow. A large yellow arrow was directing him somewhere into the distance. Oh, of course! The fruit of the devil just had to be here. I can't afford to screw up now. Jiang Fei said with a groan. A final ingredient was needed to complete his race quest, but it also meant great danger. Rumble, right then, Jiang Fei felt the ground shaking. What is happening? Jiang Fei asked as he subconsciously turned around. A few hundred meters away was a giant monster walking towards him. It was no small distance, but the monster's sheer size almost took up all of Jiang Fei's vision. It was at least 40 meters tall and was practically a moving mountain. The monster's appearance was similar to that of a huge hound. However, its entire body burned with a bright flame. Lava Demon Hound, Demon, Lord, Level, Unknown, Health Points, 100%. As they were too far apart, the mysterious ring could not fully surmise its details. But Jiang Fei knew better than to approach it for a more accurate reading. God knows the attack range of this thing, which most probably scaled to its size. If it caught Jiang Fei in its sight, there would be no escape. Right then, there was a cliff to Jiang Fei's left. The Lava Demon Hound was in the opposite direction. His only path of escape was forwards, which was also the direction where the treasure hunting ring wanted him to go. Jiang Fei ran for his life. Fortunately, the Black Dragon Scale was still in effect. The little monsters around him did not attack him, while the Lava Demon Hound did not discover him. Even while in relative safety, Jiang Fei did not dare rest until the Lava Demon Hound was out of his sight. F***ck it. Arrows headed that way. Let's find out if I can even get close to the fruit of the devil in the first place. Jiang Fei made up his mind. He was only attempting to flee from the Lava Demon Hound. The only safe route happened to be the fruit of the devil. If he could not shake the danger off, he would try to seek wealth in the midst of that danger. After sprinting for nearly 30 minutes, Jiang Fei finally caught sight of his target. Chapter 183, the eldest son of the Demon King. Approximately 100 meters before him stood a strange-looking tree. It was not very tall, barely within 2 meters. It was also barren. Not a single leaf remained on it. This was a dead, rotting tree. 5 ugly-looking fruits hung off the seemingly dead tree. These fruits had yellowy-green skin and were covered with blotches and a layer of thin hair. If not for the guidance from the treasure-hunting ring, Jiang Fei would have dismissed this grotesque sight as background rubbish. As he ran forward, Jiang Fei very quickly scanned the surroundings. This was a valley. There were cliffs on both sides of the valley. There was no place for one to hide, so Jiang Fei was led to believe that nobody was guarding the fruits of the devil. Can't waste any time. At worst, he'll only die once. Jiang Fei made up his mind and sped towards the fruits of the devil. As the mysterious ring could reveal hidden enemies, Jiang Fei was sure there were no hidden guardians of the treasure around the place. The guardian must have left its post, or it would only appear as soon as Jiang Fei plucked the fruits. In any case, as long as Jiang Fei stored the fruits of the devil in his spatial ring, nothing could ever wring those fruits out of his dead body. His race quest took precedence over his potential loss of equipment. Jiang Fei's equipment was not exactly worthless, but among them was the Divine Blacksmith's blazing hammer and the Black Dragon Scale. The Divine Blacksmith's blazing hammer was a hidden class special weapon, while the Black Dragon Scale was a quest item. They would never drop from his corpse. Jiang Fei was willing to sacrifice his life and all of his other equipment in exchange for the 5 fruits of the devil. 100 meters was nothing to Jiang Fei. He was able to reach the fruits of the devil slightly over 10 seconds. Jiang Fei reached out with his hand to pluck one of the fruits of the devil. Ding! You have been affected by the poison effect. You will lose 100 health points every second for 1 minute. Jiang Fei immediately downed a bottle of health potion as he looked at the fruit of the devil in his hand. Fruit of the devil, potion, epic, effect, unknown. Remark, you could feel the destructive force contained within the fruit even through the layer of skin. Remark, the skin of the fruit contains a shocking poison. Anyone who touches it would become poisoned. Darn, Jiang Fei was taken aback for a moment. He quickly tossed the fruit of the devil into his backpack and subsequently moved it to his spatial ring. His surroundings were still deathly still. It seemed like no monster would appear after he plucked the fruits. The guardian must be taking a break. Come on! Drop already, would you? The poison effect was incredibly toxic, and, if stacked 5 times, Jiang Fei would lose 500 health points every second. Not even Jiang Fei would last for a minute against such poison. However, he had already made up his mind. Any risk was worth this. Jiang Fei ignored the poison effect and directly reached for the fruits with his hand. In no time at all, he managed to pluck all 4 remaining fruits of the devil and place them in his spatial ring. Phew! Jiang Fei sighed in relief. He had finally plucked all of the fruits. His death would be worthwhile now. However, Jiang Fei was relieved to learn that the other fruits only extended the poison effect and did not stack. He would be able to live on by continuously drinking health potions. His survival now secured, Jiang Fei started looking for a way out. After all, only fools would lay down and let death take them. The vibrations coming from the entrance to the cave were growing more intense. Clearly, the lava demon hound was getting closer. There was no way Jiang Fei could leave by the way he had come. His only way out was to keep moving forward. Just as Jiang Fei had decided to walk through the valley, a black shadow suddenly appeared before him. Zoom! The black shadow shot past Jiang Fei's head and seemed to not have noticed him. Jiang Fei was able to take a good look at the face of the figure. It was a giant that stood over 5 meters. It was as terrifying as it was muscular. A huge flaming sword was slung over its back. Some huge beasts have had their hides turned into his garments. The giant strode barefooted towards the lava demon hound. In just a few steps, it closed the distance. Aha! As the giant shouted out angrily, and in one fluid motion, retrieved the giant sword from behind its back and sliced off the lava demon hound's head. Rumble, the Lord-ranked lava demon hound rank did not even have time to react before its corpse fell to the ground. F***ck me. What kind of freak is this? Jiang Fei felt weak around his knees. This was an eye-opening scene. A Lord-ranked monster taken down in 1 second. This was too barbaric. Crack, jaw-dropping scene after jaw-dropping scene unfolded before his eyes. The giant lifted its sword yet again and sliced off one of the hind legs of the lava demon hound. The giant then placed the 10-meter-long limb on its shoulder and walked towards Jiang Fei. OF***ck no. Jiang Fei turned around and started to run away. Boom, with a huge leap, the giant instantly appeared before Jiang Fei. The action left a massive crater in the ground. F***cku. F***ck me. F***ck this shit. Jiang Fei instantly understood that the giant had, in fact, noticed him earlier on. He was truly an insect in the face of this being. It even had the gall to go hunting before coming back for him. Dakasorin, Demon, High Lord, level 95, health points 88 million, attack power 380,000, skills Divine Slash, Destructive Stampede, Storm of Swords, Raging Cleave. Divine Slash instantly attacks the opponent, dealing damage equivalent to 500% of his attack power. Destructive Stampede stampedes on the ground to cause a shockwave, dealing damage equivalent to 200% of his attack power to enemies in a 30-meter radius. Blade Fury, Dakasorin rapidly swings his sword while his body spins around. Deals 300% of his attack power to surrounding enemies every second. Continues for 10 seconds. When the skill is active, Dakasorin has 300% increased movement speed. Raging Cleave, Dakasorin instantly slashes the target before him. If the target's level or rank is below Dakasorin's, the target will die instantly. If the target's level or rank is above Dakasorin, the target will receive 1000% of Dakasorin's attack power as damage. Remark, Dakasorin is the Demon King Ulysses' eldest son. He has the battle power close to that of an overlord's. However, as he was birthed from an incestuous relationship, he is rather slow in the head. You gotta be shitting me. When Jiang Fei saw the monster's attributes, he nearly lost his mind. This was a Vice Lord at level 95. This was definitely one of the highest ranked monsters Jiang Fei had ever seen. If this fellow went to Dawnlight City, I am sure that no one could stop him. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. What are you? While Jiang Fei was still stunned by the sight before him, Dakasoren knelt down and poked Jiang Fei with a finger as he asked the question curiously. Oh shit, that single prod had nearly sent Jiang Fei falling over. The finger had been as thick as a human's leg. He cursed in his heart. At the same time, he felt some relief in his heart. After all, if the monster attacked him, Jiang Fei would certainly die in an instant. This simple, curious nature had bought him some time. Jiang Fei decided to play along. This was not his first time tricking others. Chapter 184, Be Good. Say goodbye. Goodness. The demon race has always been dumb. Now we have incestuous offspring. How dumb are you going to be? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Little monster, what are you? Dakasoren asked with his head tilted at an angle. He poked Jiang Fei with his finger yet again. Me? I am a human adventurer. Jiang Fei dodged his thick finger while replying him. Human? Adventurer? What is that? Is it tasty? Dakasoren asked curiously. Not tasty. Not tasty at all. Jiang Fei said as he nodded frantically. He was afraid that this giant would stuff him down his throat as an appetizer. I don't believe you. I want to try. I am tired of eating dog's legs all day, Dakasoren said as he tossed the huge beast's leg to the side. He reached for Jiang Fei. Oh shit! Huge belly, tiny ass brain. That's all he is. Jiang Fei's chest tightened. If this fellow really attempted to attack him, he would be done for. Just 1 second. Jiang Fei shouted urgently as Dakasoren lifted his hand. What's the matter? Dakasoren really did stop, and he looked at Jiang Fei curiously. You cannot eat me. I know your father. Jiang Fei blurted out frantically. Ah. Do you really know my father? Dakasoren's huge face was suddenly leveled with Jiang Fei's. Your father is Ulysses, isn't he? Jiang Fei said. The mysterious ring was once again a lifesaver. Ah! You really do know my father. When Dakasoren heard Ulysses' name, he immediately believed Jiang Fei. He was just as gullible as a preschooler. Yes. Yes. I am a good friend of your father's. You should call me your uncle. Jiang Fei was enjoying this. He just loved taking advantage of the naive. Yes, uncle. Dakasoren was truly obedient. Good boy. Jiang Fei nodded as his mind started racing to come up with more tricks. Uncle, can I have a taste of your flesh to know what it's like? Apparently, this dumb beast prioritized eating over his relationship with his supposed uncle. Your mother, yet again, Dakasoren lifted his huge hand. Jiang Fei was truly panicking now. Hold on! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Ah! Dakasoren was stunned as he paused, yet again. I have something even more delicious. Left with no choice, Jiang Fei came up with the most sadistic of all plans. What is this great thing? Dakasoren asked dumbly. Just you wait. Jiang Fei said as he retrieved a treasure that was the size of a human head from his spatial ring. Gnome destructive setup, mechanical setup, ancient inheritance, use. After 30 seconds, all targets within 1,000 meters are dealt with 100 million damage points. The targets closer to the destructive setup are dealt with greater damage. Inscription, Dear enemies, perish with me in eternal flames. Remark, this was one of the greatest achievement of the ancient gnomes. It was set up at the center of the gnome city as a last resort against enemies. When the gnome city was conquered, the helpless ancient gnomes would detonate the destructive setup in the heart of the city to kill their enemies. You dumbass. I had only planned to trick you into letting me go. I can't believe that you are so determined to eat me. Don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Dakasoran had nearly 90 million health points. Using this bomb to kill him would not be too much of a waste. What is this? Dakasoran asked dumbly. It is something delicious, Jiang Fei said as he laughed. Oh, can I eat it? Dakasoran's saliva was dripping out from his mouth as he spoke. It is for you, Jiang Fei said with a nod. Then give it to me, quickly. I want to eat it now, Dakasoran said eagerly. This is good stuff. Not everyone can eat it. It must be given to someone smart, Jiang Fei said as he shook his head. I am very smart. My father always praises me, Dakasan said solemnly. All right. I'm telling you. You cannot chew on this candy. You must suck on it in your mouth. There might not be any taste in the beginning, but magic will happen after a while. Jiang Fei spoke as if he was trying to trick a child. All right. I will remember that. Dakasoran nodded enthusiastically. Here, take it. Jiang Fei activated the gnome destructive setup before passing it over. All right. All right. I promise not to chew. Dakasoran carefully used 2 fingers to place the gnome destructive setup in his mouth. Do not chew. Jiang Fei was afraid he would break the gnome destructive setup. No chewing, Dakasoran mumbled. Come. Good boy, say goodbye. Jiang Fei was thrilled that Dakasoran did not destroy the gnome destructive setup in his mouth. Why is that? Dakasoran asked, confused. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and say goodbye. You are running out of time. Jiang Fei urged him. Oh! Goodbye, Dakasoran said very obediently. Boom! As soon as Dakasoran spoke, 30 seconds had passed. A blinding white light flashed once before disappearing. It was almost immediately followed by an even brighter flash of white light. It filled the entire world with whiteness. Jiang Fei could neither see anything nor hear anything. Ding! Hi's body momentarily glowed in a golden light as Jiang Fei's life-saving trump card was activated. The resonance from the explosion alone was sufficient to kill Jiang Fei instantly. If not for the life-saving effect of the blazing hammer, Jiang Fei would have turned into ashes. The explosion had only taken an instant. In just 2 seconds, Jiang Fei regained his vision. The entire valley had vanished. Jiang Fei found himself standing in a vast crater. His feet were wet, as underground water seemed to have seeped out. Not far away from Jiang Fei, Dakasoran's huge body lay unmoving. The explosion had taken his head off. After rubbing his eyes, Jiang Fei examined his battle records. Ding! You have killed Dakasoran. Obtained 17,850,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed Dakasoran. Obtained 3,400 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 31. Gain 5 undistributed attribute points. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 32. Gain 5 undistributed attribute points. Ding! You have killed Advanced Demon Guard. Obtained 11,500 experience points. Ding! You have killed Demon Mage. Obtained 17,500 experience points. Ding! You have killed Demon Warrior. Obtained 13,700 experience points. Ding! Congratulations player Verger Glider for reaching level 33. Gain 5 undistributed attribute points. Ding! You have killed Demon Hunter. Obtained 27,500 experience points. The gnome destructive setup had not only killed Dakasoran. It had even killed all the monsters in the 1,000-meter radius around the small valley. Jiang Fei had instantly obtained a tremendous amount of experience points and immediately gained 3 levels. Chapter 185, Holy Item and Skill Book. The joy from leveling did not occupy Jiang Fei's heart for long. It was quickly overwhelmed by the shining corpse of Dakasoran. This was a High Lord. he had to drop some proper goodness. Overlords were considered the highest rank in the game. Apart from celestial beings, overlords ranked at the top. In fact, Dakasoren was not a clone. He was a fully fledged High Lord. Jiang Fei arrived in just a few steps. Although Jiang Fei should have been used to picking up loots by now, his hands were shaking in anticipation. Come on! Skill book! Hidden class transfer token, legendary 9-piece set. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. This boss had been ridiculously powerful. Jiang Fei wished for all the most valuable items he could think of. Shuffle, as Jiang Fei's hands touched the corpse, a stream of purplish golden light appeared. Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, two-handed sword, holy item, attack power plus 100,000, strength, plus 8,000, vitality, plus 2,000, equip, your attacks have a splash effect, dealing 80% damage to enemies within a 3-meter radius of your target. Equip, obtain passive skill, true, bashful halo. You and your teammates in a 50-meter radius have 300% increased attack power. Equip, obtain skill demon rage. Increase attack power by 500% for 30 seconds. At the end of demon rage, all of your ability attributes decrease by 50% for 1 hour. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Equip requirement, 2,800 strength and 1,500 agility. Title requirement, Dragon Executioner. Remark, Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms was created using the first Demon King Abraham's broken horn. The weapon was so powerful that even gods were wary of it. CK me silly, there and then, Jiang Fei almost lost his sanity. This was the sword which Dakasoren was carrying earlier. Holy items were mighty equipment that had the qualities of both legendary and celestial grade equipment. Their attributes were 10 times stronger than normal equipment. However, they were as rare as the celestial grade equipment. These holy items usually belonged to ranked monsters as part of their original equipment and were not on any drop list tables. They would only drop after the monsters were killed, much like how players lose their equipped items after they die. However, holy items represented something unique to the monster factions which possessed these items. If a player obtained it, he would immediately become the public enemy of these monster races. Upon entering a map where such monsters are present, the monsters would surround and kill him without a doubt. The monsters would want to get back their holy item at all costs. The Destroyer of Kingdoms was extremely powerful, but it left a bad aftertaste in Jiang Fei's mouth. The steep requirements meant that specialized classes could one day wield it after a lot of hard work. However, Jiang Fei's Divine Blacksmith class had determined that he could only equip hammers. This sword would never be his to wield. Although Jiang Fei had acquired a holy item, he could only admire it. He was not even able to sell it. Firstly, the requirements for equipping this item were just off the charts. Who would have 2,800 strength and 1,500 agility? Even with a full set of equipment which increased his vitality, Jiang Fei only had 330 vitality points. If one wanted to equip this item, even with a good set of equipment, he would need to be at least level 80. Apart from that, there was also the ridiculous title requirement. Players all started off with the same title of adventurer. After players reached level 60, they would gain access to the promotion system. They could then improve their title through challenging quests. The titles began with the Adventurer, followed by Explorer, Elite Explorer, Dragon Slayer, Dragon Executioner, Anti-God, and finally ended with Challenger of Gods at the top. The lowest difficulty of title challenge quests corresponded with that of a normal dungeon. When one reached the level of Dragon Executioner, the difficulty would be equivalent to a single-player unknown dungeon. At level 28, Jiang Fei had been to a level 25 single-player unknown dungeon. He had left without attempting to fight it. One could see how difficult the title challenge quests are. Forget it. I should keep this hidden for now, Jiang Fei said as he shook his head and tossed Abraham, Destroyer of Kingdoms, into his spatial ring. He did not dare store it in his backpack. As the entire monster area had been wiped out due to the gnome destructive setup, he had been able to obtain the holy item without being confronted by the surrounding little monsters. The moment they start respawning, he would be in serious trouble. After he stowed it away, Jiang Fei continued to check out the other dropped items. Divine Battle Technique, Ruthless Barrage. Use, obtain the passive skill Ruthless Barrage. Ruthless Barrage, your every attack increases your attack power by 20% for 5 seconds. The maximum number of stacks is 10. A skill book emitting a bright golden light fell into Jiang Fei's hands. The Divine Battle Technique was not limited by any class or level requirements. Oh, something good, Jiang Fei was beyond happy. This was the third skill book he had discovered. The first was a Divine Art skill book while the second was a Seal Curse spell skill book, both of which could not be used by him. Finally, the High Lord Dakasoren he killed today had dropped the Divine Battle Technique that Jiang Fei could only dream of. Ding! You have learned the passive skill Ruthless Barrage. Jiang Fei did not even hesitate to learn the skill. His greatest weakness was his low battle power. Although the Ice Burst and Triple Bash skills which dealt damage according to his health points were not too bad, their cooldowns were atrocious. After that small burst of damage, he would be back to hitting like a wet nugget. Now that he had Ruthless Barrage, Jiang Fei's would be able to deal some decent damage. As the Blazing Hammer was a single-handed weapon and possessed no actual offensive power of its own, it allowed Jiang Fei to have very high attack speed. It was only second to weapons like daggers. Stacking the Ruthless Barrage's passive effect would be no trouble. Although Jiang Fei was eager to try out the Ruthless Barrage, he was still in a high-level map. The monsters would end up having him as a free snack. Besides, the corpse before him was still glowing. There were still items for him to loot. He willfully restrained himself and continued to pick up the items. Demon Sun's Necklace, Legendary, Attack Power plus 5,150, Strength, plus 400, Vitality, plus 200, Equip, your attacks ignore 20% of the target's armor. Equip, your attacks have a 20% chance to knock back your opponent by 2 meters. Equip, your attacks deal an additional 30% damage. Level requirement, 85, ah, damn it. Jiang Fei cursed under his breath. It was by no means terrible equipment, but the level requirement of 85 was ridiculous. However, Jiang Fei had overlooked the fact that the item came from a level 95 High Lord. How could the monster possibly drop anything for his level? With a disappointed look, Jiang Fei turned his gaze towards the still glowing corpse. Chapter 186, Drastic Change in Dawnlight City, Energy Crystal, Strengthening Item, Legendary, Use, provides you with an additional backup energy pool. Remark, you can only obtain an energy pool relevant to your class. The backup energy pool will not recover energy on its own. You can only replenish it by using potions. D**are in it. How can such a thing exist? Jiang Fei was shocked by his latest discovery. What did activating an additional energy pool mean? Bandits would have 2 bars of spirit energy, warriors would have 2 bars of rage, while magicians would have 2 bars of mana. This was a treasure that would tremendously enhance one's battle power. Although the backup energy pool was incapable of recovering on its own and could only be replenished through drinking potions, it would rarely be used unless one was in a dire situation. A few bottles of potions in exchange for one's life was still a worthwhile trade-off. Oh damn! This must be worth a lot of money. However, it is useless to me, Jiang Fei sighed. This was a godly item for any other player, but not Jiang Fei. All his skills came from his equipment. Not only did most of his skills not require any mana points, but his Ice Burst skill was also considered a crafter's skill and just had a cooldown period without any mana cost. The only skill which cost him mana points was Mana Burn. However, a single use of the skill would deplete his entire mana pool. In other words, he had very limited to no use of mana points. Forget it! I'll hold onto it for now. Jiang Fei casually tossed the energy crystal into his spatial ring. He was starting to take the safe box for granted. That was the last of the items. Although many of them have ended up taking up real estate in his inventory, Jiang Fei was happy with the Divine Battle Technique skill book. After he was done picking up the equipment, Jiang Fei shifted his gaze towards the ever-blinking friends list. D*MN. Ah Fei, did you swallow a fairy pill? How did your level just jump up like that? Han Tianyu had been forced by Qinshi to message Jiang Fei. Brother Fei, are you in another single-player unknown dungeon again? Xiao Feng's message swiftly followed. You went out to play without bringing us along yet again. Sun Mingming sounded the most indignant of the lot. Jiang Fei gave out some vague replies to silence them. After all, he had not expected to be teleported away by those two spies. This had been one big happy accident. It took him several minutes to calm the crowd down. As Jiang Fei was worried that he would bump into another Lord rank entity, so he quietly holed himself down in the huge crater. Half an hour later, some critters started respawning, but they were warded off by the Black Dragon Scale and left Jiang Fei alone. As Jiang Fei was still waiting for the warp limit to reset, Rosette Rose sent him a message. Ah Fei! Something has happened. Rosette Rose screamed frantically. What? Jiang Fei asked. I don't know. It's hell in Dawnlight City. Some level 30 monsters have appeared out of nowhere. Most of them are elite monsters. These monsters are killing everyone in their path. Players are being mowed down even as they respawn on their own corpses. Rosette Rose said. Why would that happen? Aren't the guards taking care of them? Jiang Fei asked with a frown. Guards? The guards are stretched thin across the entire city with their hands full. These monsters have pretty good drop rates and experience points. The players from the larger guilds are also returning to the city to train. Rosette Rose said. You should have our guild join in the fun. I won't be able to make it back so soon, Jiang Fei said after giving it some thought. Alright, Big Brother Bear and Little Rain have already brought some people over. Many people from the cities of the four main races are also on their way. The monsters' rampage should come to an end very soon. I just wanted to check if you could make it back in time for the experience feast, just like the one we had last time. Rosette Rose said. I don't know. I can only return in 3 hours. Jiang Fei took a look at the dimensional limitation timer. Do your best. I will get the girls some levels now. Rosette Rose said with a nod as she ended the voice call. Blimey. Monster Rampage. Wonder if the Brotherhood of Katya had something to do with that, Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. After all, he had been forcibly teleported from a most suspicious-looking room. It reeked of blood, and foreboding runes covered the walls. It was clearly some sort of evil ceremony. It was the best thing to pair with the sudden monster rampage. Nearly 3 hours later, the limitation was finally lifted. Jiang Fei shot up to his feet and ripped a return scroll apart. A white light flashed, and Jiang Fei was returned to Dawnlight City. Phew! As soon as Jiang Fei landed back in Dawnlight City, he let out a sigh of relief. He felt as if he had returned to civilization after a long reign of self-exile. The demon's map had been way too treacherous. He had been ridiculously fortunate to coincidentally carry a nuke in his bag. He was doubly lucky to have such a dumb boss confront him. If he did not have the nuke, or if the boss had been slightly brighter, Jiang Fei would have never been able to convince a boss to put a nuke in its mouth without chewing it. That luck had given Jiang Fei 3 free level ups, and several high-level equipment, albeit being too high to be of use to him. When Jiang Fei walked out of the teleportation portal, he was greeted by the significantly livelier sight of Dawnlight City. Even out of the smallest of back alleys, players were chasing after elite-grade monsters. Dawnlight City's training team is lacking 1 player. We are about to start. We will only focus on killing advanced elite monsters. The experience points will be very rewarding. Pub Players Freedom Team will hunt down the elite monsters. There are no restrictions on class and level. We only need 2 more people and will head out once the team is complete. Challenger Group still needs 2 more healers and a strong tank. Come on, we will not wait forever. As there were no monsters around the teleportation portal, it had turned into some sort of safe zone. Those without guilds or were from small clans would all gather here to form teams. After all, most pub players were unable to single-handedly defeat elite or advanced elite monsters. Handsome. Join our team to battle. I heard that one team killed some big game and obtained epic equipment. Big brother, join our team. Killing elite monsters will help you level up really fast. You will even be accompanied by pretty ladies. Training won't feel anything like a burden. As soon as Jiang Fei exited the teleportation portal, the equipment on his body attracted the attention of several teams in the area. They all asked him to join their teams. My apologies. I do not have time. Maybe we can work together next time. Jiang Fei answered as he shook his head. Why would he train with these pub players? Fatty, where the heck are you? Jiang Fei sent Zhao Feng a message. We are next to the blacksmith store at number 4, north of the city. Big Boss Han has segregated an area for us to train. There are quite a lot of advanced elite monsters out there. Rewards are pretty sweet. Zhao Feng said and laughed. Wait for me. I am coming right away. Jiang Fei replied as he summoned the Earth Drake. He charged towards the location provided by Zhao Feng. Chapter 187, Odd Change in Sources. As Jiang Fei rushed through the streets on the Earth Drake, he outran every little pursuant that attempted to give chase. Dawnlight City had turned into a war zone. Shops of various sizes had all been closed. The servant-type NPCs had all retreated back into their houses and barred their doors shut. Guards and players alike were busy shaking off the monsters. The bodies of several monsters and lower-level guards constantly struck the ground. Of course, some unfortunate players occasionally went into the mix. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Fei arrived at the north of the city. About 100 of his Imperial Dragons were at number 4's blacksmith store. Hey, Brother Fei! Former members of Young Master Guards immediately greeted Jiang Fei respectfully. Some of them even nearly lost their lives to monsters as they turned to greet Jiang Fei. These people had been able to work their way into the Manda group for a living because of their relationship with Jiang Fei. From another perspective, Han Tianyu had simply spared these people because of his respect for Jiang Fei. Either way, these fellows had good reason to treat Jiang Fei like their master. They were nothing like Big Brother Bear and his siblings. Jiang Fei would rather the lunatic siblings behave like these fellows. It was far less trouble. Ah Fei! You are back. Rosette Rose was happy to see that Jiang Fei had returned. The city was in chaos, and Jiang Fei was the dam that could stem the flood. All you do is run around. Sun Mingming hissed. Brother Fei, you have any idea how this started? Zhao Feng asked. Jiang Fei was now his official go-to dictionary when it came to the game. More or less, yes. It probably got triggered when I was teleported away. Jiang Fei briefly explained the incident related to the Brotherhood of Katya. That sounds plausible. Rosette Rose said with a nod. Young Master, give us the word, and we'll see to it. Big Brother Bear said. Yeah, Young Master Ah Fei, feed us, and we will work for you like slaves. Second Brother Bear said in agreement as he nodded. All right. Who owns this place? Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. He pointed to the room where he had been forcefully teleported from. That belongs to the Arcosios Sanctuary. Rosette Rose replied. By now, Dawnlight City's concentrated spawn points had already been distributed among the 4 biggest guilds. The entire northern region of the city had been occupied by the aristocrats. Jiang Fei stood somewhere in the middle of Han Tianyu's domain. Otherwise, Jiang Fei's small guild would have had to compete with other pub players for the sparsely distributed monster areas. TSK. This is difficult, Jiang Fei said with a frown. If the room had been claimed by the aristocrats, Jiang Fei could bring his people over using his relationship with Han Tianyu. However, if the room belonged to the Arcosios Sanctuary, things would be much more difficult. Now that Arcosios Sanctuary, Omni Sword, and magic thieves were working together against the aristocrats and had assumed that Jiang Fei was with them, he would never get through to them. "Ah, Fei, we should just force our way in," Rosette Rose said. Hey, wouldn't that be a declaration of war?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Such a ruthless suggestion would not have been a surprise to Jiang Fei if Big Brother Bear had said it. However, the fact that it came from Rosette Rose stunned Jiang Fei momentarily. This lady was a smart, cunning opportunist. She was always 2 steps ahead of everyone else. "Ah, shush. Declaration of war, my foot. Even if we keep this forced neutrality status up with them, how are they going to ever conduct business with us again, ever?" Rosette Rose asked. This, Jiang Fei thought about it and agreed. By now, it was certain that the 3 big guilds were collectively against the aristocrats. Jiang Fei's relationship with Han Tianyu and the aristocrats was also out in the open. The big guilds have already made their stance clear the moment they stopped supplying recipes to Jiang Fei in exchange for equipment. In the eyes of the 3 big guilds, Jiang Fei was branded with the aristocrats all over his body. Even if Jiang Fei meant well, the 3 big guilds would always suspect that Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were secretly plotting something against them. Jiang Fei's mutually beneficial future with them had been shot to pieces. There's just no harm throwing all caution to the wind at this point. As long as Jiang Fei did not initiate an attack against them, and with the protection of the aristocrats, the 3 big guilds would not dare to touch the people of Imperial Dragon. Although Jiang Fei's decision to force his way in would upset the people in Arcosio's sanctuary, it would not be an actual declaration of war. With a monster rampage going on, players were free to act with less restraint. After all, none of the players at their current level were ready to leave the main city to become a professional bandit. "All right," Jiang Fei said with a nod. He sent out a guild-wide announcement, "Everyone, follow me, yes. Young Master." The fellows from the Young Master Guards immediately responded. Naturally, the ladies did not sound as enthusiastic. Leveling up was already enough of a hassle to most of them. The rare few would always welcome the easy experience, but they were the minority. "Brother Fei, where are we going?" Little Rain asked as he shuffled along. He had just only returned to the group, having been dragged away by the ladies to wager his life against terrifying waves of monsters. That was why he had not been able to greet Jiang Fei sooner. "Just follow me. You will know once we arrive," Jiang Fei said as he led the group and charged towards the room that had the symbol of Kadia's Star of David over its door. Although there were many little monsters along the way, the large group quickly swept them under the rug, be it elite monsters or advanced elite monsters. Even the occasional vice leader monsters buckled beneath their stampede. With such a strong tanker, the attackers from behind easily annihilated the incoming monsters. Therefore, nothing could get in their way. The creeps were utterly insignificant. Most of them were not even equipped with any skills. Although they had slightly higher attack power and health points, the huge group of players quickly mowed them down. Despite that, they barely dropped anything valuable. At times, the lone excellent grade equipment made its appearance. Although Jiang Fei did not care much about excellent grade equipment, most players would value such equipment. Therefore, loud cheers regularly rose from among the crowd. A few minutes later, Jiang Fei had finally led him to their destination. At the same time, players from Arcosio's sanctuary had turned up to repel these invaders. Chapter 188, Secret Underground Room, hold it right there. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Arcosio's sanctuary. Leave now, and save us all the trouble, a mid-ranked official from Arcosio's sanctuary stepped out. Screw the sanctuary, let's run him over. Jiang Fei did not even hesitate before barreling through. "Oh shit! You're for real?" The official never expected that group to charge on. He barely had over 10 bodyguards escorting him. He did not stand a chance. "Boss, that guy looks like Verger, one of the members spoke up. Previously, as Demon's Grimace was still trading equipment with Jiang Fei. That particular member had helped in the trading process. That was why he recognized the renowned blacksmith tank. What? The official was stunned. They would have been prepared to die in the name of Arcosio's sanctuary. But would things be this simple with Verger Glider? Verger Glider was known to be closely related to the new boss of the aristocrats. If his action earned the wrath of the aristocrats, he could never bear the burden. Guildmaster. This is bad. Verger Glider just led a small army into our territory. The official helplessly reported the incident to Demon's Grimace. What's he done? More like, what did you do to offend him? Despite the chaos in Dawnlight City, the guards were not ignorant. Players who attacked one another for no reason would still be in trouble with the law. Demon's Grimace did not believe that Jiang Fei would attack unprovoked. Not at all. We stuck to our spots. The official protested indignantly. He had been falsely accused. If anything, he was more confused than anyone present. Stay put. I'm on my way, Demon's Grimace said with a frown. This was a bad time to get into a war between guilds. The alliance between the three guilds was still as fragile as ever. If word came that he was the source of a major war, Magithieves and Omnisword would surely order him around like a slave. Without any proper investigation, the tactful Demon's Grimace did not intend to be anyone's scapegoat. Jiang Fei could not care less. His large group walked right past the members of Arcosio's sanctuary. It was time to work outside the shadows. After all, the room was located within Arcosio's sanctuary's area of occupation. Either way, they would be alerted to his presence. His only chance was to charge into the room before Arcosio's sanctuary had time to react. His large group could bar anyone else from entry. A doorway was all that allowed passage into the little house. If 100 of them stood there, not a single intruder would get past. He could take his time investigating the room with a small elite force. With that idea in mind, Jiang Fei disregarded everything else and charged towards his destination. Big Brother Bear, get a formation up and make sure no one follows me in. Do not attack, unless attack first. If you think you're getting overwhelmed, back into the room and take some pot shots through the windows. Just keep them out. Jiang Fei gave Big Brother Bear some instructions before entering the room with Rosette Rose, Xiao Feng and a few other people. Aya! Rosette Meow Meow cried out and covered her nose the moment they entered the room. Jiang Fei frowned. The stench of blood was overwhelming. More than he could remember. The runes were now glowing red. They appeared to have been activated. Ah Fei! What is going on here? Rosette Rose asked. I am not sure, we should split up to investigate. Jiang Fei said as he carefully observed every corner in the room. Jiang Fei suddenly discovered a yellow arrow pointing towards a corner to his back. The mysterious ring was pointing something out to him. Ming Ming, head over to check that out with Rosette Dazzle Dance. Although the mysterious ring was trying to show him something, Jiang Fei did not have any skills to trigger traps or hidden levers. He still needed a thief to check the place out. All right. The two girls nodded as they followed his directions. There is a trapdoor here. It did not take long for Sun Ming Ming to spot it. Rosette Dazzle Dance, step aside. Prepare your healing potions, Sun Ming Ming, and be ready to heal yourself. Jiang Fei said as he signaled for Sun Ming Ming to open the trapdoor. Creak! As Sun Ming Ming opened the trapdoor, it creaked most disturbingly, but no traps were triggered. Thieves will lead the way. The rest, follow them. Jiang Fei walked behind Sun Ming Ming and headed for the basement. Squeak! As soon as they entered the underground room, a monster bounded up to them. It was a huge rat, the size of a human. It had been skinned clean. Its bare, pink muscles stood out in clear sight. Blood vessels lined its skin. It was completely and utterly disgusting. Demonized sewer rat, beast, elite, level, 30, health points, 9,900, attack power, 1,100, skills, none. Remark, this was a regular sewer rat which has been demonized by someone. Do not panic. Take it down! Jiang Fei swiftly attacked the monster as he spoke to the crowd behind him. Jiang Fei did not find the lone level 30 normal elite monster to be worthy of any real effort on his part. He would have been comfortable with defeating even a group of them. It was quickly slain by the group. The group pressed on. More demonized critters came up to greet them. There were demonized rats, spiders, or some cockroaches. All of them were level 30 elite monsters. Sometimes they came alone, and other times in groups. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei's powerful group proceeded with ease. Meanwhile, outside the house, Big Brother Bear and his group stood guard. An even larger group that dwarfed theirs was having a tense standoff against them. Ask Verger Glider to come out now. I need to speak with him, Demon's Grimace said to Big Brother Bear and his lot as he stood before Arcosio's Sanctuary's members. What do you want with our young master? If you have anything to say it to me. Our young master is still busy. Why would he have time to deal with someone like you? Big Brother Bear did not recognize Demon's Grimace. On top of that, they were clearly not here on friendly terms. Big Brother Bear was not even bothered to remain polite. Demon's Grimace had tried to contact Jiang Fei through a private message. However, Jiang Fei was too occupied to bother with it. Clearly, when they had discovered the underground room, Jiang Fei knew something was down there. Be it a treasure or something else, he was not planning to share it with anyone else. Since trying to contact Jiang Fei was futile, and Demon's Grimace did not want the situation to escalate any further, he had to turn to Big Brother Bear. Unfortunately, Big Brother Bear was neither the most diplomatic nor was he the most amicable person around. Moreover, Big Brother Bear was very loyal to Jiang Fei and took his instructions to heart. Therefore, as soon as Demon's Grimace opened his mouth, he soon found that he was speaking to a wall of steel. Chapter 189, Opposition. Demon's Grimace nearly choked on his own saliva. He had been fortunate enough not to have passed out. After all, he was considered a respected elder in the gaming circle. The average gamer's age was rather low. People like Happy Drunk, Lady Casanova, or Billy Boy were in their early 20s and were at the prime of their youth. Even people in their 30s like Southern Azure Sword were considered elders. Demon's Grimace was already in his early 50s. Although he had never achieved much in his lifetime of gaming, he had played a variety of games and was considered an elder. Despite his mediocre abilities, he had vast years of experience under his belt. Even the likes of Lady Casanova from the best guilds in town would treat him with respect. A rash youth had suddenly appeared before him today and humiliated him in front of many members of the Arcosio's Sanctuary Guild. The old man had been close to ordering the start of a war, there and then. Fortunately, Demon's Grimace was old enough to control his emotions, unlike the impulsive youths in their prime. This old man had a vast foresight and was sharp enough to understand that Jiang Mei must have come here for valid reasons. That house had to mean something. However, the doorway only permitted passage for a single person. Although there were only 100 of Jiang Fei's people there and Demon's Grimace could easily gather tens of thousands of soldiers at his beck and call, the place was too small for him to use his numbers efficiently. If the aristocrats were to corner them from the outside, Demon's Grimace was certain that Lady Casanova and Southern Azure Sword would not come and help him on their own volition. No way! I will not become the scapegoat. No matter what, I must make sure those two fall with me. Demon's Grimace thought for a while before making his decision. He held his people back. Instead, he sent a message to Lady Casanova and Southern Azure Sword, exaggerating on how the room held some national-level treasure. According to Demon's Grimace, the treasure contained in the room would grant the aristocrats immense power. In fact, the aristocrats may even acquire the capability to suppress the three guilds' alliance. If this treasure were to fall into the hands of Jiang Fei, it was as good as the aristocrats obtaining it. In the eyes of the three major guilds, Jiang Fei's Imperial Dragon and Han Tianyu's the aristocrats were cut from the same fabric. To make matters worse, Demon's Grimace had even mentioned that Lady Casanova and Southern Azure Sword were losing their grip. The aristocrats were already exerting colossal pressure on them. Han Tianyu was now expanding his guild's foothold, regardless of the expense. The aristocrats not only had an additional castle, they had 10 entire sentry towers. Their organization had been managed to perfection. Various resources and sources of income were continuously streaming into the aristocrats' pockets. The three big guilds could not possibly defeat the aristocrats even after the armistice and period of guild construction came to an end. The three big guilds were already having a tough time keeping up. What more could they do? If the aristocrats got their hands on yet another treasure, would they sit and wait in peace? When Lady Casanova and Southern Azure Sword heard about the news, they immediately tore off from their current battles and rushed over to the scene. Such drastic measures did not go by unnoticed. When Han Tianyu found that the three big guilds were working together to bully his brother, he immediately gathered 100,000 members of the aristocrats. Out of that group, nearly 80,000 of those players had solid attack powers, excluding profession class players and professional management employees. His group outnumbered all three of the guilds, even when combined. Lady Casanova had managed to solicit a title deed from Jiang Fei to establish a base in Dawnlight City. Consequently, the guild had been upgraded to a middle-grade guild. The two remaining guilds in the alliance were low-grade guilds with around 20,000 members each. Although both were middle-grade guilds, the Magithees were having a hard time recruiting people. The most complicated part of the job was establishing a management team. It required tests of ability and loyalty, both of which took up a lot of time. Therefore, they had only managed to double the member count to 40,000 after almost half a month. There was no way they could directly purchase a few offices and gaming centers like what Han Tianyu did. He had established the management framework in such a way that the loyalty of his regular members could be guaranteed. After all, none of them had access to the guild's secrets and dealings. As long as the members were well paid, their loyalty was unquestionable. As Han Tianyu stepped in, the already chaotic situation in Dawnlight City worsened even further. The four big guilds were now gathered around the room. The previously quiet neighborhood now saw more life than ever. With the four big guilds occupied, the medium-sized and smaller guilds jumped on the opportunity. The four major guilds had initially seized control of the densely populated areas. The mid-sized and smaller guilds had initially been forced to pick the scraps. Now, the tables had been turned. With the four big guilds involved in an intense standoff, monsters were spawning unattended. Oh, goodness. Not bad at all. I have not even made a move against you. Are you on a suicide mission? Han Tianyu walked nonchalantly to the front of the group. You. I will not speak to you. Where is Happy Drunk? Come on out. Lady Casanova glanced at Han Tianyu, her brow furrowed. Lady Casanova was already a ruthless person. But the tycoon before her easily made her look as docile as a house cat. Moreover, Lady Casanova's ruthlessness was completely dependent on her capabilities in the game. She had always been victorious against greater numbers when coupled with Billy Boy's sharp tactics. Han Tianyu's ruthlessness came in an entirely different form. If her ruthlessness was akin to smacking people with regular bricks, then the tycoon's ruthlessness was equivalent to smacking people with golden bricks. 10 days ago, Han Tianyu had just only taken over the aristocrats. He had immediately started building the guild's base at a rapid rate. Lady Casanova had coerced a few small guilds into harassing the aristocrats. Her plan had ended up completely backfiring. Although Billy Boy's plans were seamless and certainly did bring some trouble to the aristocrats. The small guilds were all quickly bought over by Han Tianyu's alluring wealth. When Lady Casanova saw Han Tianyu stepping up, she knew there was no way anything good would come out of this. If the sly fellow made a move, she might even risk losing the alliance of the three big guilds. They would probably be bought over by him, and that would be the end of the story. By then, she would have run out of tears to cry. Although Lady Casanova was confident in her own powers to resist the temptation of money, the other two guilds may not be as strong. To prevent that scenario from happening, Lady Casanova intended to avoid speaking with Han Tianyu altogether. Tycoon, she is underestimating you. What should we do? Will you use your ultimate skill to kill her? Not only did Happy Drunk not step out when Lady Casanova called for him, he even fanned the flames by trying to incite Han Tianyu. Naturally, Happy Drunk was not happy about being treated as a second fiddle to anyone else. Chapter 190, Underground Secrets. As Happy Drunk attempted to pressure Han Tianyu into reaching out to the three other guilds, Jiang Fei and the others had already gone far into the basement. When they first entered the basement, Jiang Fei had thought that this place was a wine cellar. While the basement was becoming narrower the further they walked, it was also becoming longer. This was an underground passage. At that stage, the snakes, worms, rats, and ants had all demonized into monsters. However, the intruders were Jiang Fei and the others. Rather than clog up the flow, they only ended up giving those intruders lots of experience. As they delved deeper into the passage, the level of the monsters started to increase. It started with level 30 elites, and now there were level 32 elites. Occasionally, a small, advanced elite leader would lead a group of elite monsters to try and halt their progress. After walking for about a few hundred meters, Jiang Fei had lost their bearings. They were underground, with no way of telling where the sun rose. He no longer knew which building they were under, but the passage was showing signs of widening. Yo! There's another small boss. When the passage widened by approximately 5 or 6 meters, Jiang Fei smiled at the sight of a small intermediate boss. Demonized Sewer Crocodile, Wild Beast, Intermediate, Level 32, Health Points 80,000, Attack Power 1,400, Skills, Bite, Sweeping Tail, Bite, immediately attacks the target and causes a bleeding effect. Sweeping Tail immediately attacks targets behind and on both sides, causing a lot of damage and knocking them back. Remarks: a demonized sewer creature with significant combat prowess. Nothing special with this guy. Melee attackers, to me. Jiang Fei gave an order before running straight to the boss. Ice Burst. Minus 1,257, Bash. Minus 582, minus 574, minus 613, Jiang Fei quickly generated aggro. After he gained the passive skill, Ruthless Multi-Attacks, Jiang Fei discovered that Bash's attacks could also be stacked. Thus, after he stacked his damage up, things would become easier for him. Each attack could increase the damage by 20%, and it could be stacked a maximum of 10 times. In a short time, Jiang Fei's attack power would be tripled. This would allow the originally soft-hitting Jiang Fei to quickly match any specialized DPS class. Currently, Jiang Fei's attack power was around 400. After a 200% increase, it would end up at nearly 1,300. Although it was still not up to par with elites like Lady Casanova or Chen Shi, it was a lot higher than an average warrior. It would take a while before Jiang Fei's attack power could reach such heights. Moreover, once he stopped attacking for more than 5 seconds, his attack power would return to normal. Even so, Jiang Fei was pleased with his progress. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Fei's attacks were dealing more than 1,000 damage. Along with the attacks coming from the others with him, the small intermediate boss did not even last a minute. The small boss dropped a blue leather armor bracelet. After Sun Mingming defeated Rosette Phantom in rock paper scissors, she kept the bracelet in her bag. Although Sun Mingming had gotten to know them just not too long ago, she had already accepted the rules of rock paper scissors being the determiner when it came to loot. Although it was only a blue bracelet, it was still a level 30 equipment. This was why the 4 major guilds had intended to snatch the boss before this. Unfortunately, those 4 major guilds were still outside. Bosses like these were easy to kill and dropped level 30 blue equipment. It was ideal or even small and medium-sized guilds. After killing the crocodile boss, Jiang Fei and the others finally arrived at the end of the passage. Damn, Jiang Fei gasped at the sight before him. Oh, Sun Mingming and Rosette Meow Meow could not help it but cover their mouths. As they grabbed onto Jiang Fei's shoulders, the both of them started to retch. Rosette Rose looked disgusted. Although her reaction was not as exaggerated as Sun Mingming's and Rosette Mao's, she seemed quite uncomfortable. F***CK. Do they have to make everything so disgusting? Even Jiang Fei was frowning. There was a wide, big hall before Jiang Fei and the others. There was nothing else in the huge hall except for an enormous blood pool in the middle of the hall. The blood in the blood pool was constantly churning. Some people were casting spells around the pool, and others were throwing some materials into the blood pool. Next to the blood pool were piles of corpses. Corpses that comprised the dead flesh of wild beasts and humans. Clearly, these corpses were the source of the blood in the blood pool. Damn! We've been discovered. Stop them, quickly, we can't let them interrupt Master Sava's spells. The aggro was quickly picked up. Everyone, get ready to fight! Jiang Fei shouted. At that moment, a group of people had already charged towards them. Katya Bandit, Humanoid, Elite, Level, 30, Health Points, 9,000, Attack Power, 1,200, Skills, None, Katya Warrior, Humanoid, Elite, Level, 30, Health Points, 12,000, Attack Power, 1,000, Skills, None. The first batch of monsters that charged towards them consisted of these two types. They were not very strong, but they outnumbered the players. That single wave consisted of about 17 or 18 in total. Ice Burst! Minus 1,204, minus 1,078, minus 1,267. As the monsters rushed over in a group, Jiang Fei caught them all together with a single Ice Burst. Jiang Fei had grown proficient with the skill now. He knew just how to utilize its conical range. Fatty, activate your fire arts. Jiang Fei turned back and shouted. Now that he had steadily pulled the aggro of the monsters, the others were free to go after the monsters. The first wave of monsters gave Jiang Fei and the others practically zero pressure. As Jiang Fei was a solid tank, each monster only dealt barely over 100 damage to him. The healers were not burdened at all and could heal him at leisure. As soon as the first wave of monsters was cleared, the second wave moved in. The monsters in the second wave were roughly the same as those in the first wave, but there was an additional advanced elite leader. Katya Captain, Humanoid, Advanced Elite, Level, 31, Health Points, 33,000, Attack Power, 1,300, Skills, Cleave, Command Aura. Cleave immediately attacks two other enemies near the current target. Command Aura increases your attack power and the attack power of nearby allies by 20%. Remarks, a core member of the Brotherhood of Katya. Healers, stop daydreaming. This wave is harder. Jiang Fei quickly called out to Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow. After all, the captain's damage stood out on its own. It was comparable to that of weaker small bosses. Moreover, Command Aura was going to be extremely troublesome. It directly increased attack power by 20%, which sent the damage of the monsters soaring. Fatty, switch arts, target the captain. Jiang Fei quickly made a decision. Killing more than a dozen monsters at once was more time-consuming, and this would place more pressure on the healers. It was better to focus on killing the captain first, as they would be able to eradicate one damage source and also remove the effect of Command Aura on the other monsters. Chapter 191, Ferocious Mutants. Although the captain had more than 30,000 health points, it quickly fell to the well-rounded party. As soon as the captain died, the healers were able to breathe freely again. Jiang Fei was now back in his comfort zone. After they cleared the second wave of monsters, Jiang Fei and the others had a chance to rest. Everyone immediately sat down and ate stuff to recover their health and mana points. Master, this is bad. Our brothers have all fallen. Should we fall back? No. Our plan is about to succeed. We cannot afford to retreat. A cutscene had been triggered. After the brief exchanges between the members of the Brotherhood of Katya in front, it was clear that players could not avoid a fight with them. Let's go to them. They're not going to budge from those positions. A fully recovered Jiang Fei stood up. Yeah, the others nodded and were prepared for the battle. At this time, only 5 monsters remained beside the blood pool. There were 4 Katya wizards and another boss. Katya wizard, humanoid, elite, level 32, health points 22,000, magic attack power 1,400, skill Shadow Bolt. Shadow Bolt fires a shadow bolt at the enemy, dealing 120% of your magic attack power as damage. 3 seconds casting time. Remarks: a core member of Katya, the main spellcaster of the Brotherhood of Katya. Warlock Sava, humanoid, leader, level 33, health points 100,000, magic attack power 1,600, skills Shadow Bolt, Bloodlust, Demonized Infection. Shadow Bolt fires a shadow bolt to the enemy, dealing 120% of your magic attack power as damage. 3 seconds casting time. Bloodlust, the target's attack and casting speed is increased by 100%. Demonized Infection immediately infects a friendly target or corpse, causing them to demonize and fight for you. Remarks: one of the core leaders of the Brotherhood of Katya. Very dangerous. All individuals involved in killing him will gain a lot of reputation in the human faction in Dawnlight City. We'll have to fight the 4 wizards together, they can't be separated. I'll assign the tasks. Ming Ming, you will be in charge of wizard number 1, do not forget to interrupt his shadow bolt. All 5 monsters are mages, if we allow them to complete their spells, our healers will be overrun. Phantom is in charge of wizard number 2, Little Rain number 3, Fox number 4, whatever it is, do not forget to interrupt their spells. Interrupting their spells was their number 1 priority. Dazzle Dance, you fill in later. If a monster has been buffed by the boss Bloodlust, grab that monster's attention. When that happens, Sister Rose will turn around to heal you. Jiang Fei continued to assign tasks. The girls from the clan were already used to Jiang Fei having some hidden insight on the boss. Little Rain was the only one frowning. The others did not doubt Jiang Fei's ability of foresight. After all, most of the people in this party were girls. Most of them played games for fun, and they were too lazy to bother about such worrisome things. The only smart one, Rosette Rose, knew that Jiang Fei had a lot of secrets, but she was smart enough to know not to ask too much. Okay, Fatty, activate fire arts. Let's kill the wizards first, Jiang Fei prepared himself. Alright. As soon as Zhao Feng activated fire arts, Jiang Fei attacked. Ice Burst. -1,120, -1,207, 2 monsters were frozen on the spot almost immediately. Battle Cry. Using an impressively wide-ranged aggro-generating skill, Jiang Fei managed to pull the aggro of all 5 monsters onto himself. At the same time, he used Intercept and stunned a wizard who had gotten away from the ice. Counter. Little Rain's skill silently took effect, interrupting the last wizard's casting. Fatty, you and Bubbles, with me. The others, just take care of your own wizards. Jiang Fei shouted. The monsters here were all magicians, so they dealt a lot of damage to him. As tough as he was, it was better if the spells were interrupted as often as possible. While the 4 wizards were hamstrung, the boss successfully cast Shadow Bolt. Demon's Harborage. Jiang Fei immediately activated his skill. -1,895. A high amount of damage appeared above the boss head. Once again, Jiang Fei had successfully played the role of Murong Fu, allowing the boss to have a taste of its own medicine. However, as the cooldown time of Demon's Harborage was relatively long, Jiang Fei took the full damage of the next Shadow Bolt from the boss. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had successfully generated the boss aggro through the reflected Shadow Bolt, so the healers could heal him without worry. At that moment, Rosette Rose was already level 28, and Rosette Meow Meow was already level 27. Both of them were far more effective healers now, more than ever. Swoosh, -1,567, Rosette Fox failed to interrupt the casting, and a Shadow Bolt slammed into Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's health points took a chunk off. As Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow could only maintain Jiang Fei's health points, it was impossible for the 1,500 health points lost to this attack to be recovered. Please watch it. We can't afford too many of these mistakes, Jiang Fei reminded them. With a scream, the first monster collapsed. Although only 3 people were attacking Jiang Fei included, the monsters barely had over 20,000 health points. Moreover, their defense was incomparable to that of the boss, so 20 seconds was all it took to dispatch each of them. starts. When his brother fell, Warlock Sava immediately became furious and activated Bloodlust. Suddenly, one monster turned red. The casting speed had been doubled, and a shadow bolt was fired every 1.5 seconds, so fast that Rosette Phantom could not keep up with it. Charge! Rosette Dazzle Dance responded swiftly. She only allowed the monster time to cast one more shadow bolt before she stunned the buff monster with Bloodlust. Taunt! Rosette Dazzle Dance grabbed the aggro of this monster, and Rosette Rose began to heal her. Switch targets, kill the one in the Bloodlust state first, jumping slash. In an instance, Jiang Fei was directly in front of this monster. He immediately started attacking. Minus 2,521. Critical hit, the first attack after jumping slash would be a guaranteed critical strike. Jiang Fei had already activated Ruthless multi-attacks 10 times, so each time his hammer went down, it dealt more than 2,000 damage. The 2 magicians who were at home with their high damage, Little Rain and Rosette Fox, were extremely shocked to see those figures. Swoosh, a lapse in concentration allowed the monster that Little Rain was in charge of to send a shadow bolt at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei's health points decreased, once again. This was after another shadow bolt that Sun Mingming had failed to interrupt. Jiang Fei only had 8,000 health points left at this time. Hang in there, guys. Help Mingming interrupt them. Phantom, go and help Xiaoyu. As Jiang Fei attacked the monster in front of him in a frenzy, he readjusted the positions of those responsible for interrupting the spells. After all, the monster right before him was already near death. If there were only 2 monsters left, it would be much easier to interrupt them. Chapter 192, Zombie Man. When the second wizard fell, Jiang Fei had less than 5,000 health points remaining. Every shadow bolt from the boss dealt nearly 2,000 damage, causing Jiang Fei's health points to drop sharply. The 2 healers, Rosette Rose and Rosette Meow Meow, were trying their best, but everyone's greatest fear was a single critical hit. It would be enough to tip Jiang Fei over the threshold. No! You're not done. Rise and fight for me, Warlock Sava roared. The 2 dead wizards swayed to their feet, their rotting skin flaking off. The girls started to retch again. When the girls started to retch, Jiang Fei found himself in hot waters. Rosette Fox and Sun Mingming stopped interrupting the spells. Although Little Rain and Rosette Phantom quickly jumped in, Rosette Meow Meow was too focused on being disgusted and stopped healing altogether. Only Rosette Rose clenched her teeth and continued to heal, but her healing was insufficient. Snap out of it. Heal! Jiang Fei shouted. At the same time, he activated Claret Aegis. He decided that some adjustments would have to be made to the party's configuration in the future. These girls were already bad enough at the game. To make things worse, they easily lose stomach at anything remotely frightening or disgusting. It could cost them entire battles. As the boss and the monsters threw more spells at them, Armored Bulwark was of no use to them. Jiang Fei had no choice but to activate another life-saving skill. As soon as he activated Claret Aegis, the boss damage reduced to less than 1,000. Rosette Rose alone could maintain Jiang Fei's health points, but Claret Aegis could only take 3 attacks. If Rosette Meow Meow did not start to heal him again, he would start to get angry for real. Intercept. Minus 50, Ice Burst. Minus 1,204. Minus 1,197. This time, Jiang Fei did not have the heart to care about Rosette Meow Meow's feelings. All he could do was play his part and attract the 2 demonized monsters. Although Rosette Dazzledance's job was to pull the aggro of these kinds of small monsters, she was too busy being disgusted. Although she was still trying her best to fight them off, Jiang Fei believed that having her challenge those disgusting monsters would be far too much. F***ck them. Who the hell came up with such a disturbing scene? Jiang Fei cursed. At the same time, he became more determined than ever to adjust the party's configuration. Whatever it was, the battle had to go on. The two frozen monsters had been thawed. Zombie Man, Spectre, Advanced Elite, level 32, health points 35,000, attack power 1,200, skills, Frenzy multi-attacks, instantly attacks the target 5 times in a row. Remarks: Zombie men possess powerful bursts of energy. Bloody hell! When Jiang Fei saw the attributes of the two monsters, his face turned green. Misfortunes always seemed to come in pairs. Half his party was already incapacitated, and two massive threats were now lumbering towards them. I should have made Fatty activate blood arts before we started the battle. Jiang Fei was regretting his decision. Xiao Feng was a walking turner of tides and battles, but the cooldown period was extremely long. However, it was too late to activate it now. That skill took 2 minutes to cast. The whole party would be destroyed long before he finished casting. Meow meow. Heal. Even Xiao Feng had noticed that Jiang Fei was in a crisis. He rushed to Rosette Meow Meow's side and shouted into her ear. Ah! Rosette Meow Meow was startled by Xiao Feng's loud voice. She quickly saw that Jiang Fei's health points was really low. She could not be bothered to be disgusted any longer. It was time to earn her pay. Kill those two zombie men. Girls, continue to interrupt spell casts. Little Rain, help to attack. Jiang Fei was desperate. His health points were at a critical level. Even though Rosette Meow Meow had begun to heal him again, he would never last. Shriek. Following a shriek, the zombie man used its skill against Jiang Fei Frenzy multi-attacks. -420, -385, -417, -396, -426. The monster dealt 5 attacks in a flash, dealing almost 2,000 damage to Jiang Fei. The two healers had no answer to that. With a little more than 3,000 health points, Jiang Fei quickly activated Armored Bulwark, which gave him a physical damage shield that could take more than 2,600 damage. It was not useful against the boss, but it could withstand the attacks from the zombie men. After activating Armored Bulwark, Jiang Fei's health points stabilized. After all, the healers could equal the damage from the boss. As long as the two zombie men did not use their skills, it would take them quite a while to deal more than 2,000 damage to Jiang Fei. Boom! Under the combined attacks of Jiang Fei, Xiao Feng, and Little Rain, a zombie man went back to the grave. Shriek. This time, the second zombie man used frenzy multi-attacks. Jiang Fei's armored bulwark was quickly broken, and his health points suddenly fell below 2,000. Blood pool. Plus 13,160. Jiang Fei immediately used blood pool. His health points were back to full. Swoosh, minus 1,958. The boss Shadow Bolt closely followed. If Jiang Fei activated Blood Pool any later, he would have used up his golden skill, the one that made him immune to death. As Jiang Fei's health was full again, the party's morale quickly followed. Although the girls were still a little disgusted, a long time had passed, and they had somewhat adapted to it. Rosette Bubbles had rejoined the attacking team and was attacking the zombie man together with Jiang Fei and the others. With the additional damage output of a hunter, Jiang Fei and the others started regaining the upper ground. In a short time, the second zombie man was also killed. Intercept. As Jiang Fei was afraid that his attack power would drop sharply if he stopped attacking, he directly used Intercept to rush to a wizard and dealt another 3 hits with his blazing hammer. Bash! Minus 612, minus 584, minus 597. This one, as Jiang Fei attacked, he ordered the other attackers to follow through. After the two zombie men died, the battle became easier. The four classes who was capable of interrupting spells took care of the two wizards, so the interruption success rate was almost 100%. Moreover, as Jiang Fei's health points was big in the green, the party had grown emboldened. Their fighting efficiency increased, and they killed the two wizards quickly. Although the boss used its demonizing spell to resurrect the two dead wizards once again, the attackers no longer had their hands tied down to interrupt those pesky spells. As disgusting as it was, they had already seen it once, so the girls were not that affected. When the monsters died, the boss was rendered useless. After less than 2 minutes of resistance, the warlock Sava died. Phew! Let's see what good stuff this disgusting drops. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief and swiped the corpse of the boss open. Suddenly, a golden light appeared on the boss body. Chapter 193, The Reason Behind the Monster Invasion. Warlock Shoulder Guard, Chainmail, Quality, Legendary, Physical Defense plus 158, Magic Defense plus 94, Strength plus 5, Vitality plus 17, Block Chance plus 5%, Equipment. Allows you to acquire the skill Lightning Jolt. You will wave your weapon and hit the ground, immediately causing 200 damage to all enemies within the range of 8 meters, while reducing their movement speed by 40% and attack speed by 20%. The effects last for 20 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 minute. This skill will generate a lot of aggro. Level requirement, 30. The first item dropped by the boss was a legendary chainmail shoulder guard. As he was the main tank, Jiang Fei stowed it away in his bag without hesitation. After he equipped the legendary chainmail shoulder guard, Jiang Fei handed the equipment that had the battle cry skill attached to it to Rosette Dazzle Dance. Jiang Fei's maximum health points rose to a staggering 13,520. His defense had also shot up, reaching 1,200. This lightning jolt could be said to be an enhanced version of battle cry. Not only could it weaken the enemy's attack power, but it also bogged down their movement speed. Moreover, the cooldown was much shorter than battle cries. After putting on the new equipment, Jiang Fei continued to take equipment out of the boss body. Warlock Staff, Quality, Epic, Physical Attack plus 78, Magic Attack plus 588, Vitality plus 10, Intelligence plus 15, Equipment, increases your magic attack by 15%. Level requirement, 30, good stuff. Jiao Feng said. I'm going to make the call and give this to Little Rain. After Jiang Fei said that, he directly handed the equipment over to Little Rain, the new magician. Nobody else in the party was more than level 30 except for Jiang Fei. Even if they had such equipment now, they could not use it. Out of the two magicians who could use this staff, Little Rain was level 29, and Rosette Fox was level 28, so Jiang Fei gave the staff to Little Rain. Although Rosette Fox was a little unhappy, the others did not say anything. After all, Little Rain would be able to equip this weapon very soon, and Rosette Fox might only reach level 30 in 2 days, minimum. However, Rose's heart fell. Only she understood that Jiang Fei had started to distance himself from the girls in the clan. The girls' performance against the zombie men today had been atrocious. It was understandable for girls to be easily disgusted, but if you only served as a crutch to the party, you had no right to be there. Rosette Rose had been putting in a lot of effort these days. She had tried to train the girls and enhance their combat effectiveness. However, this was of no avail. Among the 40 girls who were originally in the clan, more than 20 of them were players who played the game purely for entertainment. They played Dawn Break for fun, so there was no use putting them through hard training. They did not even have the motivation to level up, let alone chase the top ranks. The vast majority of the remaining 20 would also quit after training for a few hours. They also played the game for fun. In their free time, they preferred to tease Jiang Fei and Little Rain. Who would even bother to get better at the game? Only the remaining few who were closest to Rosette Rose, like Rosette Meow Meow, Rosette Fox, and the others could hold on. However, even Rosette Rose herself was not that good at stomaching horrible scenes. As a result, in today's battle, the girls collectively dropped the ball, and Jiang Fei was extremely disappointed. As Rosette Rose was lost in her troubles, Jiang Fei had already started to distribute the third item. Warlock's Heart, Jewelry, Quality, Epic, Magic Attack plus 100, Vitality, plus 10, Spirit, plus 15, Equipment, increases your healing effects by 20%. Level requirement, 30, Sister Rose, take this one. This time, Jiang Fei was no longer asking for opinions. Instead, he exercised his right as the leader to distribute the equipment to the person he thought most suitable. Rosette Rose nodded and said nothing more. Jiang Fei's actions at this time made her happy yet somewhat worried. She was happy that Jiang Fei had finally begun to establish his authority in the team. This was something that she had never seen before, which made her feel that Jiang Fei had grown up a little. The more powerful Jiang Fei became, the more opportunities she got to rely on Jiang Fei to achieve her own dreams. At the same time, Rosette Rose was also worried. She could work hard and ensure that she remains within Jiang Fei's core circle, but she was afraid that the other girls would soon be replaced by people around Jiang Fei. I know that some of you might be dissatisfied with the direct distribution of equipment this time, but while you are dissatisfied, it is best if you also take a look at your performance. Jiang Fei frowned and said, Brother Fei, Zhao Feng tried to stop Jiang Fei. After all, most of the people in the party were girls. Some of those words might just be too harsh. That's all I'm going to say. In the future, in team activities, the distribution of equipment will no longer be based on rock, paper, scissors, or closeness. All equipment will be distributed according to one's contribution to the team. Jiang Fei nodded. In fact, the principle of distributing items according to contributions has always been the standard upheld by major guilds. Previously, Jiang Fei had only allowed the girls to carry on with the rock, paper, scissors system because there were very few of them and he did not want to spoil the mood. All of the girls were born in rich families, and they felt a little unhappy hearing Jiang Fei's words. However, as the big sister Rosette Rose did not say anything, they naturally did not dare to speak. Instead, Rosette Phantom was smiling a little. She had stood out among the rest. She took horror films as comedy flicks. Not only was she not disgusted, but she also watched the scene with relish. After the distribution of equipment, Jiang Fei led the team and continued exploring. After the warlock was killed, the blood pool in the hall no longer churned. The blood was quickly draining, revealing the bottom of the pool. Brother Fei, look, Zhao Feng was the first to discover something strange. Jiang Fei looked at where Zhao Feng was pointing at, only to see that the blood in the blood pool had disappeared entirely. However, the bottom of the pool looked like a layer of film which shone with a purple brilliance. Dungeon entrance, bottom of the blood pool, entry requirements, normal difficulty average party level 30, elite difficulty average party level 33, heroic difficulty average party level 35. Remarks: this is the entrance to a different dimension opened by the warlock. However, as the spell was interrupted halfway through, the world in this different dimension was only a small one, but the monsters inside still pose a significant threat. Holy shit! A dungeon entrance? Could the invasion incident in Dawnlight City this time be due to the activation of this dungeon storyline? Jiang Fei looked at the hints given by the mysterious ring and suddenly felt elated. Chapter 194, No Chance Whatsoever. You guys go back without me, I'll go in and have a look. As the average party level had to be 30 to enter, it was impossible for Jiang Fei to bring everyone into the dungeon, so he planned to head in alone and try it out. I'll go with you, Rosette Rose said. Sounds good. Jiang Fei nodded. Rosette Rose was currently level 29, with only one more level to level 30. Jiang Fei was level 33, so the entry requirements could be met even if he brought her. Also, Jiang Fei had a healer with him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter the dungeon with Rosette Rose, Han Tianyu suddenly sent a message. Ah Fei, did you guys discover anything from your side? Han Tianyu asked. Yeah. We killed a level 30 leader. How did you know? Jiang Fei asked. The monsters and small bosses outside are no longer respawning, and all the players are kill-stealing the NPCs. Han Tianyu said. These monsters were numerous as it was. The players even had to stay close to the NPC guards to seek protection and pick on stragglers. But finally, the monsters were thinning. The players even had to keep the NPC guards out of the area, in case they snatched these monsters away. Oh! Maybe it was us. We interrupted an evil ceremony of the Brotherhood of Katya. Jiang Fei had nothing to hide. How were the drops? Han Tianyu asked. A few pieces of equipment, and the entrance to a level 30 dungeon, Jiang Fei said truthfully. This was because Big Brother Bear had already informed him about the situation outside. If Han Tianyu did not bring anyone to confront the three major guilds, he would not have been able to kill the warlock that easily. A level 30 dungeon, Han Tianyu was immediately interested. Now, the mainstream players were all over level 25. Members of the top parties were already more than level 28, and 6 out of the 10 top players in the level ranking board were already over than level 30. Just as Jiang Fei was transported to the demonic map, Han Tianyu had also reached level 30. Now that all the players were of high level, the gains from Depths of the Night were almost negligible. After level 25, they could not really get much experience, even from a heroic dungeon, let alone low-quality dungeons. Players only cleared dungeons now to obtain equipment or recipes. Depths of the Night was no longer suitable for leveling. Now that a level 30 dungeon had been discovered, a brand new leveling location had made its debut. There was no kill stealing in dungeons. Moreover, even as a normal dungeon, it could also improve the leveling efficiency of pub players by a fair bit. Players would constantly be in dungeons. Of course, most players could only attempt a normal dungeon once a day and try to get some green equipment while leveling. Basically, only a fixed elite team among the pub players would be able to clear a dungeon of elite difficulty. As for heroic difficulty, pub players did not even have to think about it. Yeah. A party has to have an average level of 30 to enter normal mode. Jiang Fei said, immediately extinguishing the flame within Han Tianyu. Damn! Doesn't that mean that we still have to wait for a few days? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Now, it was hard to get even the only 6 players above level 30 in the entirety of Dawnlight City together. Moreover, they were all scattered in different guilds. So, if they wanted to form a complete dungeon party, they still had to wait for at least 2 days. Although Jiang Fei could draw 3 level 29 players into the dungeon, there was a world of difference between level 30 and level 29. As players could do their second job advancement at level 30, great advantages over their first job could be earned. Correspondingly, level 30 dungeons were also more difficult to deal with. So, if a level 29 first job character entered a level 30 dungeon, it could get really difficult for them. If we're going to do it like how we normally do, we definitely have to wait a day or 2. You guys should end the standoff and take the opportunity to grab as many monsters and small bosses as you can before they're all killed. Jiang Fei said. Got it! Han Tianyu nodded. They had wasted a lot of time standing off against the 3 major guilds. Now that things at Jiang Fei's side were over, snatching bosses and experience points was more important. All of you, use a return scroll to go back to the city. Don't run into people from the 3 major guilds and avoid anything bad from happening. After Jiang Fei reminded the others in his party, he sent a message to Big Brother Bear, telling him to take the others in and withdraw with Han Tianyu. After the party members tore a return scroll and went back to the city, they left the party, one after another, and started to chase down the monsters in the city. Jiang Fei entered the dungeon with Rosette Rose. Ding! You are about to enter the dungeon bottom of the blood pool. Please choose the difficulty, normal, ding. The normal dungeon bottom of the blood pool is a 10-man dungeon. Your party is not complete. Are you sure you want to enter? Holy shit. Jiang Fei was shocked. He had not expected the lowest difficulty of this bottom of the blood pool to not be a 5-man dungeon, but a 10-man dungeon. Under these circumstances, would he really be able to fight with a single healer? Enter! As shaken as he was, Jiang Fei still chose to enter. After all, there was always a safe area at the entrance of dungeons, and they could accurately gauge the strength of the monsters. If they could not fight, they could use a return scroll and directly return to the city without any losses. Swoosh, a white light flashed in front of their eyes, and Jiang Fei entered the dungeon with Rosette Rose. After entering the dungeon, there was a small platform, allowing the players to prepare before the battle. Not far from the small platform were two monsters at the door. Demon Lacerator, Xenogenesis, Elite, level 30, health points 13,000, attack power 1,300, skills, Laceration, Sever. Laceration rips at the enemy's wounds while attacking, causing a bleeding effect. Stackable 5 times. Sever, immediately increase attack speed by 20%. TSSS. Jiang Fei gasped. The two monsters at the door were powerful enough as they were. Moreover, this was just a normal dungeon. If this was an elite or heroic dungeon, what chance did they have? Jiang Fei was used to seeing monsters that were below level 30. In contrast to that, these monsters were ridiculously powerful. As the strength of the players would greatly increase after their second job advancement, correspondingly, the monsters would experience similar power-ups. Additionally, this bottom of the blood pool was a 10-man dungeon, so the monsters were far stronger than usual. There's no need to fight. Jiang Fei shook his head. As the two monsters guarding the door were already difficult enough for himself and Rosette Rose, the monsters inside would definitely come in groups. The two of them would never make it. Even if they managed to make it to the boss, their entire struggle would be for naught. Okay. Rosette Rose nodded, then tore a return scroll in unison with Jiang Fei. Everyone, hurry and level up. After second job advancements, we shall rush to attempt bottom of the blood pool. Jiang Fei changed the guild notice after returning to Dawnlight City. Since we can't attempt the dungeon, he'll go and complete the racial quest first. Now that he had time, the race quest took precedence over everything else. Chapter 195, Race Quest. When Jiang Fei was transported out of the dungeon, Dawnlight City was in more chaos than ever. As the monsters were decreasing by the minute, the advanced elite monsters and small bosses became scarce resources. More than 10 parties were fighting for them. Some players who were too caught up with snatching monsters and even attacked other players. As a result, they were caught by the NPC guards. Before this, as the guards were busy resisting these monsters that came all of a sudden, they did not have time to bother about the fights between players. Thus, the players who attacked other players only had their levels decreased by half or 1 level. Now, the guards had their hands free. If you attempted it in front of them, there would be no way of explaining oneself. They would directly kill you on the spot and decrease your level by 1. When these players died, they would drop all the equipment they were wearing at the very least, attracting more players to join in on the fun. However, these players became smarter, knowing that they could only snatch the drops and curse at others, at most. None of them dared to attack any other players. Hundreds of people were snatching away at the dropped equipment. In the end, nobody could figure out who took what. The players that were killed by the NPCs could only cry, and cry they did. Even those that had guilds to back them up could do nothing, because they could not find who took their equipment in the first place. Of course, the irrational players were still a minority. That minority was barely enough to take away from Dawnlight City's chaos. Several groups of players were running all around the city, looking for individual monsters to kill. After all, the experience and money that these elite monsters gave were way better compared to the monsters out in the wild. Jiang Fei summoned his Earth Drake and rushed towards the hidden cave. At the same time, the heads of the 3 major guilds also brought their own members into the room and went down into the already open basement. That tycoon actually backed off. Do you think there's a trap in here? Southern Azure Sword said, doubtful. There can only be 2 possibilities. Either the boss inside is too strong and Verger Glider and the others can't fight it, or the boss has already been killed, and the treasures inside have already been taken away. Demon's Grimace snorted. As much as I hate to say it, it's gotta be the latter. The monsters outside are decreasing as we speak, so something has definitely happened. I'm guessing Verger Glider and the others have completed some sort of quest, or have already defused the invasion. Lady Casanova analyzed. Well, what are we doing here then? Southern Azure Sword asked. We still need to go take a look. Even if we have to die, we need to understand what has happened. Demon's Grimace rolled his eyes at Southern Azure Sword. The group walked forward and soon found the corpses of the monsters that Jiang Fei and the others had previously killed. As expected, they came here for a purpose. Lady Casanova said to herself. Were they actually the ones behind the monster invasion incident this time? Southern Azure Sword asked. It should be related to Verger Glider. He would not have come down here almost immediately after. However, that stupid tycoon might not have been kept in the loop. If not, when we divided territories previously, he could have immediately claimed this area as his territory. Lady Casanova noted. So, Verger Glider and Please Call Me Tycoon are not on the same team? Southern Azure Sword asked. No way! They're definitely on the same team. Didn't you see how the tycoon rushed over here with people as soon as we made a move? Looking at his posture, I'm sure that if we dared to do anything to Verger Glider's people, that tycoon would fight us to death. Demon's Grimace muttered angrily. Yeah. The two of them are definitely on the same team. However, this time, Verger Glider might have triggered something unexpected or some hidden quest. Before he could notify the tycoon about it, the monsters had already invaded Dawnlight City. So, when we were segregating territories, that tycoon did not understand the whole situation, which made him assign this area to Arcosio's sanctuary. Lady Casanova was almost spot on. As the monsters along the way had been killed by Jiang Fei and the others, they progressed through the passage rather quickly. As they spoke, they finally arrived at the blood pool. As expected, there was a boss. The corpse of the warlock was still in the room. His appearance gave off everything. This could not be an ordinary monster. Sigh, I wonder what good equipment this boss dropped. Southern Azure Sword said, his tone somewhat sour. A boss like this that spawned in the wild would be gone after it was killed, so the drops would trounce the bosses in dungeons that respawned infinitely. I'm more worried about the rewards given by this incident or hidden quest. What if the reward is some precious treasure like a territory order or something? It'll be over for us then. Lady Casanova said. I think I've discovered the final reward for this incident. Demon's Grimace suddenly said. Lady Casanova and the others turned towards Demon's Grimace, only to see him standing next to a pool. When everyone went to the edge of the pool, they immediately understood what the final reward was. A level 30 dungeon. This reward was absolutely divine. Unfortunately, it was not something that someone or a guild could take away. Haha. Serves that Verger Glider right. He actually did all the hard work for us. Southern Azure Sword laughed. Ho ho. A level 30 dungeon. Although we can't attempt it yet, the same is true for Fafnir in the Azure. They won't be able to find 10 level 30 players. Demon's Grimace also nodded. Alright. Let's all go back and quickly grind some levels. This time, we'll have to snatch the first kill. Based on the strength of our respective guilds, we definitely can't beat Verger Glider and that tycoon, so we must join hands. Lady Casanova said. Yeah. Southern Azure Sword and Demon's Grimace nodded and agreed to the plan. After all, if each of their own guilds wanted to make a level 30 party with 10 people, Jiang Fei and the others would have already cleared the dungeon. Alright. See you. After Lady Casanova said that, she left with her own people. They could not attempt the dungeon anyway. Moreover, it did not look like Fafnir in the Azure was going to send people to barricade this area and keep the dungeon to themselves. Thus, they had no reason to start a fight or anything. After seeing the entrance to the dungeon, the three guilds dispersed. Jiang Fei had also arrived at the entrance of the hidden cave with excitement. Before he entered the cave, Jiang Fei kept the black dragon scale into the spatial ring, as usual, to prevent it from ending up in the Black Nanda Prince's hands. As he had been here so many times, Jiang Fei was already very familiar with the dragonoid guards. He casually nodded at them and went in on his own. The dragonoid guards did not even bother stopping him. "Verger Glider, I heard that chaos broke out in Dawnlight City. What happened?" The Black Nanda Prince Eniadstrasse asked curiously. Although he was in the mountains far from the city, he was still quite well informed. The members of the Brotherhood of Katya went crazy. It seemed like they wanted to engage in some evil rituals. Instead of picking a simpler target, they chose to target Dawnlight City, the free home of all four different races. Thus, the people of all four races were contained within the city. "I'm sure you can imagine the consequences," Jiang Fei briefly said. "Verger Glider, why have you come?" Princess Isabella did not know what was wrong with herself. When she saw Jiang Fei today, her heart began to throb. It was as if something big was going to happen. Chapter 196, Doubting a Film. Ho ho, I've been in luck. I found a few fruits. As Jiang Fei spoke, he flashed the devil's fruits before Isabella's eyes, then immediately kept them back. "What? You've really managed to collect all the materials needed for my resurrection." Although she definitely saw the devil's fruit, Isabella still found it hard to believe. After all, such good news had blindsided her. It felt surreal. "Ho-ho! I really did not make a mistake in choosing you." Eniadstrasse laughed as he patted Jiang Fei on the shoulder. Since Isabella was going to be resurrected, he was elated. "Quickly, give me the devil's fruit. We shall start the resurrection ritual immediately," Isabella said excitedly. She was already tired of her soul form. The moment she saw that Jiang Fei had really gotten the materials, she was not willing to delay it any further. "Sure." Jiang Fei also wished to go through a race evolution quickly, so he gladly completed the quest. Ding! Quest updated. Following the sound of a system prompt, Jiang Fei's appearance began to change. Although his appearance still maintained the shape of a human, Jiang Fei's skin turned darker. His pupils that were originally black turned blood red. At the same time, there were significant changes in his attributes. Name, Verger Glider, Level, 33, Race, Nephilim, Temporary, Class, Divine Blacksmith, Apprentice, Experience Points, 17, 580/8, 123, 500, Health Points, 17, 840/17, 840, Mana Points, 680/680, Physical Attack, 388 plus 230, Magic Attack, 68, Physical Defense, 670 plus 718, Magic Defense, 136 plus 454, Strength, 97, affects the character's physical attack strength, Nephilim Attack Power Growth 2.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Attack Power Growth 2.0, Agility, 78, affects the character's attack speed, movement speed. Flexibility, Nephilim Agility Growth 2.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Agility Growth 1.0, Physique, 223, affects the character's health points and physical defense, Nephilim Health Growth 20, Nephilim Defense Growth 2.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Health Growth 4.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Defense Growth 1.5, Intelligence, 68, affects the character's magic attack and magic defense, Nephilim Magic Attack Power Growth 1.0, Nephilim Magic Defense Growth 1.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Magic Attack Growth 1.0, Divine Blacksmith Class Magic Defense Growth 2.0, Spirit, 68, affects the character's health and mana recovery speed and the increased speed of skill proficiency. In a non-combat state, 1 point of Spirit will allow the recovery of 1 health point and mana point every 5 seconds. In combat state, 1 point of Spirit will allow the recovery of 0.1 health point and mana point every 5 seconds. Divine Blacksmith Class Growth, none, undistributed attribute points, 115. At this time, the most significant change in Jiang Fei was the increase in his health points and physical attack. The Nephilim attack growth was 2 and 1 for humans, which meant that the attack power that Jiang Fei gained from his strength attribute had been doubled. The same was true for his health points. The Nephilim health points growth was 20, and it was 10 for humans. The bonus health points that Jiang Fei gained from his vitality attribute had also doubled. At the same time, the defense that Jiang Fei obtained from his vitality had also doubled. The other adjustments were that agility growth had changed from 1 to 2, which increased Jiang Fei's movement and attack speed. At this time, due to the race change, Jiang Fei's undistributed attribute points were all returned. However, his health points had increased by nearly 5,000. If he put all the undistributed attribute points into vitality, his health points could be increased by nearly 10,000. His total health points would be close to 30,000. Such was the advantage of race evolution. They were basically demigods. Although it was difficult to evolve into the 36 rare races, the evolution was accompanied by godly advantages. Once players evolved into a rare race, their combat power would soar over the top. They would absolutely destroy the other players. In addition to the attributes, Jiang Fei also acquired a new skill. Demon Morph instantly transforms into Nephilim form, increasing your attack power and defense by 100% and transforming into a chaotic attack mode whereby 50% of the damage you deal will heal the damage you take. Movement speed is increased by 200%, and you will have the ability to fly short distances. Transformation lasts for 10 minutes. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Holy shit! When Jiang Fei saw this race skill, he was blown away. This transformation ability was absolutely godly. His attack and defense would double, and the transformation into chaotic attack mode was equivalent to him being able to ignore the enemy's defense type, the level difference, the enemy's avoidability, block attributes, and defense value. In short, the damage he could deal would be directly proportional to how much attack power he had, like activating God mode. Coupled with the lifesteal effect, Jiang Fei was invincible as long as he was not taken down by a single blow. Moreover, after the transformation, his movement speed would increase greatly, and he would have the ability to fly. This godly skill meant that he would be able to get close to the enemy to attack and move back to retreat. The skill was so powerful it surpassed an average Ares skill. OF*CK. If I was an attacker class, I would definitely be able to kill anyone instantly now. Jiang Fei pursed his lips together. As a divine blacksmith, he was tanky, but he could not hold weapons with attacking attributes, and the growth of his attack power was low. These 2 points were drawbacks, no matter how he looked at it. Jiang Fei had basically noted all the changes to his attributes. Although there was a temporary word next to Nephilim, Jiang Fei was not really bothered. It was most definitely because Isabella had not completed her resurrection ritual. When she completes it, Jiang Fei would be able to make it a permanent change. As for the 115 undistributed attribute points, Jiang Fei would put all of it into vitality, as usual. Although his attack growth had doubled, Jiang Fei understood something. As he could not use attacking weapons, he would not be able to get on the same level as an average attacker class just by increasing his attack power through attribute points. Hence, it was better if he carried through to the end by making the best use of the advantages he had and ignoring the disadvantages. After he finished distributing the attribute points, Jiang Fei's health points reached 27,000. It had doubled from before the race evolution, while his attack had increased sharply. Also, his defense was now an astonishing amount of over 1,700. Just as Jiang Fei expected, he had completely turned into a steel plate. The surge in power made Jiang Fei feel like attempting the normal mode of bottom of the blood pool and the unfinished single-player secret dungeon on his own. Verger Glider. I'm going to start the resurrection ritual now. You must now be a custodian alongside my senior. Isabella said to Jiang Fei. I knew it! As Jiang Fei had guessed, the quest had granted him Nephilim status in advance. There was a more difficult task awaiting him. Otherwise, he would have directly undergone the race evolution and received the quest rewards. There would not be anything temporary. You and I shall seal off the cave entrance. We do not have to worry about Isabella's ritual over here. Obviously, Strasse had been triggered by a script. He was no longer communicating with Jiang Fei freely just like before. Instead, he ran directly to the cave entrance and cast a spell to form a magical barrier. This is an interdiction quest, right? Jiang Fei could already more or less guess its nature. It was obvious that Isabella's resurrection ritual would not be completed peacefully. He had to act as her bodyguard. Chapter 197, The Luminous Church Invades. Jiang Fei looked back. At that moment, Isabella had already smashed the 5 devil's fruits and was mixing them with the previous materials, sprinkling them on her own corpse. Shortly after, Isabella began to cast spells. Streams of light began to revolve around her corpse. The entire cave radiated with brilliance. It was a gorgeous sight. Focus! Her Royal Highness did not allow you to become an Nephilim just so you can stand there and watch the show. At that moment, William, the Blood-Back Commander, walked past Jiang Fei and rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei. Loser! Jiang Fei muttered and then glared at William. It was this glare that shocked Jiang Fei to the core. William, the Blood-Back Commander, Vampire, Lord, level, 60, health points, 580,000, attack power, 9,800, skills, all assassin skills, all the general skills of vampires, killing spree, blood-sucking frenzy. Remarks: the Blood-Back Commander has fully recovered, thanks to the aid of his prince. Are you talking about me? William heard Jiang Fei muttering. He had never been fond of Jiang Fei since the beginning. F***CK. This guy is freaking powerful. Jiang Fei was shocked. This kid was originally a level 18 advanced elite monster with an extremely weak attack power. Jiang Fei did not expect this guy to suddenly become this powerful after just a few days. It made Jiang Fei wonder what kind of serious injury he had suffered before that weakened him to such a level. Currently, Jiang Fei was a bit embarrassed. He now had the identity of a Nephilim and his strength had skyrocketed. Even so, when faced with a level 60 lord, Jiang Fei was still a snack on the platter. This was even if he resorted to using the Nephilim transformation. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to admit defeat to an NPC just like that. So, the atmosphere was a little awkward. You two! Enough! It's already at this point in time, and you two are actually still holding grudges against each other? Strasse turned back and glared at the both of them, which somewhat mediated the dispute between them. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have known how to proceed. Humph. William snorted coldly and then walked to the side of the Black Naga Prince to start keeping watch. This Blood-Back Commander simply could not bring himself to like Jiang Fei no matter what. As Princess Isabella's personal guard, his loyalty towards the princess was rock solid. However, previously, Jiang Fei had taken advantage of the princess' perilous state. He had shown her no respect and had even attempted to blackmail her. To William, such acts were heinous crimes, by which the doer would be deserving of death. Of course, William would not like Jiang Fei at all. Coupled with the fact that Isabella and Strasse had started to trust Jiang Fei more over the past few days, William inevitably felt somewhat jealous. Hence, when these emotions stacked up, one could easily imagine how much William disliked Jiang Fei. Ho ho! Jiang Fei shrugged helplessly. There's a saying that a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Even though he could not afford to provoke William now, he could hide from him. Jiang Fei could wait until his level was higher, then come back and destroy William. Players could level up faster than these NPCs anyway. Not good. The magical fluctuations of Isabella's resurrection have brought the people of the Luminous Church here. At that moment, Strasse suddenly shouted. Sigh, nothing refreshing at all. Jiang Fei naturally understood that the plot had begun. The final step in his race quest was to prevent the Luminous Church from ruining Isabella's resurrection ritual. When the quest was completed, he would complete his transformation into a Nephilim. At the same time, he would instantly make himself the enemy of the humans and elves under the Luminous Church and join the Darkness faction. Boom! When Jiang Fei arrived beside Strasse, the magical barrier formed by the Black Naga Prince just before this was destroyed. A large number of elven NPCs charged in. When they first came in, Jiang Fei noticed that the elven NPCs were still in the indifferent state, pink, while the humans were in the friendly state, green. However, when these NPCs saw Jiang Fei's reputation in these two factions suddenly decreased. Ding! The elves have expressed extreme anger towards your act of helping the Nephilims. From now on, the elves will regard you as an enemy. Instantly, the name of the elven NPCs that were originally pink became red to Jiang Fei. Ding! The humans have expressed puzzlement towards your act of helping the Nephilims. Your reputation among the humans has decreased. Now, your relationship with the humans is neutral. As Jiang Fei was originally a human, the humans were still relatively nice towards him. Their names only degraded from green to yellow, illustrating the neutral relationship. They did not immediately consider Jiang Fei as part of the enemy faction. Strasse, this is a conflict between us, the Luminous faction, and the Darkness faction. It will be best if you do not intervene. An old man wearing a red robe and holding a crystal wand in his hand walked out from among the human faction. Archbishop Famous, human, Lord, level 80, health points, 1,000,000, magic attack, 14,000, skills, all general light magic spells, divine art damnation eye, divine art judgment sword. Remarks, one of the 12 archbishops of the Luminous Vatican. F***CK. If these gods fight, what can a small fry like me possibly do? Jiang Fei suddenly felt helpless. If these boss-level characters got into a fight, he would only die in the crossfire. Be quiet, old man. When you took Isabella's life, I have yet to return you the favor. Strasse growled. If he had not been caught up with protecting Isabella, who was in her soul form, he would have already rushed into Dawnlight City and razed the Luminous Vatican to the ground. Strasse, is this your decision, or do you represent the entire Black Naga race? Famous frowned. Looked at the hundreds of Dragonoid guards on both sides, he was somewhat worried. If it was just the Black Naga Prince himself, they still had a chance to stop the Nephilim Princess resurrection today. If Strasse represented the entire Black Naga race, then they would be in trouble. I only represent myself, Strasse said. Although he was the Black Naga Prince, it was his own wish to come out and protect Isabella, as he did not want her to get hurt. However, for the Nagas as a whole, they were to remain neutral. Strasse did not want to drag the entire Naga race down because of himself. Master Archbishop, why bother talking to trash from the Darkness faction? Let's go and kill them straight away. As for this foolish Black Naga, it just so happens that he's here, so we might as well slaughter him too. The body of a giant dragon is definitely filled with treasures. A female elf behind Famous said. Shut up. Famous turned back and glared at the female elf. She was also one of the higher-ups of the Luminous Church. In this operation, her identity was inferior to that of Famous. However, she had clearly given such a radical statement to lump in the Black Naga race with the Nephilims. She should have minded her own business. She would only attract the hatred of others towards the Luminous Church. Your Royal Highness, I've gained some experience from practicing light magic recently. Why don't we learn a little from each other by exchanging some views? Famous sent a dual invitation to Strasse. Both were level 80 lords, one mastered magic, and the other was an almighty Naga. It could be said that they were of equal strength. Famous' plan was obvious. He would distract the biggest obstacle and the rest of his people would stop the ritual. Then, it would be too late to change anything, and the Black Naga Prince would be helpless. They would be able to complete their mission without even offending the entire Black Naga race. Chapter 198, The Last Stand at the Cave Entrance. Sure. Strasse nodded. He was a warrior type, and Famous was a magician. In a group battle, Famous would be the greater threat. But if both of them dueled each other, Famous would not be able to support the luminous church as well, so Strasse still held the greater benefit. Swoosh, swoosh, two white streams of light appeared one after another, indicating that the two bosses had been sent to a different battlefield. Humph. Damned human traitor! As soon as Famous was gone, the female elf from the luminous church had the final say. She was already unhappy with Jiang Fei in the first place. Now that they had become enemies, Jiang Fei immediately caught the look in the female elf's eyes. What the? Don't drag me into stupid fights between your bosses. Jiang Fei was shocked, and he quickly checked the attributes of the female elf. Kingsguard's commander, Diceller, elf, lord, level, 60, health points, 600,000, skills, all ranger skills, arrow skills, Apollos skill, sunset arrow. Remarks, the chief commander of the Kingsguard. F***ck me. Jiang Fei suddenly felt puzzled. Why would a boss character like this target a small fry like him? Heh. Chick, am your opponent. At that moment, William, the Bloodback commander, suddenly appeared in front of the two armies like a ghost. Damn! Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not expect William to actually help him. Idiot! If you have time to shout around, you might as well go and kill a few small soldiers. That way, you can be of some help to Her Royal Highness the Princess. The Bloodback commander still carried a chip on his shoulder. He only took on Diceller to balance the strength of both sides. At that moment, the united front of the humans and the elves clearly outnumbered the Dragonoid guards and the newly raised zombies. All right. Although he was unhappy with William's tone, Jiang Fei understood that it was related to the success or failure of his own race quest. Hence, he had no time to quarrel with William. He had to go all out and hold back the luminous church. In addition to the two Lord-rank bosses, the combined army of the humans and elves was made up of level 30 to 40 elite monsters, with quite a few level 50 advanced elites. As the level of those advanced elite monsters was just too high, there was no way Jiang Fei could fight them. Fortunately, the level of the Dragonoid guards was relatively high. Moreover, the captain was a level 60 advanced elite. Although there were less than 100 Dragonoid guards, they still managed to keep both the human and elven NPCs outside of the cave, albeit barely. Everyone, attack! Kill these scum from the darkness without mercy. Every single one of them. Unlike Famous, Diceller had no scruples. She had an abhorrence for sin. In her eyes, all the people from the Dark faction were committing a major sin. So, there was no need for words at all. Killing the Dark faction members was the greatest form of forgiveness for them. Let's go! These little soldiers are in the way. Let's also choose another battlefield. William, the Bloodback commander, smiled and said. He took the initiative to request a change of battlefield. He was worried that Diceller would fire an arrow and affect the princess resurrection ritual. Since you're that eager to die, I will fulfill your wish. Diceller had the same thoughts as the Black Naga prince. Since she was a ranger, in a group battle, she could cause less trouble than a high-level vampire like William. So, she agreed to move to another battlefield. The two of them flashed out of the cave. At the same time, the army of humans and elves screamed and began to charge towards the cave. Bar them! Because Jiang Fei now had the Nephilim identity and was familiar with Isabella as well as the Black Naga Prince, he temporarily took over command of the Dragonoid guards. As soon as the battle began, the combat power of the two different armies became very apparent. Monsters such as the zombies and scorpions, which were originally in the cave, were so weak that they could not even withstand a single attack from their enemies. However, the Dragonoid guards were way stronger than Jiang Fei had imagined. These Dragonoid guards wielded 3-meter-long weapons similar to green dragon crescent blades, positioned among the human and elven NPCs as if they were in no man's land. The Dragonoid guards willfully cleaved away. In just a short time, the ground was filled with severed heads. Everyone, fire simultaneously. The army also had a commander of its own. Although the level of the soldiers in the joined army was lower than that of the Dragonoid guards, they were numerous. The elven archers could kill a Dragonoid guard with every wave of attack. Captain Guards, intercept the opponent's officers. Jiang Fei shouted loudly. More than 30 advanced elites who were over level 50 happened to be rushing towards him. Left without a choice, he had to mobilize the 6 Dragonoid captains to go forward and meet the terrifying force. The 6 Dragonoid captains were really strong. They could handle 5 enemies each without much difficulty. It was evident how strong those with Naga blood in their veins were. The battle soon reached a stalemate. Troops from both sides continued to fall. Although every single Dragonoid guard took down around 6 or 7 human or elves before they died, they were vastly outnumbered. Since the cave was small, the enemy could not flank them. Otherwise, the battle would have been even harder. F*CK. I have to do something. The situation was dire. It seemed like he would not be able to stop the enemy's attack just by barking orders. This quest required the player to get involved in the battle himself. Intercept. Jiang Fei instantly appeared beside an elven magician. Even though this magician was a level 40 elite, Jiang Fei was already at level 33. The level gap was not really big. Sunder Strike. Minus 485. Minus 124, dragon damage. Before he started to attack, Jiang Fei equipped himself the Black Dragon Scale. Despite the fear effect not working in these cutscenes, the additional dragon damage was still pretty good. As Jiang Fei had suddenly rushed into the enemy line, the NPCs would naturally not allow their magician to be attacked. At that moment, several human warriors and elven bandits quickly surrounded him. Lightning Strike. This was the first time Jiang Fei had ever used the skill. Jiang Fei hammered the ground. Suddenly, a shockwave radiated towards his surrounding enemies, while their movement speed was reduced by 40% and their attack speed was reduced by 20%. After that, Jiang Fei moved and tried his best to position as many enemies as possible in front of him. Ice Burst. Minus 2,578, minus 2,612, minus 2,498. A large number of damage figures appeared. As Jiang Fei's health points had soared to 27,000, the damage of Ice Burst and Bash attained new heights. Bash. Minus 2,690. Minus 1,347, minus 1,284. As normal elites only dealt more than 1,000 damage, Jiang Fei simply ignored the bandits and warriors who were around him. He continued to attack the magician in front of him. After the warriors and bandits around him thawed, they immediately attacked Jiang Fei. Minus 1, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. At that moment, Jiang Fei's defense was over 1,700. A normal level 30 elite could not break through his defense at all. Due to this, the commander of the joined army had to dispatch level 40 elites to kill Jiang Fei. Minus 370, minus 370, minus 370. After Jiang Fei's health points increased. Not only did the damage of 2 of his active skills increase, the passive effect of Eye for Eye was also enhanced. When Jiang Fei was attacked, high damage figures appeared before his eyes. Ding! You have eliminated the Elven Magician. Obtain 12,580 experience points. Your reputation in the Light faction has reduced by 400. Ding! Your reputation in the Human faction has been reduced to indifferent. Jiang Fei rushed to kill the Elven Magician before the level 40 elites arrived. There, he immediately discovered that the elites of these factions gave much more experience points compared to elite monsters. However, he would also lose reputation if he killed them. Finally, the name of the human NPCs in Jiang Fei's view also changed from yellow to pink. Chapter 199, Cheating Godlike Skill. Seeing that the level 40 elite soldiers were encircling him, Jiang Fei did not dare to greed for more. After all, he could handle one level 40 elite alone, but not a whole group. Jumping Slash. Just a second before Jiang Fei was about to be surrounded, he used Jumping Slash to get out of the encirclement and landed beside a level 30 Elven Cleric. His hammer slammed into that pretty face. Minus 3,408. Critical hit. From the previous fight, Jiang Fei had already stacked Ruthless Barrage 10 times. He had more than 1,800 attack power, and the first strike after Jumping Slash was bound to be a critical hit. The moment his hammer went down, he dealt away more than 1/3 of the cleric's health points. This was only because the cleric was an elite NPC. If Jiang Fei's target was an average cloth armor player, the target would at least be severely injured, if not dead. The injured elven cleric wanted to heal himself immediately, but Jiang Fei naturally did not allow this. Ice Burst! Minus 2,714. The elven cleric was immediately frozen. Bash! Minus 2,687. Minus 1,342. Minus 1,267. After 3 consecutive hits, the elven cleric died on the spot. Ding! You have eliminated elven cleric. Obtain 12,450 experience points. Your reputation in the Luminous Camp has reduced by 400, ding. Your evil deeds have disgusted the humans, they now declare war against you. While he gained experience points, Jiang Fei's reputation decreased once again. In a flash, even the human NPCs were now enemies with him. Bring it on! There's no turning back now. Jiang Fei no longer cared. He was going to join the Darkness Camp upon the completion of his quest anyway. No matter what. He would be enemies with the Luminous Camp. Out of 36 rare races, Protoss and Nephilim were the only 2 races that could participate in the War of Powers. After joining, the camp would automatically be chosen for the player. If the players of these 2 races wanted to betray their own camps, they would have to do quests for the enemies in order to gain reputation in the enemy camps. It was not easy to progress from hatred towards friendliness. The other 34 lucky ones did not have to go through such a trial. After completing their race evolution, they would automatically return to the neutral camp. It would be easy for them to join any side. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who was destined to join the Darkness Camp, did not care about the loss of reputation. He continually ran around the army. While he avoided the level 40 elites, he specifically targeted level 30 magicians and clerics. In a short time, he managed to disrupt the formation of the joined army. Damn! We must kill this abominable adventurer. The commander of the joined army was an elven aristocrat who already detested Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was now causing a lot of trouble for the joined army. Although Jiang Fei did not kill many soldiers, the formation of the joined army had been disrupted. The Dragonoid guards had taken the opportunity to counterattack, almost forcing the army out of the cave. Melees, stop advancing. Ranged attackers, lock on that damned adventurer. The elven aristocrat ordered immediately. In actuality, Jiang Fei's act of running around had little effect on the joined army. But he had attracted the aggro of dozens of level 40 elites. As they chased Jiang Fei around, the formation was quickly dissolved. The elven aristocrat realized this. He had ordered the melee fighters to return into formation, while sending the firing squad after him. F***CK. That's not good. Jiang Fei understood the situation fairly well. He might end up as a dead pincushion in no time at all. Jiang Fei changed his tactics. He ran deep into the enemy ranks and engaged soldiers at random, before quickly breaking off and running about again. This was because spells needed vision and range. If Jiang Fei ran around like this, it was hard for the ranged attackers to lock onto him. If the magicians used area of effect spells, they would hurt their own allies. Thus, the magicians did not know what to do. Only a few archers sent homing arrows after him. However, the damage of these guided arrows was not particularly high. A bunch of useless idiots. When he saw that his ranged attackers could do nothing about Jiang Fei, who was scurrying around like a mouse, the commander elven aristocrat was angered. Everyone, move! As he spoke, the elven aristocrat jumped up and activated levitation, making himself float in the air temporarily. Then, he used his most powerful skill. Energy Tide. The elven aristocrat's next spell became instant and his magic attack power doubled. Fireball of Destruction. A washbasin-sized, searing white fireball appeared in the hands of the elven aristocrat. This white fireball glimmered with a little bluish light. Judging by the intense color of the light, it had to be deadly. Go to hell! The level 55 elven aristocrat sent the white fireball flying at Jiang Fei even as he glided through the air. Holy shit! Jiang Fei was shocked. He did not expect this level 55 leader boss to actually attack him. It seems like he had played around too much and generated too much aggro. Jiang Fei knew his strengths very well, so he did not take any risks. Demon's Harborage. After he stood firmly, Jiang Fei lifted his shield. At the same time, he activated the most retarded and disgusting ultimate skill out of all the skills that he had mastered. Poof, swoosh, the fireball rebounded at a speed even higher than when it came. The elven aristocrat who was still floating in the air had been looking forward to the horrific scene of Jiang Fei being burned to ashes. He never imagined that his killing spell would actually come flying back. Magic Shield. The elven aristocrat reacted pretty quickly and managed to form a magic shield in front of himself before the fireball reached him. Boom! The white fireball that glistened with a tinge of blue directly slammed into the elven aristocrat's magic shield. The magic shield that was formed hastily was instantly destroyed, and the elven aristocrat was blown away by the impact of his own fireball of destruction. A damage figure of 110,000 appeared above the head of the elven aristocrat. Damn! Thank God I'm not the one who took that hit, Jiang Fei was glad. If that fireball had hit him, he would have died instantly. Cough cough, the elven aristocrat who slammed into the cave wall fell onto the ground, which worsened his injuries. Through the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei could clearly see that the elven aristocrat had no more mana points left and also had less than half of his total health points left. It was a critical blow. Master! Master! Are you okay? Several elven guards immediately rushed over and helped the elven aristocrat up. B*****. Huff, the elven aristocrat was beyond consolation. As he choked up with anger, he immediately coughed up some more blood. Then, he fainted. Damn! This storyline is quite the interesting one. Jiang Fei did not expect to actually incapacitate the enemy's chain of command and cripple the army. Kick them while they're down. Everyone, attack! Go all out and destroy them. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the Dragonoid guards to take advantage of the enemy's loss of command and launch a counterattack against the Allied forces. Chapter 200, Elven Reinforcements. The Allied forces lost their commander. Paired with the chaos that Jiang Fei had single-handedly wrought, all semblance of order was broken. A little over 10 minutes later, the intruders were forced out of the cave. Bunch of useless idiots. Where's Carvis? Outside the cave, Diceller was facing off William. When she saw that the worn-out army being driven out by a force they supposedly both outnumbered and overpowered, she was furious. Madam Commander, Master Carvis was severely wounded and has been incapacitated. A mid-ranking elven captain reported. Nonsense. Carvis is a leader boss, and the strongest that the Dragonoids could offer are only advanced elites. How could he even be touched? Has Isabella completed her resurrection? Diceller barked. The adventurer did it, the captain meekly said. Nonsense. He's only a level 30-odd adventurer, how can he possibly injure the level 55 Carvis? He is almost twice his level. Are you guys trying to shirk your responsibilities? You incompetent, useless idiots. Diceller almost lost her mind as she listened to the elven small captain's report. Heh heh. You actually dare get distracted while facing me? At that moment, William cackled sinisterly and dashed to Diceller's side. The dagger in his hand flew towards Diceller's throat. Ah! Diceller was horrified. It was too late to dodge or block the attack. For the first time since the skirmish started, she actually feared for her life. She had not expected her anger to throw her into hot waters. Move! Just as Diceller was about to lose her head, a roar was heard. An arrow shot through the air and deflected William's dagger. Ding! Following a crisp sound, William's dagger flew off into the distance. Diceller quickly took the opportunity to distance herself from William. Who the hell? William had also moved a few steps back. Clearly, the enemy's reinforcements had arrived. William could tell that the opponent had to be as competent as he was, if not better. A new figure made its appearance. Through the mysterious ring, Jiang Fei quickly unveiled its identity. Aldous, Divine Archer, Elf, Lord, Level, 60, Health, 500,000, Attack Power, 10,000, Skills. All Archer skills: Apollos skill Precise Shot, Apollos skilled Meteor Arrow, Apollos skill Rain of Arrows. Remarks: Archer Champion of the Elves. Aldous, William, the Blood-Back Commander, grit his teeth in anger. Aldous was one of the reasons why Isabella had been stuck in the cave. He was part of the group that had caused Isabella's death and left William severely wounded. William! Don't be impulsive. Protecting Isabella is more important. When Jiang Fei saw that William fuming with rage, he quickly called him back to his senses. This was just like how William took on Diceller previously. As much as Jiang Fei disliked William, William was a key asset. There were 2 level 60 lords on the other side. If William initiated an attack, there was an 80% chance that he would be double-teamed and taken out. The battle would be lost. Arg! You're right. When Jiang Fei mentioned the princess, William quickly calmed down. He had just been saved from certain suicide. Everyone, back to the cave. Having regained his composure, the Blood-Back Commander started giving orders. As the veteran leader of the Princess Guards, William had a better judgment of the situation. Hatred and the desire for vengeance had nearly cost him the battle. Jiang Fei and all the Dragonoid guards shrunk back into the cave. As the cave was narrow, they could use the terrain to their advantage. Are you okay? Aldous did not pursue William. Instead, he went to Diceller. Shameless couple. Before Diceller could speak, William started scolding them. The face of the handsome, noble vampire immediately morphed into something monstrous and feral. After the brief exchange between Diceller and Aldous outside of the cave, they led the army into the cave once again. This wave was far more ferocious than the previous. Under the onslaught of the 2 powerhouses, Aldous and Diceller, the Dragonoid guards were quickly wiped out. Even 2 out of the 6 Dragonoid captains were lost. If this goes on, it's over for us. Jiang Fei frowned and said. They were grossly outnumbered. On top of that, he was helpless against these high-leveled monsters. The burden on William's shoulders was immense. Jiang Fei did not even dare interrupting the enemy's formation again. Both Aldous and Diceller could easily kill him on the spot. Go and see how much more time the princess needs. When the princess awakes, these 2 dregs will amount to nothing. William knew that he would not be able to hold off that too. Isabella was their last hope. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. With Aldous and Diceller hovering in the air, he was totally useless. He quickly complied and ran back into the cave. When he reached the princess, Jiang Fei found Isabella's soul still casting spells. However, the prince's body had already sat up. It seemed like the resurrection ritual was going smoothly. He just did not know how long it would take to complete. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise was heard. Then, Jiang Fei heard William shout in anger. Damn! Stop him! William, you should think about yourself first. Aldous' voice was heard. Indeed! Dirty scum! Die! Diceller's voice was heard. Apparently, William had finally been forced into engaging the 2 lords, each of which is equal. Pitter-patter. Following the rapid footsteps, a figure charged into the hall. Carvis, elf, leader. Level 55. Health 107 514/210 000. Mana points 6 400/80 000. Magic attack 4000. Skills: Magician's basic skills, Energy Surge, Destructive Flame, Super Pyroblast. Remarks: Elven Aristocrat Carvis is currently wounded. OF*CK. It's you! Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect this guy to recover that rapidly. Even so, he had not yet recovered much of his health points and mana points. He still looked pale and wobbly. It still did not take the fact that he still outleveled and outmatched Jiang Fei as a level 55 leader boss. Jiang Fei did not dare let his guard down. Moreover, this was where the Princess Resurrection was being carried out. If Jiang Fei allowed this guy to attack the defenseless princess, his quest would be done for. Damned adventurer! Die! Meeting your enemies opened old wounds. Carvis already hated Jiang Fei to the bone. So, there was nothing much to say after the second meeting. He raised a hand and formed a fireball. Boom! -4972. Holy shit! A simple fireball had already dealt nearly 5,000 damage. A few attacks were enough to kill him.